audiobook edition, available on compact disc and audio cassette.
Last season on Spin City.
Can I come in?
Tuesday, September 25th at 9/8 Central is where it begins.
I want more than just a fling.
I wouldn't go home with you now unless you asked me.
It's the one-hour season premiere, and
I'm back.
Michael J. Fox is back on Spin City, Tuesday, September 25th on ABC.
Next on News Channel 8, President Bush officially identifies Osama bin Laden as a prime suspect in the attacks. He's calling on Americans to get ready for a new and different kind of war. And locally, folks here pitch in to help in the recovery effort. I'm Darren Kramer. News Channel 8 at 6 is next.
The tools used to predict the weather have varied over the years, some more successful than others. Hi, I'm meteorologist Dr. Mel. These days, only the best will do. I'd like to introduce Live Digital Doppler. It's the very latest in radar technology designed to show where severe weather is now and where it's headed next.
Live Digital Doppler, only on News Channel 8. News Channel 8 anchors Ann Nyberg and Keith Koontz. They're part of the team that's dedicated to covering Connecticut's news. But they cover more than just the big story. Ann and Keith tap into the heart of the community, getting out, getting involved, and covering the people and the issues making a difference in the place we call home. News Channel 8's Ann Nyberg and Keith Koontz, working for you. You're watching News Channel 8, coverage you can count on.
America mourns as the first of thousands of funerals takes place in New York City. Hi, everybody. I'm Darren Kramer. We are continuing now our special coverage of the terrorist attacks on the U.S. We've got the latest for you now. The rescue and recovery efforts continue in New York City tonight, and now an emergency communications team is collecting cell phone and pager numbers for people who were trapped or are still in the rubble of the World Trade Center. They say that information could help locate missing victims. As of tonight, 152 bodies have been recovered. 90 of them have been identified. The number of missing has climbed to 4,972. In one of the first of what will be thousands of funerals, Father Michael Judge was laid to rest this morning. The New York Fire Department chaplain was killed by falling debris while he was giving last rites to a wounded firefighter. Also buried today, the department chief and his deputy. In all, 300 New York firefighters are feared dead. We're now getting a closer look, too, at some of the damage done to the Pentagon. These are the first pictures showing the interior of that building since the American Airlines plane crashed into it on Tuesday. 189 people are missing and presumed dead in that attack. Tonight, there are reports that the government has already hired a contractor to fix the damage and rebuild the Pentagon. The bill will be in the billions, and it could be more than a decade before the Pentagon is completely fixed. President Bush is meeting with top advisors at Camp David tonight, planning their response to the attacks on Tuesday. Mr. Bush has now identified Osama bin Laden as the prime suspect in the investigation. He warned that America would have to make sacrifices to win this new war.
War. There's been an act of war declared upon America by terrorists, and we will respond accordingly. And I appreciate very much the American people understanding that. As we plan, as we put our strategy into action, we will let you know when we think it's appropriate, not only for to protect the lives of our servicemen and women, but to make sure our coalition has had proper time to be noticed as well. But we're going to act.
The president says Osama bin Laden cannot hide from the United States. Well, families of the missing are gathering at the Jacob Javits Center in New York still tonight. They are bringing pictures and cell phone numbers, even hair for use as DNA samples. all in the effort to find their missing loved ones. Leon Collins is there. We're going to get to him in just a moment, but first we want to talk to Chris Velarde, talking about the president authorizing the use of force and House members coming back to their home districts now to talk about that too, right, Chris?
Well, guys, lawmakers have been very, very busy recently with what they've had to do in Washington, and now they're trying to not only provide leadership to the nation, but also to their own constituents. And today, Congressman Jim Maloney returned home to northern Fairfield to talk to residents there.
Everyone in the state of Connecticut is a victim. Everyone in the country is a victim.
Congressman Jim Maloney says this is a time for Americans to come together in prayer and in patriotism. This afternoon in Danbury, Maloney got together with some of his constituents, many of them veterans, to talk about the unthinkable acts of terrorism.
The lessons of Tuesday will be that all kinds of suicide attacks and all kinds of elaborate plans are going to now be taken into consideration in a way that just frankly never was taken into consideration before.
Maloney knows people are trying to come to grips with so many emotions, from sadness to anger to fear. His message, America is safe and America will strike back.
There will be a concerted, permanent effort to root out terrorism around the world. That will take not weeks, not months, but that will be an issue of years of effort to make sure that that happens. There is no place fundamentally, whether it's Afghanistan or any place else in the world.
And the congressman believes a U.S. response will come sooner rather than later, but he says the effort will be difficult, it will be expensive, and it will result in a loss of lives. But he says the alternative is to leave this country open for more attacks like the one we witnessed on Tuesday. Darren?
All right, News Channel 8's Chris Velarde. Thank you, Chris. Well, in spots all over Connecticut today, people have been gathering to do what they can do to help that rescue effort in New York. This is one of the food and equipment drives being held in the state today, this one being held at the Clinton Town Hall. Some volunteers and Troop 55 of the Clinton Boy Scouts rounded up a semi-truck, and all day long people have been dropping off all kinds of supplies, everything from water and food to batteries and clothing. If you would like to donate, they will be there until 7 o'clock tonight. In Orange, same story. This time the Orange Little Leaguers are acting as the manpower for a World Trade Center donation drop-off. People have been dropping off supplies all day long. Organizers say it is a great lesson in teamwork.
When something like this happens, you realize that teamwork is just such a big thing and such an important part of just about everything we do.
The Orange Little Leaguers will be accepting donations for that relief effort again tomorrow from 9 in the morning until 6 at night at the Orange Fairgrounds. The state has now set up a website for information about the attacks. The site is available at state.ct.us. It has information on helping children cope, contact information for relatives of victims, and information on crisis counseling resources. You can get there by coming to our website at WTNH.com. And still to come on News Channel 8, with tests complete, the stock markets are ready to go for Monday. We've got that coming up in just a moment. Also ahead, results from the Democratic recount in Waterbury. We'll know who will be running there in November. First, though, here's Ibby.
We're expecting a chilly night today after a glorious sunny day, a high of 72 in New Canaan. Cold last night at 47, and we're likely to see some 40s again tonight. I'll have your full 8-day forecast coming up after this.
Your Tri-State Quality Ford dealers present the Ford Authorized Clearance Curtain Call. It's your last chance to get the best deals on all the 2001 models in stock. You only have a short time to save on Ford Focus with the most interior room in its class. Now you can lease a Focus SE for just $224 a month for 36 months with $1448 due at signing. That's just $224 a month on a loaded Ford Focus. But hurry, the Ford Authorized Clearance Curtain Call is a limited engagement, and it all ends soon. Visit your Tri-State Quality Ford store today.
Here's proof positive that I don't raise my prices to make up for my low 9.99% interest rate. The whole kit and caboodle, the extra big and super comfortable sofa and love seat, these 3 tables, and 2 lamps, ridiculously low at only $888. There's no substitute for the lowest price. How sweet it is to get the lowest price plus a 9.99% interest rate. Thank you, Mr. Greenspan.
Come on, I just can't get you out of my mind. You become a sweet taste in my mouth now, and I know
stirs you like the original. Dannon fruit on the bottom.
Dry and sunny every day. Sounds like a dream, doesn't it? Especially if you experience occasional loss of bladder control. That's why Poise is the only pad that's custom fit to keep you drier. The center is gently raised to bring protection closer to you. And it's wider at one end, so you place the protection where you need it most, for a close custom fit that keeps you drier than any other pad. So every day feels dry and comfortable.
Planning to sell your home or condo this year? You're probably wondering how much it's worth. You can find out free on the web at housevalues.com. So if you're planning to sell, visit housevalues.com today. That's housevalues.com.
We have some late information in now about the investigation into these terrorist attacks. There has been a second arrest warrant just issued for a material witness, they're calling it, in the hijacking investigation issued by federal prosecutors in New York. This person has not been arrested yet, but they say it is the hunt for another material witness. We'll have more on that throughout the night right here on News Channel 8 and ABC 30. In the meantime, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, families are still gathering now in New York. They're getting together now at the Jacob Javits Center in New York, hoping for answers, bringing pictures and cell phone numbers and even DNA samples there. And News Channel 8's Leon Collins is in New York with some of those families tonight. Leon?
Well, Darren, the families that are actually bringing the information down to help identify people who may need to be identified because of the tragedy, that's all happening a little further uptown from us at the Armory. That process of information gathering is continuing there today for the third day. Still many people coming down trying to provide, very sadly, the medical examiner with information that he may find useful. What's happening here at the Jacob Javits Center, this has been the location where all of the volunteers, I just talked to a man 10 minutes ago who has flown in on his own from Hawaii, a steel worker who wants to come down here and help with the rescue and recovery operation. Take a look to my right down here. You can see people waiting, as they have been all day long, trying to chip in, trying to get to the bottom of this disaster, which has just torn out the heart of New York and the rest of this nation.
Just everyone was lined up. They were like 3 and 4 deep this morning, just waiting to be called up.
Generosity was overwhelming at the Jacob Javits Center. Thousands came to Volunteer Central wanting to help.
We came down from Rhode Island. Others have come from Connecticut and, of course, New York, because we think it's necessary.
Americans proved what Americans are, and that's united, you know. We stand tall. When something bad happens, everybody comes together. I don't think anybody down here is doing anything that any American really doesn't want to do.
However, the week's frustration continued Saturday as people came faster than officials knew what to do with them.
Nothing's going to happen for us right now. Okay. Sounds like they had overwhelmed with manpower down at the scene.
I just talked to a gentleman just now who came out, and he said that one of the big problems is that you have people that are emotionally involved and they're looking for people, and they won't come off the job site. They've been there 24 to 36 hours non-stop working.
All through the day, people opened their hearts here. Some massaged the weary. Others fed the hungry as the generous came from near and far. This will be a week that America's people will never forget. The Twin Towers meant so much to so many.
I got really upset because I had friends over there and they actually died, so I was like one of the people that was really hurt, and I don't know, it was just bad. And then when I went to the mosque, there was cameras everywhere, and then everybody was looking at us like looking at me like I did something wrong, and I had nothing to do with this. I'm actually American.
Who's the guy driving the truck for Walmart?
Many skilled laborers waited for hours, even after they'd been told to go home.
We want to get in there, we want to work, we want to help our people out, and we're just waiting. It's a waiting game right now, but it's frustrating.
However, frequently the thoughts of the youngest Americans gave some relief for today and hope for tomorrow.
This is just a card from a 4-year-old child. It's just a simple example of the kind of outpouring of love and support that New York City is getting today.
All these letters seem to be from children, and I'm just hoping that they can get us where we should be in the future and somehow give us strength.
Volunteers stood shoulder to shoulder. Goods, supplies of all kinds were packed 5, 6 feet high as workers pack them into a many different tractor trailers being shipped out to locations where they are needed. What has happened here, though, along with the tremendous tide of people that have come in here to volunteer their time, their strength, whatever they could bring, I've seen some things. For example, I watched 2 huge boxes of eggs sitting in the sunlight, and I'm just thinking these aren't going to last. The perishables is something that is going to be difficult for this huge relief effort. And but I can tell you one thing: they do need perishables. It's the logistics here are just tough. I spoke to a woman about 10 minutes ago. She said to me, please, she's been going down to all the satellite and microwave trucks saying, we need ice. Ice is something that is needed here desperately. I imagine they need it for the injured. I imagine they need it for the thirsty and the tired. So if you are someone who can bring large quantities of ice, that's something that they need here. I know one other thing that they need are things that are specific to this rescue and recovery mission that's happening down at the World Trade Center. I have here with me now Sam Speedy. You're with Javits Medical.
Yes, sir.
And Sam, I told you I'd give you the time. You have in your hands something very specifically that rescue workers need here today. I'm giving you your chance to make your pitch. Let's tell people, and maybe we can get some in here.
That's much appreciated. We're richly appreciative of the efforts of New Yorkers and Americans and their generosity, but we are direly in need of certain products. This is a respirator, P100 filters, that's P100. These filters are able to withstand the effects of asbestos, which is what our firemen and policemen are fighting downtown. If donors would be able to provide these goods to the Red Cross or to the Javits Center directly, it would greatly aid our efforts in the rescue operation.
If you can have more of these, I see lots of people standing around. You'd be able to send more people in there?
Well, we'd be able to outfit those who are going in much more comfortably, and we'd be able potentially to boost the number of cycles going in.
All right, Sam.
It would really help us.
Thank you very much. If you can, there's one specific thing with the P100 filters, that type of respirator, and who knows, you may be able to help some of the people here who are trying to help dig through all that rubble. Darren, back to you.
All right, Leon Collins live in New York City. Leon, thanks very much. The questions so many of us have after all this is, who are these terrorists and why did they do it, and how do you track them down? And joining us now to talk more about the face of terrorism today is Dr. Carolyn Diniger. She's a political scientist from the University of New Haven. Ms. Diniger, thank you for being with us tonight. First off, who are the countries or factions that are using terrorism on the planet right now?
Well, I don't think it's one country or one faction. I saw that the president just identified Osama bin Laden, but he may be just a major one. I think we've got an amalgamation of the cells from Hamas, Hezbollah, the Jumad, which is a fringe group of Islam which seeks to purify the religion through violence. And then I think we've got a group from the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. And they all come together. You know, they think sometimes that because these groups are ideologically different, they don't come together, but that's not true. They do come together, and they come together financially as well as for a particular project.
What's the
goal?
We
have many different terrorist groups that we're dealing with at this particular time.
Ms. Diniger,
it's probably just as well for propaganda value to center it on Osama bin Laden, but he's not the only one by any means.
Briefly, Ms. Diniger, tell me what the goal of terrorism is. Is this all about religion? Are there more goals? Tell me about it.
What is the goal of terrorism? Well, the goal of terrorism, they're basically a communications unit. What they're trying to do is send a message. And there are a number of audiences that they're sending the message to. They're sending the message to their friends. They're sending their message to their enemies. And they're sending the message to all others to say to them, you better stay off of this platform or you're going to get the same thing. So that the idea is to send a message. Now, what their object is very clear, and that is that they want to transfer from the power from the hands of those that have the power to themselves. That's all there is to it.
Dr. Ginner.
They want another governmental unit to their liking. It's not a new story, it's an old story.
Dr.
But we do
Dinegar,
have, I think, new techniques. And we do have new functions that are operating.
I'm sorry, Dr. Dinegar, we're out of time, but I appreciate you being with us tonight. Dr. Carolyn Dinegar from the University of New Haven. Thank you for being here with us. Well, also, officials at the New York Stock Exchange have spent the day today checking their equipment, and they say the market will be ready to resume trading Monday morning. So far today, all the tests of the computer and communications equipment at the New York Stock Exchange have gone well. The trading floor is about 5 blocks from what's left of the World Trade Center. Trading Monday will start after a moment of silence, and then the traders will sing "God Bless America." We'll be back with more news in just a moment.
Looking for something tasty? Then hurry into McDonald's for the Mickey D's Dollar Menu. With so many great choices, each just $1, there's something for everyone.
We love to see you smile.
Looking for a real power trip? Chevy's moving the 2001 Metal. $2,000 cash back on Chevy S10 4-cylinder. $1,500 cash back or 1.9% financing on Silverado half-ton extended cab. That's right, tough guy. Big cash back or low APR. We'll give you the power. The question is, are you going to use it? Make your money count now at your local Chevy dealer.
Dry and sunny every day. Sounds like a dream, doesn't it? Especially if you experience occasional loss of bladder control. That's why Poise is the only pad that's custom fit to keep you drier. The center is gently raised to bring protection closer to you. And it's wider at one end, so you place the protection where you need it most, for a close custom fit that keeps you drier than any other pad. So every day feels dry and comfortable.
And counting. The new 210 horsepower supercharged Nissan Xterra. Still everything you need, nothing you don't.
The bills are piling up. We just couldn't get ahead.
So we decided to rent the basement out.
One time here on 39, I'm in the bed here. We got a little black hog here.
The hog auction people are our best customers. They're double rate.
Because of all the cleanup.
Well, there was a little more hay than we expected.
Is there an easier way to get money out of your home? Champion says yes.
Amazing.
That's art? Want real value? Then enjoy the Mickey D's Dollar Menu, where every item is just $1. Like a double cheeseburger, a McChicken sandwich, and more. Come taste the value.
We love to see you smile.
Meteorologist Abby Carruthers is here, and Abby, I guess the best thing about today was the beautiful weather.
Really, and we're going to see that nice weather through the remainder of the weekend and into next week too. Real quick, let's just give you an overview of what the situation is now weather-wise. We'll go to the school net. Temperatures in the lower 60s. Get ready for a cool one tonight. We're likely to see some lows in the 40s, and we certainly saw them last night in North Branford, where it got down to 41 degrees. A little bit on the breezy side today, but those winds will be dying down, and we can expect to see some calm conditions, but cool lows in the 40s. Let's take a look at the futurecast. Jump ahead for you for just the next few days. By tonight, we'll continue to see that high pressure in place. That will be the case for the next several days. High pressure just continuing to leave some nice, pleasant weather. Some high clouds mixed in there. Doesn't even look like this moisture is going to be impacting us in the next several days. Monday through Friday, looking bright. In summary, here's a look at our forecast for tonight. Expect to see clear and cool conditions with temperatures in the lower 50s and mid 40s. For tomorrow, we'll see some sunshine, of course. It will be a nice, pleasant morning for us. The remainder of the day as well, very comfortable. A News Channel 8-day forecast for you, thanks to Storm Team 8. Here's a quick peek at it. You'll notice we have plenty of sunshine in store with temperatures in the 70s. And if you're looking for something fun to do tonight, outdoor-wise, you might want to check out the Eli Whitney Folk Festival over at Edgerton Park. Should be a lot of fun.
Good distraction, maybe.
A good concert tonight coming up live at 8:45. Nancy Griffith.
Thank you very much, Abby. More news in just a moment.
We're gonna go do some errands for Mama today. Oh, what is that? Ah. Oh, we're gonna go for a ride. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
The 2002 Accord from Honda. You can't explain it until you have one of your own.
Now lease a 2002 Accord LX for $239 a month for 39 months.
Olive loaf, pig's feet,
Squid's awesome.
tofu toast points, pierogies.
Some odd choices have been appearing on some value menus.
The box nuts are nice.
Deviled eggs.
Try the egg salad.
You like melon balls?
Grilled cheese.
But not at Wendy's. Our super value menu has hot and juicy junior bacon cheeseburgers, crispy chicken nuggets, 2 fresh salads, all the things you really love for just 99 cents each.
Fish balls, meatballs, chicken balls.
The super value menu at Wendy's. Come in today.
Planning to sell your home or condo this year? You're probably wondering how much it's worth. You can find out free on the web at housevalues.com. So if you're planning to sell, visit housevalues.com today. That's housevalues.com.
Morning, oranges. Today, you aren't going to be taken away and concentrated or sweetened or anything silly like that. Introducing Simply Orange, 100% unfooled around with.
There's something tempting going on at DQ. Oh yeah, the DQ Crispy Chicken Salad. Tender strips of all white meat chicken breast dance on a bed of fresh lettuce with shredded cheese, diced tomatoes, and crispy bacon, making this the freshest salad you've ever had the pleasure of enjoying. It'll seduce your taste buds. The Crispy Chicken Salad, only at DQ.
Did you know exposing children to music helps them to understand math and science? Music is a powerful instrument of education. The New Haven Folk Alliance promotes the enjoyment and development of American folk music. So join me on September 14th and 15th to help support folk music at the Eli Whitney Folk Festival. For more information, visit ctfolk.com.
Welcome back, everybody. In days where we can all use some good news, there's some more terrible news to report from the sports world. Two-time kart racing champion Alex Zanardi lost both of his legs in this crash here today at the American Memorial 500 in Germany. Zanardi was hit coming out of the pits by a car traveling close to 200 miles per hour. After 3 hours of surgery in Berlin Hospital, Zanardi is listed in critical but stable condition. Now, the rest of the sports world will try to get back to normal on Monday, 6 days after Tuesday's attack. For Connecticut, the healing process started last night with some high school football, and for some continued with today's only state college game, Bentley at Southern Connecticut.
They wanted to shut down this country, and they did for 5 days, and that's enough. That's enough.
For at least a little while today, American spirit made room for a little school spirit.
The president already said to have a return to normalcy, so college football is a return to normalcy.
While most of the sports world opted to take the weekend off, today's Southern Connecticut State University Bentley College football game went on a day later than planned.
There's a lot of discussion between both presidents and both athletic departments over this, and we felt it would be best for us to play the game. We're fortunate we were able to move from Friday and still be in the same venue, so it's something we're doing. Doesn't mean that we don't have great empathy for New York and Washington. No, not at all.
As a matter of fact, today's game seemed to help some people. For Kevin Sherman of North Haven, it was a chance to take his son Elliot to his first football game.
We just came out here just to get out, and I was curious on whether there was a football game being played today, and I was surprised that there was.
And while some brought their sons to watch the game, others came to watch their sons. Frank Spurl, an East Hartford firefighter, is still missing one of his friends, but he was there today anyway, cheering on his son Michael.
I got a chance to just not think about it, because it's pretty much been thinking about it all week. It's just a couple hours just to, it's going to be there when the game's over, so.
And it took people a while to kind of get into the game today, a little bit. It took them about a quarter to finally get that spirit going. And Southern actually ended up losing 28-24, but that's secondary really to today's game.
Yeah, I think a lot of people anxious to have sports up and running. It's a distraction.
I think they need it. Diversion.
Right. Special report coming up tonight at 7 o'clock. We'll see you then. Have a great evening.
You've been watching News Channel 8 Weekend. Coverage you can count on.
Your strength, endurance, and desire to succeed epitomize the true spirit of an athlete.
Congratulations to Venus Williams for an ace performance. Sponsored by Burger King and News Channel 8.
Flame-broiled Whopper from Burger King. It's made hot, fresh, and juicy every time. Guaranteed. So groove on down to Burger King for the best burger experience ever. Guaranteed.
Your strength, endurance, and desire to succeed epitomize the true spirit of an athlete. Congratulations to Venus Williams for an ace performance. Sponsored by Burger King and News Channel 8.
The wonder of it all. Take a chance, make it happen. Pop the cork, finger snapping. Spin the wheel, round and round we go. Life is good, life is sweet. Grab yourself a front row seat. Let's meet and have a ball. Let's live. Yeah, let's live for the wonder of it all. Meet me at Foxwoods. Foxwoods.
Presenting the chefs of Foxwoods.
Hi, I'm Melissa Kusa, sous chef at Foxwoods' famous Sunday brunch. Today we'll be preparing strawberry crepes. Add sugar, salt, cake flour, and bread flour. Slowly mix in eggs. Mix until smooth, but don't overmix. Add milk and oil slowly, then the liquor. In small saute pan, melt butter. Add sliced strawberries. Sprinkle with sugar and saute until strawberries are just tender.
Visit WTNH.com for this recipe.
When you need to know, just click on WTNH.com. When you need to know about severe storms heading your way, click on Storm Team 8 Doppler for up-to-the-minute radar images. Saving time and avoiding traffic problems on your morning commute are a click away at WTNH.com with Traffic Cam. And for the latest news from across Connecticut, WTNH.com is the only place you need to go. WTNH.com. Coverage you can count on.
Searching for victims of the terrorist attacks and not hopeful. It is difficult and dangerous work, as the latest pictures show. Was there a lost opportunity in the investigation? The president is very tough today and says the nation will have to be even tougher when they know who it is. The nation tries to get on with life as tough as it is. It is a hard task for all.
ABC News, World Headquarters in New York. This is World News Tonight, Saturday. Reporting tonight, Peter Jennings.
Good evening, everybody. As you all know, in the country is trying to get on with life and yet having to deal with a new set of realities. We are going to begin this Saturday night with the latest things that we actually know. President Bush has said for the first time today that Osama bin Laden is a prime suspect in these attacks on the country. Mr. Bush also said that when the country is sure who did this, he will not settle for a token response. Here in New York, the painstaking search of the trade tower rubble has not produced any survivors. The city says 4,972 people are missing and unaccounted for. At the Pentagon, where they say 188 people are missing and unaccounted for, we've had a closer look from the inside at how much damage the terrorists actually did. We do not know the precise state of the investigation, but we do know this evening that there may have been, in very general terms, a lost opportunity in this investigation even before the terrorist attacks occurred. And we will, of course, get to that as well. But we're going to start with the President's Day. As I said, he's been very tough, and ABC's Terry Moran joins us this evening from Camp David. Terry?
Well, Peter, the president's fierce words and grim tone, as you note, were carefully calculated and measured. All part of the effort, as one top aide put it, to educate the public about the challenge ahead.
At Camp David, the president met with his national security team. His mood was defiant.
There's no question about it. This act will not stand. We will find those who did it. We will smoke them out of their holes. We will get them running, and we'll bring them to justice.
As for bin Laden,
there is no question he is what we would call a prime suspect. And if he thinks he can hide, and run from the United States and our allies, he will be sorely mistaken.
But that, as President Bush has acknowledged, will be a hugely difficult task against a phantom enemy. And it will require sacrifices from the American people that the president, in his weekly radio address, began to call for.
You will be asked for your patience, for the conflict will not be short. You will be asked for resolve, for the conflict will not be easy. You will be asked for your strength, because the course to victory may be long.
The aim of today's meeting, planning the government's comprehensive response to the terror, from the investigation to domestic needs, from diplomatic efforts to military options. Secretary of State Powell said the scope of the campaign would be vast.
And what we have to do is not just go after these perpetrators and those who gave them haven, but the whole curse of terrorism that is upon the face of the earth.
White House officials know how crucial the public's role in this campaign is, and they are actively considering the president's next major public appearance, a trip somewhere out in the middle of the country. Peter, they know security issues remain paramount, but as one top aide put it, we know how powerful that trip would be.
Thanks, Terry. Terry Moran at Camp David with the president tonight. In the international community, there's pressure on everybody as well, this sort of are you with us or against us policy of the United States at the moment. Pakistan said today it is going to cooperate with the United States in any international military response to Tuesday's attacks. The White House, you know, gave Pakistan a list of demands, including closing its borders with Afghanistan, where the Taliban has been giving sanctuary to Osama bin Laden for a long period of time. There are a tremendous number of options for a very, very complicated international situation. And so now let's go next to the State Department, where Martha Raddatz has been covering both the military and the political dimension of this today. Martha?
The military scenarios that the president has before him are extensive. A senior military official tells ABC News they even include ground troops. But first, the U.S. has to find bin Laden. The Americans have gone after the accused terrorist before. Cruise missiles were launched into Afghanistan in 1998 after the embassy bombings in Africa. Some of Osama bin Laden's bunkers were wiped out, but the bombs missed him. Any bombing campaign against bin Laden now would be even more difficult.
We have to be able to locate him and identify where he's at and where he's moving. That may be too late. It could well be that he himself has left the country.
But senior military officers say this war on terrorism could go beyond bin Laden to the ruling Taliban in Afghanistan who have harbored him. Military hardware could be hit, communications towers, anything which would disrupt the Taliban's power base. Sending in ground troops, however, would be complicated and dangerous.
All you can do is essentially repeat the Soviet mistake or the British mistake, which ended in military disaster for both countries.
Senior military leaders are recommending extensive airstrikes. They don't want a repeat of the 1998 bombing, and Peter, expect extensive use of special forces.
Many thanks, Martha Raddatz, who actually is at the Pentagon today. She's been going back and forth between that and her usual beat at the Pentagon. Now let's turn to the latest investigation. As we said, there's nothing particular on the public record. The FBI, the Justice Department in general, the intelligence agencies have all been very tight-lipped about this, as we expected. But ABC's Brian Ross has now been looking at what may have been a lost opportunity for the United States before this attack occurred. Brian? Brian, hang on a sec. Brian, hang on a sec. I don't think we absolutely hear you clearly.
His name is Habib Zacharias Moussaoui, 33 years old. Instructors at the Pan Am Flight School said they called the FBI on August 17th after Moussaoui showed up offering cash and asking for lessons on a 747 flight simulator. He reportedly was not interested in takeoffs and landings, only how to fly the plane in a horizontal position.
The idea of somebody showing up at a 747, a professional flight school, and saying, I just want to learn how to fly horizontal is absurd in the extreme. Nobody would put him in the seat.
After the flight school tip, Moussaoui was taken into custody on immigration charges, and FBI agents then traced him back to another flight school he had attended earlier this year in Norman, Oklahoma. The flight school manager in Oklahoma told ABC News that FBI agents seemed very concerned about Moussaoui's intentions.
We asked him what the circumstances were with him, and they didn't really indicate anything other than that, well, he did something very bad.
It's not known whether Moussaoui was supposed to have any role in this week's attacks, But the former director of counterterrorism for the CIA says his activities should have set off alarm bells.
The information that was known in August about Moussaoui, particularly from foreign intelligence services, was that he was a member of bin Laden's organization, Al-Qaeda. And that should have been a very large warning flag if that information had been put together in Washington. It was not.
Now federal agents are taking Moussaoui very seriously. He is one of the 25 people being detained. Yesterday, he was taken from the county jail in Minnesota and removed to an undisclosed location. Peter?
Many thanks, Brian Ross. And just to confirm that FBI sources do say, of course, they're looking for connections to Osama bin Laden. And what made them suspicious was that huge amount of cash offered to the flying school. And now let's look at the political support for the president. Last night, the House of Representatives voted to give the president the authority to use force in this campaign against terrorism. And ABC's Linda Douglas joins us from Capitol Hill. And Linda, it was almost unanimous.
It was a very passionate debate, Peter, with even Democrats and Republicans as well saying this is a war of good versus evil. We've got to crush terrorism. Some Democrats raised questions about whether it gave the president too much power, but only one member of Congress, a Democrat, Barbara Lee of California, voted no, and she said that the United States should not retaliate by killing innocent civilians.
I struggled and agonized over how I could make a statement on behalf of those who are afraid right now, who don't know if this is going to spiral out of control, and the right position and the moral position. And ultimately, I had to search myself and my God for direction.
Now, Lee told me today she realizes she'll go down in history as the only member who voted against this action. She says she feels she's in a very lonely place, Peter.
Now, Linda, there's a struggle, or something of a struggle, in the House about whether or not the federal government should come along and give aid to the airlines, which have been hurting so much this week.
There was a real fight last night. They tried very hard to vote in the House to give the airlines $15 billion to bail them out. But some members said they just didn't have enough details to vote on it. Others said they're getting pressured by other industries, such as the insurance industry. They would like money too. They were hoping they'd be able to send a signal to the markets when they open on Monday that they're going to bail out the airline industry, but they were just not able to reach an agreement, Peter.
Okay, many thanks. ABC's Linda Douglas on Capitol Hill. This takes us to the general economic dilemma that the airlines have been suffering. We're joined by ABC's Betsy Stark. This has been particularly tough, we know today, on 3 American airlines.
That's right, Peter. Continental, Northwest, and American each said they're cutting their flight schedules by 20%. Continental also said it was furloughing 12,000 employees, not laying them off, but letting them go for a extended indefinite vacation. The real possibility of bankruptcy looms for these airlines. They were already losing hundreds of millions of dollars in a weak economy. Now with these additional security measures required and passengers afraid to fly, they're losing a lot more money. Let me tell you that in a press conference today, Gordon Bethune, the chairman of Continental, said, "We need our Congress to intervene and save our industry, and if it doesn't, I can't tell you," he said, "that this is the only furlough you're going to see."
And there was one thing today which really absolutely did surprise me in terms of all the restrictions. I hadn't thought about this one of cargo.
That's right, Peter. The FAA now says that commercial cargo may not travel in the belly of a passenger plane. That is how the electronics industry got a lot of its parts transported from Asia. So the people who make phones and computers and rely on Taiwan and South Korea to send chips and other parts to them through passenger traffic say, if we don't find another way to get those parts soon, we're gonna have to stop producing.
Enough pressure, do you think, to get the FAA to loosen up on this one?
The chairman of the major airlines are due to meet with the transportation secretary on Tuesday. I'll bet you that's going to be one of the things on the agenda.
Okay, now the New York Stock Exchange, which is among the places on your normal beat, had a test today to see whether or not it was ready to open on Monday. How did it do?
Chairman Dick Rosso says all systems go. The exchange passed the test. I think it might be more accurate to say all systems are good enough to go, and they will be using every hour they have between now and Monday morning, the exchange and all the brokerage firms in the surrounding area, to improve their readiness.
Okay, many thanks, Betsy Stark. I want to return now to the whole question of air travel. Were you trying to get anywhere today? A great many Americans have been trying so intensely throughout the week to get where they want to go. One of the airports that had, of course, the greatest difficulty and in sense has the greatest responsibility, that's not true, the sense of responsibility on its shoulders these days, is Logan Airport in Boston. So we asked ABC's Ron Claiborne to spend some time on that.
At Logan Airport, state police were posted at security checkpoints and inside the control tower. The security measures were even stricter than what the FAA had ordered for all U.S. airports. Federal marshals and the heavily armed state troopers patrolled the terminals, and passengers were subjected to random ID and luggage checks.
And we walk through here, and there's some U.S. Marshals everywhere on the way out of here, so it makes you feel safer.
Even though the airport was open, many of the 1,300 scheduled flights were canceled. Those that did take off were often delayed by hours. The American Airlines terminal was filled with passengers, in part because some arrived as much as 8 hours early to avoid long lines. Here and throughout the country, there were plenty of nervous air travelers.
I'm going to be honest with you. This morning, around 2:30, I looked at her and I said, I don't know if we want to do this. And she looked at me and said, we're doing it.
In Miami, security officers took the unusual step of checking vehicles that pulled up to drop off passengers. In Chicago, a man was detained after he said he was carrying a bomb and a knife in his bag. At Dulles Airport, police cracked down on vehicles that parked next to the terminal.
You cannot leave a vehicle here. Have you not been listening to what's been going on?
Washington's Reagan National Airport is the only major airport still closed. But starting tonight, airlines will be allowed to fly their empty planes elsewhere. With National closed, Amtrak has been doing booming business. For the most part, air travelers said they are willing to put up with the long lines, cancellations, delays, and confusion because many said it is the price they will have to pay for greater security for themselves and for the country. Ron Claiborne, ABC News, Boston.
And now we turn to the principal crime scene, which is, of course, here in New York. This has been another day of enormous effort, extraordinary effort, to try to find out whether underneath all that rubble there are still survivors. Many people have asked, where did the trade towers go? Well, it's going in part 1,000 tons of debris already delivered to a location in Staten Island. As we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, the official number of missing is now 4,972. That is up 200 from yesterday. And we check now on the scene here today with ABC's Bob Jamieson. Bob?
Peter, it's not possible from our usual vantage points to appreciate the scale of the devastation at the spot where the Twin Towers stood. It is only when you come here to Ground Zero, as cameraman Tim Cothran did today. This was a fire truck. This, a remnant of life before Tuesday morning. At the base of what was the South Tower, the second building hit, there is a gaping crevice hundreds of feet wide. A makeshift bridge of fire ladders lashed together has been thrown across. Search teams gingerly edged along it today, only to climb another set of ladders at the other side. And the firemen are confronted by a peak of tangled girders, some of the 250,000 tons of steel in the two towers. A misstep can be dangerous. This fireman suffered a broken leg today. Lines of workers passing buckets from hand to hand are removing the rubble 5 gallons at a time. The mayor's office said today that 20,000 tons has been removed so far. There is another 1.25 million tons to go. There are so many workers now at Ground Zero that just keeping track of them, let alone coordinating their efforts, what to remove and when, is a problem.
Well, who's working over there?
The primary task is still the search for survivors. Dogs were in use again today. Since Wednesday, they have found only the dead. And when they left Ground Zero today for a few hours rest, there was applause for the exhausted firemen. Another difficult job for the firemen is sustaining the optimism that now, on the 5th day, some of the 4,900 missing, Peter, will still be found alive.
Thank you very much, Bob Jamieson at Ground Zero, where he's been since the very beginning of this. In Pennsylvania, we actually reported this yesterday. The cockpit voice recorder was found yesterday. It's now been sent to its manufacturer, and our sources are telling us there is concern about possible damage to the device. The airline was going at about 500 miles per hour when it crashed. Still missing in the ruins of the Trade Center, of course, are the 4 recorders that were aboard those 2 flights. Now we go to the Pentagon. We said at the beginning of the broadcast, the Pentagon has now said that they believe 188 people are unaccounted and missing, and we have been looking at the Pentagon throughout the week from the outside. That enormous gash in the building, the American flag now flying beside it. The Secretary of Defense went out there and looked at it the other day. But now we have a slightly different perspective because the Pentagon has released some video, which ABC's John Yang in Washington tells us about.
The new pictures vividly show the devastating power unleashed when the hijacked airliner slammed into the Pentagon. The tremendous heat of flaming jet fuel. The daily routine suddenly and brutally interrupted. A moment frozen in time. The plane punched almost completely through the building.
The airplane traveled in a path about like this, and the nose of the aircraft broke through this innermost wall of C-ring into AE drive.
5 days later, the horror is still overwhelming.
Anything like this, I would not probably be describing inadequately to you. You know, it's just not capable of putting in words that type of destruction, that type of death that you're seeing or we're seeing.
It could have been much worse. The plane hit a section recently strengthened to protect against a terrorist attack. Columns reinforced with steel and windows made blast resistant. The structure held for nearly a half hour before collapsing, giving the injured a better chance of escape.
The fact that they happened to hit an area that we had built so sturdily was a wonderful gift.
In a perverse way.
In a perverse way.
Workers continue to stabilize the structure so other operations can proceed. So far, remains of fewer than half the dead have been recovered.
We do expect to be in this particular mode for approximately another 10 days as we move forward with the process of, as you might imagine, the very arduous task of removing bodies.
So much water was poured on the building to put the fires out, officials are now worried about the telephone and computer networks. Repairing the building will be a massive undertaking that will take years. John Yang, ABC News, the Pentagon.
I think we needn't tell you anywhere in the country what an extraordinarily difficult weekend this is. Here in New York today, it was a beautiful sunny day, and as they dug away at the trade towers, thousands and thousands of people began to try to readjust their lives, as we said at the beginning of the broadcast, always mindful at what had happened and equally mindful that you had to get on with life. By the way, we spent some time here this morning in New York talking to some children about this disaster. They were quite unusually eloquent, these young kids, and the network has decided to rebroadcast this program answering children's questions, and they, by the way, asked a lot of them too, at 1 o'clock Eastern Time tomorrow, 11 Pacific. It's 2 hours, and may we suggest it's an interesting thing to experience with your children. As the country tries to readjust, ABC's Brian Rooney has been watching and listening.
Millions of Americans returned to a semblance of normal today, even if they had to push themselves to do it. They did a little shopping in Georgia.
We came out to get a few gifts, and even though we don't really feel like shopping, but we're trying to make it normal.
They strolled in front of the White House, a place that may have been a target on Tuesday. It was a day to ride a bicycle in Los Angeles.
And it's almost like you cling to your regular activities so that you can keep remaining normal and keep functioning, because otherwise you might get overwhelmed.
It was a day to fly a model airplane.
It helps, yeah. It's recreational. It helps flying these airplanes.
The country can't return fully to normal because life is still not normal. There's no Major League Baseball this weekend, no NFL tomorrow. But there were still plenty of sporting events in the country today. Despite the decision of professional sports, a lot of schools and amateur athletic leagues decided they would go ahead with their schedules this weekend. Today in this park in Sherman Oaks, California, 1,700 children are playing soccer.
We are very sympathetic to all the families that have lost lives or friends, but we think the kids' best thing is to get back into their regular routine.
A lot of people would like to get back to their regular routine.
I guess I'm trying to almost force myself to start doing things again, seeing my family, going out, starting to see friends.
But there are lingering reminders over every event that normal is not what it was only a few days ago. Brian Rooney, ABC News, Los Angeles.
And as everybody in the country knows, it's not going to be very long before we see, and in many cases participate, in a great many funerals. Here in New York, the first of many funerals for the firefighters. 300 firefighters in the New York department have died. Today there were funerals for 2 of the senior officers, including the first deputy commissioner. Many of the firefighters who would normally attend funerals in this show of brotherhood could not attend for all the obvious reasons. Actually, for the one obvious reason, they were working, trying to find the victims. The department also paid its respects to a beloved chaplain who died on the job on Tuesday. Here's ABC's Dan Harris.
Fire Department Chaplain Father Michael Judge took care of the men who take care of us. Fittingly, his funeral mass was held in the church where he lived, directly across the street from the fire station where he worked. Tuesday morning, when Father Mike, as he was known, heard about the attack, he changed out of his habit and into his firefighter uniform, then rushed to the scene. While giving last rites to a dying firefighter, Father Mike took off his helmet out of respect. He was hit by falling rubble. Firefighters carried his body to a local church and placed it on the altar.
Look how that man died. He was right where the action was, where he always wanted to be. He was talking to God, and he was helping someone. Can you honestly think of a better way to die?
Father Mike's body was the first to be removed from Ground Zero, and his friend, Father Duffy, who delivered the homily today, says he believes there's a reason for that. Father Mike, he says, will greet people on the other side.
And he's going to greet them with that big Irish smile. He's going to take them by the arm and the hand and say, welcome. I want to take you to my Father.
A wrenching scene made worse by the knowledge that soon there may very well be thousands more like it. Dan Harris, ABC News, New York.
On this weekend and in these days ahead here in New York City and in many parts of the country, there is a clear feeling among people, many people anyway, that they need to be together. Manhattan's Union Square, 30 blocks north of the World Trade Center, has become one of those important places where people need to be together. The square is increasingly crowded by flags and artwork and candles and other mementos in memory of the thousands of people who are presumed to be dead. And if you listen very carefully, you hear mostly silence. And finally then, in this half hour, bravery and appreciation. As we were walking between ABC buildings today, we stopped in at our local fire hall. This is just one fire station, and they lost 11 men in this disaster. And it was deeply impressive to see how the local community had showed up to just show solidarity. Ernest Hemingway once said that bravery is grace under pressure. And F. Scott Fitzgerald wrote, "Show me a hero, and I will write you a tragedy." As firefighters and other relief workers continue to hunt in the rubble for any sign of life, and it is still very dangerous for them, they know by now that people all over the country pray that they will be successful and safe.
Rescue 5's up there. Okay. Thank you.
And that is our report on this edition of World News Tonight, Saturday. Where you are, perhaps the country is beginning to feel vigorous again. Perhaps it's noisy again where you are. It certainly is in many parts of New York City. But we have found one place after another where it is still very important for people to be silent, even in public. I'm Peter Jennings. Good night.
This has been a presentation of ABC News. More Americans get their news from ABC News.
This morning, on a special 2-hour broadcast, we'll preview America's response with Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, Attorney General John Ashcroft, House Speaker Dennis Hastert, House Minority Leader Richard Gephardt, Senator John Kerry, Senator John McCain, New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, former CIA Director James Woolsey, former House Speaker Newt Gingrich, Federal Emergency Management Agency Director Joe Albaugh, Solicitor General Ted Olson, and our panel, Britt Hume, Mara Eliason, Bill Kristol, and Juan Williams. This is the September 16th edition of Fox News Sunday. Good morning and welcome to a special edition of Fox News Sunday. Here's the latest news. President Bush ordered American troops to prepare for war and asked citizens to get ready for a long, difficult assault against terrorism. The president labeled Osama bin Laden as the prime suspect in the terrorist attacks. More than a dozen suspects have been arrested or detained so far, and 4,972 people still are missing from the World Trade Center. 159 confirmed dead. At the Pentagon, the death toll stands at 188. Another 45 died in the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. We begin our coverage today with Fox News senior correspondent Jim Angle at Camp David. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Tony. President Bush put the nation on a war footing as he met with top advisors at Camp David, asking the public for patience and resolve as he plans what he called a sweeping and sustained campaign against terrorism.
We're at war. There's been an act of war declared upon America by terrorists, and we will respond accordingly. And I appreciate very much the American people understanding that.
The president wouldn't talk about any plans for retaliation, but he's clearly settled on Osama bin Laden as the man responsible.
There is no question he is what we would call a prime suspect. And if he thinks he can hide and run from the United States and our allies, he will be sorely mistaken.
We'll smoke the terrorists out of their holes, he said, and bring them to justice. And officials are getting pledges of support for that from around the world.
Not just rhetorical support, but real support for whatever may lay ahead in this campaign.
But retaliating isn't the only challenge facing the president. Tuesday's attacks have created another urgent problem: how to rebuild an already weak economy, now reeling from $5 billion in property losses. The administration will hold urgent meetings with airline executives this week after Continental said it's laying off 12,000 workers and warned of bankruptcy. Other airlines are warning of layoffs as well, some saying 100,000 jobs could disappear. The airlines deliver cargo as well as people, so companies and even states such as Hawaii are pleading for the White House and Congress to act.
Please do not put at risk millions of jobs, not tens of thousands, millions of jobs.
A growing concern at the White House, prompting Mr. Bush to schedule an urgent meeting with economic advisors as early as today.
We hope, obviously, that the measures we take will allow the American economy to continue on.
He urged people to return to work, saying America needs to get on with its life, mindful, of course, that a comprehensive assault on terrorism will need to draw on economic strength as well as military power. Tony?
Thanks, Jim. Now joining us, our first guest, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. Secretary Rumsfeld, you've heard the President describe Osama bin Laden as the prime suspect. How important is bin Laden in the overall fight against terrorism?
There's no question but that he is a prime suspect. The Al-Qaeda organization, however, is a large, multi-headed effort that probably spans 60 countries, including the United States. And it is much bigger than one person. And the problem is much broader. It is not just the Al-Qaeda organization. There are other terrorist organizations in the world that have made it their business to wreak great damage on others. And the President has properly indicated that it is a war. It's a new kind of war. The old rhetoric, the old words aren't going to work quite right for this problem. We're going to have to reorder our priorities. We're going to, as he said, be resolute and patient. It has to be very broadly based. It will be political, economic, diplomatic, military. It will be unconventional, what we do. And the reality is that the best defense against terrorism is an offense. That is to say, taking the battle to the terrorist organizations and particularly to the countries across this globe that have for a period of years been tolerating, facilitating, financing, and making possible the activities of those terrorists.
How do you go after those countries?
Well, the terrorist organizations themselves and the terrorists don't have targets of high value. They don't have armies and navies and air forces that one can go battle against. They don't have capital cities with high value assets that they're reluctant to lose. They work in the shadows. They operate in safe houses and apartments, and they use weapons that are distinctively different, plastic knives, our own aircraft in this case, to bring about the damage. And they're trying to strike directly at the way of life of free people of the United States of America. And we have to understand that. That is their goal. They don't believe in freedom. They don't believe in what our values, and their hope is to strike at it. And we need to wage a long, broad, sustained effort. And I must say, I've been in and out of government for a lot of years, and if I know anything, it's that we can put trust in the American people.
You've talked about the strikes. Is this wave of strikes over, the terrorist strikes?
I think that until it will take, this is something that involves not weeks or days, but years, this effort. It is not we've just seen a battle and we lost.
The American people want to know whether this battle is over for now or whether in the next few days or weeks or even the next month or two, they should be living in fear.
One has to know that a terrorist can attack at any time and any place using any technique, and it is not physically possible to defend in every place at every time against every conceivable method. We just saw the use of aircraft. It could be ships, it could be subways, it could be any number of things. We have been deeply concerned since I assumed my post with President Bush about the so-called asymmetrical threats, the problems of the reality that people don't want to contest our Army, Navies, or Air Forces. They know they'll lose. What they can do is use these asymmetrical threats of terrorism and chemical warfare and biological warfare and ballistic missiles and cruise missiles and cyber attacks. And we need to continue to work those problems.
Does that mean they now have chemical and biological weapons?
There's no question but that a number of the countries that are harboring terrorist organizations throughout the world do in fact have chemical and biological weapons.
And which countries are we talking about?
The list of countries that harbor terrorists is a public list, and we know of certain knowledge that any number of countries have those capabilities.
You spoke before of unconventional attacks. One presumes that would be on some of those targets. What are we talking about?
I don't quite understand the question.
You said early on that we were going to have to use unconventional methods in waging this war. What were you talking about?
Well, I mean, if you do not have an army to go after or a navy to go after, you have to go after the network. And you have to then also go after the countries that are harboring. Some of the countries that are harboring terrorist networks do in fact have high-value targets. They do have capitals. They do have armies.
So you are saying if some of those nations continue to harbor terrorists, we would not hesitate to strike high-value targets within those borders?
We have no choice. Either the United States acquiesces to the terrorists and becomes isolationist, turns inward, gives up our freedom. The way they strike at us, at our way of life, is so fundamental and central because what we are is free people. And if we decide we can't do anything about this problem, we have no choice but to give up that freedom. And we can't do that.
Do you trust Pakistan?
I guess I'm with President Reagan on things like that. I trust and verify. I am a person who, I don't think that's the right word even, the right question. I think what we need to do is to go to the countries that we have knowledge and tell them it has to stop. And if it does not stop, we have to help stop it.
It has been suggested that we might invite Iran in to join the coalition. Is that a wise request?
The President and the Secretary of State and others have discussed these issues. Our goal is to stop countries from harboring and financing and fostering and facilitating worldwide terrorism against the United States of America and our interests, our friends and allies. To the extent a country is doing that, they'd best stop.
Let's talk about how we respond. Let me begin with a personal experience. You were in the Pentagon when it was hit.
Mm-hmm.
This is personal for you now, isn't it?
Well, of course, but
all right,
it's I mean, personal in the sense it's our country that's at stake. Think of the thousands of people who are dead, more people than in all the wars up to the Civil War. We lost more people in this week than we did at Pearl Harbor.
Then, let me ask you.
It's personal for America.
You were in the Pentagon.
Yep.
The people at the Federal Aviation Administration had contacted NORAD, and yet we were not able to get fighters to knock those planes out of the sky. And in one case, they called Langley Air Force Base in Southern Virginia rather than Andrews Air Force Base, which is next door. How'd that happen?
Tony, it happens because the United States has not said to itself that it needs to stay on high alert every minute of the day. The Department of Defense has as its legal assignment under the law to defend from external threats. Here was a group of people in the United States using civilian aircraft. I mean, the idea of us sending up a fighter plane to shoot down an American aircraft filled with Americans is such an unusual thought. Now, anytime planes go off track, NORAD is notified, but we have never maintained the kind of, invested the kind of money to maintain an air cap over the United States on a continuous basis.
Are we going to need to?
I think that you have to remember that a terrorist can attack at any time in any place using any technique, and if you were going to do that, you would have to do that with every subway, with every port, with every ship, with every crossroad, with every large gathering of human beings. The way to deal with this problem is not to suddenly become a police state and say we're not going to be free and we're not going to go about our lives. It's to go after the people who are posing this very serious danger to the world, and that's what we need to do.
There's been a lot of talk about assassination bans. Is that a bad idea?
I guess it's, I'm not a lawyer, but there's no question but that the United States needs to deal with the network, and the network involves people, and it's a matter of going after them and stopping them from doing what they're doing.
In terms of defense, we've got to rethink everything. You've just been doing a big defense review. Now you've got to do it again.
No, I don't.
Okay, then let's...
We have to review our priorities, but from January through Tuesday, we have focused on the new world we live in, on the need for homeland defense, on the need to reorder the priorities in the Department of Defense and in the U.S. government, and the need to recognize that we have to think anew about the world we're in.
Let me ask you the questions everybody's asking. When it comes to fighting back, how soon?
Well, see, the question isn't how soon or how fast. Or it isn't a matter of, this isn't going to be a few cruise missiles flying around on television for the world to see that something blew up. The network that did this does not have things to blow up as such. They're in apartments, and they're using laptops, and they're using cell phones, and they are functioning in the shadows, not out in front. Now, the countries that are harboring them do. So I'm not suggesting that there will not be military action. There very likely will be. But it will have to be a broad effort over a long period of time, going after their finances, tracking them down. A lot of it's law enforcement. A lot of it will be special operations.
Well, special operations. Right now we have 35,000 special operations forces. Do we need more?
Time will tell, but there's no question but that the people who, God bless them, who have volunteered for that work and trained themselves for it are important to our country, and they're unconventional, and we're dealing in an unconventional time, and we may very well need more of them.
The President has called up 35,000 reserves. Do you expect further call-ups?
It's unclear. It depends on what happens next and the specialties we need to sustain the effort that we're currently engaged in. It is stressful on the force to stay on high alert, and we're on alert, DEFCON 4 across the globe, and we're on a state of force protection, Charlie, here in the United States, and a relatively quite high alert. And that means it takes more people, more effort. We've got aircraft that are available on a 15-minute scramble strip alert. But it is it's a mistake to think of this as something that's going to be dealt with in a short period. It is a big problem for the world.
Is there anything to prevent us from going in and taking out Osama bin Laden?
Well, I mean, my goodness, if that were doable, it isn't a matter of him, it's a matter of his network. If he were not there, there'd be 15 or 20 or 30 other people who would step in and take care of those pieces. Obviously, he's a prime suspect, but we have to be realistic. This is not a person that's the problem. It is a whole host of people and a whole host of countries that are harboring those people, and that has to stop.
Two very quick questions. First, do we need to reopen production lines for the B-2 and cruise missiles?
Obviously, we'll be addressing those, and it depends on what the demands may be, and those are decisions we'll be looking at in the period ahead, among others.
Even though there's been a spike in recruiting, any prospect of reinvigorating the draft?
We have no plans to do that at the moment. The numbers of people we're able to attract and retain have been within the margin that we need, and I don't see that happening at the moment. I wouldn't rule out anything, however.
All right. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Tony.
Now we're going to turn our focus to the investigation of Tuesday's attack. Fox News senior correspondent Rita Cosby joins us with the latest. Rita?
Tony, overnight authorities arrested a second man as a material witness in this case. The unidentified man was taken into custody in an apartment in Jersey City, New Jersey. And law enforcement sources tell Fox News he has information about the planning behind the two hijacked planes that struck the Twin Towers. This comes as a new finding is made near the scene. An intensive search is underway for evidence blocks away from where New York's World Trade Center once stood, now that a passport of a suspected hijacker has been discovered near the ruins. The investigation is moving quickly, with a second material witness arrested, and the Justice Department promising a flurry of warrants to come soon. The first man arrested is the same one who was taken into custody Thursday night at JFK Airport after he presented a fake pilot's license to authorities. Law enforcement sources say he has ties to relatives of Osama bin Laden. Sources also say these two men, who took an Amtrak train from St. Louis to Texas on Tuesday, are cooperating with authorities and providing valuable clues. Sources say when they were arrested on immigration violations, agents found $5,000 cash, box cutter knives similar to the ones used in Tuesday's attacks, and hair dye, which was also found in cars rented by the hijackers. And some new details showed there was a major intelligence breakdown prior to the terrorist attacks. Fox News has learned that U.S. intelligence officials knew that two of the hijackers on the plane that crashed into the Pentagon had been in the U.S. for some time. Sources say Khalid al-Midhar and Nawak al-Hamzi were on the FBI's terrorism watch list, and that the CIA told the FBI in late August that both men were in the country and to be concerned. FBI sources say the two men could not be found at that time. Law enforcement sources say the evidence keeps mounting against Osama bin Laden as being the mastermind behind the attacks. He continues to deny any involvement. In a statement released today to a Pakistan-based news agency, bin Laden said, quote, "The U.S. is pointing the finger at me, but I categorically state I have not done this." He further said those who have done it, they have done it in their personal interest. Law enforcement officials put no stock and no credibility in his words. Tony?
Thanks, Rita. We're now joined from Camp David by the man running the investigation, Attorney General John Ashcroft. Also here, Britt Hume, Washington managing editor of Fox News. Attorney General Ashcroft, Rita Cosby has just referred to the fact that the FBI had on its watch list two men who went in, used their own names, actually enrolled in an airline frequent flyer program, bought tickets under their own names, boarded planes. How on earth did that happen?
Well, obviously it's something we wouldn't want to have happen. We don't want those people in the country. This is a big country. We've got substantial freedom to travel. These individuals were able to do that. And obviously there are things that we'd like to be able to stop that we haven't been able to stop.
Sir, does the FBI not have access to that sort of thing, or is this, what sort of changes do you think are in order so that we can avoid this sort of a calamity?
Well, obviously we'd like to stop individuals who are on any watch list before they come into the country. I'm not prepared to say and don't have an ability to say whether or not these individuals came into at what juncture they came into the country. But we need additional tools in order to stop the kind of tragedy that happened. As a matter of fact, we'll be going to the Hill sometime in the next few days with a variety of upgrades and strengthening provisions in our statutes to help us do some things to curtail the assault of terrorism to which we are fighting. This is a very serious problem, terrorism, and these networks are worldwide. There are thousands of individuals in them. They operate with complexity. They have done very substantial acts which involve very significant technology, and yet we have to upgrade our system to be able to deal with terrorists.
Mr. Attorney General, it's Britt Hume. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you be more specific about what kinds of new authorities and upgrades, as you call them, you'll be seeking from the Congress?
Well, for example, there are some things in our law which are favorable in terms of enforcement against, say, drug dealers and organized crime, which we don't have as tools against terrorists.
What sorts of things?
We need to provide an upgrade in what we can do in terms of money laundering that's associated with terrorism. An individual who conceals or harbors drug dealers is subject to elevated penalties and to special enforcement procedures. We need that for people who would conceal or harbor terrorists. In terms of wiretapping, there are some things that it's easier to get a wiretap against a drug dealer or someone who's involved in illegal gambling than it is against terrorists. Then there are some things we need to strengthen the law generally. For example, in our ability to provide intelligence through wiretaps, we get court orders, but those court orders are assigned to specific telephones, not to individuals. Well, technology has raced us past the point where a specific telephone is that valuable, because people change telephones. You and I know that you can go into convenience stores or into large merchandising outlets and buy telephones that are disposable. So we need to be able to develop our capacity to surveil individuals rather than the hardware people use. These are some of the kinds of examples that we could and will be talking with the Congress to act promptly upon, so that we strengthen our ability to take action against this kind of terrorist network, which has not only assaulted the United States, but has literally assaulted the world. There are nations from Argentina to Zimbabwe that lost lives in these assaults on the United States this last week. Sure. And this is a challenge which we need the help of all nations, but we also are going to strengthen our own capacity to act, and act aggressively.
Sir, let me ask you about something quite specific, and that is, we now know that Barbara Olson, who was the first known victim of this attack, at least known to the country, telephoned her husband, who works with you in the Justice Department, Ted Olson, Solicitor General of the United States, after that flight was in the air, and told him that the plane had been hijacked. And he told us here on Fox News that he picked up the phone and called the relevant officials at the Department of Justice to respond. And it appears that we knew that plane was in the air. We knew it had been hijacked. Presumably, to some extent, we knew where it was. And yet it appears nothing very much happened. Now, we've heard the Defense Secretary saying, you know, we're not equipped to shoot down planes. But what did we know, and what was attempted there with regard to that plane, sir?
Well, I'm not prepared to, at this time, to try and discuss all of the ramifications. Obviously, Ted was in his office in the Justice Department when his wife called him, and I don't know what the specific time sequence and intervals are. My heart goes out to Ted. I spent some time with Ted a day or so ago and called him on the day of the incident. Barbara was a wonderful leader in America. She was obviously a very active person in the political process. But I'm not prepared to make conclusions. Don't think we have enough evidence to make conclusions about those sequences at this time.
Mr. Attorney General, one of your first actions in office was to go after racial profiling. Do you think, in the wake of what's happened, if somebody in an airport detains somebody carrying a Saudi or a UAE or other kind of passport to ask a couple of questions, that's an unconscionable violation of civil rights and something worth investigation by the Department of Justice?
Well, the Department of Justice has made it clear that we don't think this is a time. We do not think this is a time for Arab Americans and other Americans to be persecuted or otherwise the victims of activity that's inappropriate. And as a matter of fact, we've taken steps to make sure that Arab Americans have their rights regarded.
But sir, I did not. I specifically did not mention Arab Americans.
Yeah, that's this particular network. If you'll notice, there has been operating in a way that has been focused on individuals who are associated with and been involved with those kinds of in the Middle East type terrorist organizations, and so we have to understand that in what we do.
Mr. Attorney General, though, the question that Tony raised, I think, is bound to be asked over and over again, and probably needs to be confronted one way or another. I mean, if you look at the names of all of those, all 19 of those people who were suspects in this case, they appear to come from a particular part of the world, basically. They appear to fit a certain profile, if you will. That is profiling has become a dirty word in America in recent times. But is it not, in all reality, sir, a necessary tool to help defend this nation as we seek to identify people who might pose a danger? And is it not the case that necessarily innocent people may have to be detained because of certain characteristics about them, not detained in any permanent sense, but given a special measure of scrutiny just in the interest of public safety?
Well, we are scrutinizing all individuals who are boarding aircraft. Our airport security has been upgraded. We are securing the airports as well as the entry gates for particular flights. And when there are factors that elevate that any suspicion that there's a problem, we take action. That's why you've found a number of new security measures imposed. But we are not at the place of saying that people are suspects based solely on their race or ethnic origin.
Mr. Attorney General, a lot of Americans right now are anxious. They fear that terrorists could strike any day. We hear of children fearing going to school and so on. Are these people overreacting?
Well, I think people should operate with a heightened awareness. This is an enormous worldwide terrorist effort. It's a network. They operate around the world. Much of the world has encountered the kind of problems we've encountered recently in previous settings. This activity has come to the United States. We should operate with a heightened awareness, but we should continue to operate as Americans. We've taken extra measures, and we are going to take substantial additional measures. We're pursuing over 40,000 leads. We have 4,000 FBI agents working this matter aggressively. We've enlisted, with a number of bulletins and other communications, the aid of all law enforcement around the country. We have indicated to those who are in charge of infrastructure locations that might be sensitive that they should be especially aware and careful about the way in which they conduct themselves. This is a war that has been launched against the United States, and we need to understand that, but we do not need to cease being the United States of America in response to these attacks.
Mr. Attorney General, we keep talking about foreign networks and cells and so on, but as we know, a lot of these people had been in this country, and some for a very long time indeed. There are obviously others. To what extent do you, as the head of the Justice Department, privy to what intelligence we have, believe that a lot of the rooting out that needs to be done on American soil?
There's no question about it that we are working toward developing a keen understanding and awareness of any associates of these hijackers and developing better information about the threat that would exist within our own borders. That's why we're going to the Congress in the next few days to ask them to assist us with upgrades to our laws relating to terrorism, the detection of it, our ability to detain individuals who have been involved or are associated in terrorist events, especially those who are not citizens of the United States, and those whose stay here is at the invitation of the United States, but they're aliens in our culture. If they have violated the law, we're going to have to make sure we know how to deal with them and have a capacity to do so effectively.
Mr. Attorney General, Secretary of State Colin Powell said repeatedly that we are close to figuring out who's guilty for the attacks. How close are we?
Well, obviously both the Secretary of State and the President of the United States have said that the Osama bin Laden network is a prime suspect. It's pretty clear from the nature of these acts. They were complex, they were well organized, they were well orchestrated.
Sir, is it conceivable to you that anybody other than Osama bin Laden would be behind it?
The kind of cooperation that has existed in recent months and years between terrorist organizations makes it possible that that a variety of individuals could be involved, and we are not limiting our investigation or our effort to any particular network.
All right, Attorney General John Ashcroft, thank you for joining us from Camp David. New Yorkers have refused to let Tuesday's attack keep them down, and nobody has played a bigger role in bolstering morale than the city's mayor, Rudy Giuliani. He joins us now. Mr. Mayor, you, unlike any of us, have been in the rubble of the World Trade Center. Can you describe to us what you've seen, what the situation's like there?
I think it's going to take me the rest of my life to describe it. It's an incredible experience. I was there when the first and second building collapsed, had to escape from a building, relocate city government. It's quite an experience. And for the last couple of days, though, the focus has to be on rebuilding, and then we can go back and analyze what happened and how it happened. And the city is making unbelievable, remarkable progress with tremendous help from President Bush, Governor Pataki, the city, the state, the Congress. They've all come together, and New Yorkers feel very much part of America. We're being supported in ways that we're not even used to as New Yorkers. There's always been like this little rivalry between New York and the rest of the country. That's over with now. Well, we're all Americans and we're all in it together.
Mr. Mayor, you may be able to help us out a bit, though, with something that we try to do in this business, which is to convey to people a sense of what it is like to be there. Our cameras are close, but they're not that close. We really haven't been able, even despite the photography we've done, to get a sense of what it looks like at that point there, in that rubble, what it looks like, what it smells like, what it sounds like. Can you describe that for us?
It's different. It's different than what you see on television, and far worse. And I
how so?
Probably saw that when Governor Pataki and I brought President Bush there, particularly when we came in by helicopter, and the president for the first time got to look at it. Now, President Bush has probably seen this site a million times from the point of view of television footage, aerial photography, like we all have. But when he actually saw it from the helicopter, I could see on his face the kind of surprise and the kind of shock. The devastation is worse. It looks like the scenes that we have in our memories of the pictures, I guess, of the Second World War with the attack on Britain, except actually I think the devastation in one area may actually be worse. It's not as widespread, obviously, throughout the city as it was in Britain. And here it is now, on the Sunday after that Tuesday, and there's still smoke that is emanating from it. I flew over it again yesterday, and it's amazing that there's still smoke emanating from the site. And then you realize that there are 7 buildings down, 2 of the tallest in the world.
How great.
It's impossible to describe.
I know you're going to try to get the city up and running tomorrow, the financial district up and running tomorrow, but there are other buildings in the immediate vicinity there that are described as shaky, damaged, unstable. Give us a sense of how many more buildings may be unusable and for how long. How bad is that collateral damage, if you will?
The hot zone, the area where the recovery efforts are going to have to take place, that's still isolated and sealed off. What we've been able to do is to open, or hopefully now open tomorrow, the area that's near it, but not actually in the hot zone. We'll be able. Broadway is probably the dividing line. West of Broadway is going to remain closed for quite some time as we try to save lives, remove the debris, and rebuild. But east of Broadway, hopefully that's largely going to be open.
Mr. Mayor, in recent days we've seen Americans lining the streets with candles and flags. In New York they're applauding as firemen and rescuers go by. How has this changed the heart of New York and of America?
Made us stronger. I mean, there's no exaggeration in that at all. I mean, New Yorkers are much, much stronger than they were before. They're united. They're very, very resolved to not let this affect them, let it in any way affect our spirit. They are
gone down in New York as it has elsewhere?
Pardon me?
I'm sorry, has crime gone down in New York as it has elsewhere in the last week?
Yes, sure. I mean, crime, up until the time this incident took place, crime was down 13% in New York and homicide was down 12%. And this week I think we had even larger declines than that. So the reality is that the rest of the city is functioning really very, very well.
How's this affected your faith?
it's made it much stronger. I was just reflecting on the week since this is now Sunday, and when I woke up this morning, my first reaction is, thank God we got to Sunday and here it is, and people can maybe now reflect back on what happened. And I've been reading about the Battle of Britain as a way of trying to understand an analogy to what we're going through. And what it's done is restore my faith in democracy, made it even stronger. We have the right form of government. We deal with humanity and human beings correctly, meaning America. There are people who don't understand that, people who attack us, and people who hate us. But we're stronger than they are, and we're going to demonstrate that.
All right, New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
And now it's panel time for Britt Hume, Mara Eliason, Juan Williams, and Bill Kristol of the Weekly Standard. Bill, I want to start off with you. Donald Rumsfeld said this is a war unlike any other. So how do we expect the United States to respond, first in the short run, in terms of buildup?
Well, there'll be a huge buildup. There's a huge buildup. It's like other wars in the sense that at the beginning you always underestimate how big the impact of the war is on the military itself, on civil life, on all kinds of things, unanticipated consequences. If Tuesday was a watershed, and I'm afraid it was, there'll be, the debates that we're having on Monday will look just ludicrous. Should the defense budget be $328 billion or $326 billion? I think we'll have a defense budget next year over $400 billion. We will increase the size of the armed forces. Remember, Secretary Rumsfeld a month ago was trying to, they were debating at the Pentagon whether to cut them by 5% or 15%. We are in a serious war. It's a winnable war. We shouldn't exaggerate. I don't think we shouldn't be in awe somehow of this international network that we have to fight. It's an easier war than World War II, but still, it's a real war, and it's going to take a real effort.
And it's not just a matter of building up the armed forces, it's also about transforming them, and it will accelerate a debate that has already been underway. And as Secretary Rumsfeld said, they were already trying to figure out how you deal with asymmetrical threats, how you make the U.S. military, which is geared to fight someone on a battlefield, someone who has assets to destroy, and transform it into smaller, lighter, more mobile units that can actually go after this kind of threat. And I think that'll just have to happen that much faster.
I think the options here, the options here is, as we've seen them delineated so far, begin with cruise missiles, and people are saying, well, no, that's, and some people even putting it down as Clinton-esque. You can't just do that. You really have to become engaged. And people, in terms of engagement, what is engagement? Engagement could mean you have special operations forces that go in and try to seek out Osama bin Laden, seek him out. But the idea is that if you get into Afghanistan, which is a very difficult terrain, the Russians have been in there recently and have not had much success, the British before them, that seems like it's not going to likely have success. So then you go on to the notion of increased bombing, in other words, putting fighter jets in there and risking their safety, but even more so putting in ground troops. And that's where we come to Bill and Mara's point, that that's going to require a tremendous commitment of manpower. And that, I think, leads then to all sorts of civilian commitments, especially in terms of a potential draft. We've already seen reservists called up. That is going to be a tremendous strain on the American people.
If the terrorist networks and their leaders and those who support them were smart, they would stop any further action against the United States or anything that would be close to the United States for an extended period of time now to give this national mood and atmosphere time to dissipate, as it might well do. I think that's what leaders are worried about, that the bipartisanship that you see to an extraordinary degree in Congress would begin to fade away, that the old political rivalries would begin to, business as usual would begin to assert itself. However, if that does not happen, and if the president takes steps, which I think he's capable of action now that will rally people. I remember when his father was building up before the Gulf War, polls kept saying that he shouldn't do X. He would then do X, and suddenly the polls would swing. This president is in that position now, and it is necessary and important for him to maintain this national sense of urgency and purpose. If he does that, I think it's fair to say this is not mission impossible, whatever it is. And necessity is always the mother of invention. Transforming the armed forces can be done, and history shows that when the United States marshals its resources, it can do things with astonishing speed. But no one should expect this to be short, quick, or, as Juan was pointing out, a bunch of cruise missiles. That's utter. If that happens, it will be considered, I think, utterly preliminary.
Mara, I was interested in a couple of distinctions the Defense Secretary made. He said that while there are not sort of hard targets for the terrorists, there are for the states that sponsor them. And he did not flinch from saying that we would not hesitate to strike some of those. Now, we are, and he mentioned the list of states. It would be Iran, Iraq, Syria, Libya, a whole series of states. The question is, could we strike an Arab state and hold this thing together?
Well, that's a good question. They're also talking about building this incredibly vast coalition of states that include Syria, and people have even mentioned Iran. Now, of course, there are rivalries with Osama bin Laden that we would do well to exploit with those countries, but also if you're talking about going to war with a lot of those countries at the same time, that raises a lot of questions. Do we topple these governments? Do we replace them? Or do we enrage these populations and create thousands more Osamas?
I think you have to keep in mind the possibility that some of these countries will decide that against an aroused coalition, even if it's only primarily Western, that it is in their interests to play along, to help, to kick the terrorists out, to provide intelligence, to do many things. And we won't know on what level of cooperation that will be. It could be quite widespread and quite vast. It is not likely to be 100%, and that is when the question will have to be faced is, how do you then deal with a recalcitrant state that continues to support terrorism in an important way? That will become a very
And also, when you're talking about these countries cooperating, so maybe they turn over Osama bin Laden, or they give us some kind of very high-profile piece of cooperation. Does that mean they've really stopped harboring these terrorists? The questions I would ask.
Those are the kinds of questions.
And the question I would ask is, to what extent are the goals of these terrorists, other than just merely terrorizing United States civilians, one of their goals is getting the United States out of the Middle East, aren't those shared by the governments of many of these countries?
Well, by some, but not by others. Look, there's always a tendency to overthink these things and to worry about the third-order consequence. Right. I'm worried that everyone's decided, oh, well, getting rid of Osama bin Laden, that doesn't matter. That is ridiculous. He is an extremely talented man who has put together, uniquely really, a terrorist organization of international scope and ability to attack many targets. Many of those attacks have been foiled. You know, they tried to blow up to release sarin gas in the European Parliament. We now learned from the British press today. Earlier this year, that was foiled by German police and British police. I mean, this is a serious organization. If you could decapitate it by getting rid of Osama, you would make a start. And I believe if you could get rid of Saddam, you would make a huge start. When you cut through all the talk, I mean, there are a million governments and there are a lot of problems out there, but if you could get rid of, and I think we have to get rid of Osama. I don't care how difficult the terrain in Afghanistan is. I don't care whether it takes 200,000 ground troops. You cannot win this war on terrorism without getting rid of the man who, more than any other man, with the possible exception of Saddam, has organized it. And I think Osama and Saddam will be the focus of our efforts.
The contrary point would be that if you get rid of Osama bin Laden, if you do so with tremendous force, in fact, you then create a martyr, and that you create a martyr in terms of Islam and Islamic extremists who say, you know, this is the United States, the great friend of Israel, who has come in and they are now obliterating us. My thinking is that you have a legitimate political grievance, people who are upset for one reason or another about U.S. support of Israel, Israel's problems with the Palestinians, but this goes beyond that. And so you have then to appeal to those states that really understand that they too, Islamic states, are really subject to the actions of these extremists and that they are threatened. The Russians are trying to make the argument that what's been going on in Chechnya with Muslims there is an example of this kind of terrorism. I'm not sure I buy the Russians' argument. I think it's very convenient of them at this moment. But I do think that we can make the argument to Pakistan. I think we can make the argument to a number of those states to say, you know what, these people are not your people. And that has to be the approach that Colin Powell and President Bush make, especially to the United Nations.
Well, we can make the argument, but we also have to use threats, and we also have to bribe a lot of these little countries and their governments who are very susceptible to American pressure. People are talking about this as if these governments have these deep-seated policies. They don't have deep-seated policies. They turn on a dime. We saw that in 1990, 1991.
Well, they're poor countries.
They're poor countries, and we have a lot of financial and economic and diplomatic means we can and should use in addition to military means.
Well, and what about Saudi Arabia, which is not a poor country and has also been quite lax in the cooperation that we've asked from them to solve other terrorists?
Right. What lesson did it send when 19 Americans died in the bombing of Khobar Towers in Saudi Arabia in 1996, and we basically let the Saudis stonewall us on the investigation? I absolutely agree. We need to pressure all these governments.
That raises an important question here, and that is, why are we so sensitive about these little countries and some larger countries in that part of the world? The answer is, in part, is one word: oil. And that in turn raises a question about, and oil is a national security commodity, and that cannot be underestimated, that is an important issue. What they call the thin line of tankers, it continues to run. If that were shut off, think of the consequences to the American economy. So these become not very easy choices, and of course, obviously, one of the implications of this whole event is that this country needs to think about its energy policy and how it deals with that, which is a very important element of national security.
All right, Britt, you get the final word in this installment of the panel, but you'll all be back later. Right now, we're going to survey Capitol Hill, and here with the latest is Fox News Chief Political Correspondent Carl Cameron. Carl?
Thanks, Tony. Well, the Constitution makes Congress a co-equal branch of government with the president. Its members are elected to represent every region and the majority of views across America, and they are united.
God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Patriotism reigned, partisanship vanished.
We, Republicans and Democrats, House and Senate, stand strongly united behind the president.
Unanimously, Congress gave the president authority to use force and approved $40 billion in emergency spending to rebuild from the attacks and start the war on terrorism.
We gave the president the money and the power to make war on those who have made war on us.
Thank you, sir.
For the job you're doing. Thank you. Lawmakers toured the battered Pentagon. They dealt with various evacuations and promised terror would be vanquished once and for all.
God may show you mercy, we will not.
They would eradicate us. We need to eradicate them first.
There were prayer vigils for the victims and a tax relief package to lighten an unimaginable load. Democrats, who before the attack criticized tax cuts, all voted yes. Republicans plan a capital gains tax cut next.
Making sure that the economy remains as strong as possible is one of those kinds of things that we need to do in our mental set of preparing for war.
Airline safety and other security questions immediately surfaced as lawmakers began debating how to protect national security without sacrificing too much civil liberty. With flight cancellations and ticket sales causing layoffs, Congress is also planning a $2.5 billion industry bailout and $12 billion in additional loan guarantees. Congress has also expressed deep concern about the quality and many say deterioration of intelligence over the last several years and policy towards terrorism. To that end, they plan a variety of steps in the days ahead, including a push to relax U.S. policy against assassinations and toppling of adversarial foreign governments. Tony?
All right, Carl, thanks. Now joining us, the Speaker of the House, Dennis Hastert, and House Minority Leader Richard Gephardt. Gentlemen, welcome both. Speaker Hastert, I've had Democrats and Republicans come up to me in recent days and say, I want you to understand something. This bipartisanship we feel now is not fake. They're right.
I think they are. We've, there's a place in Congress for partisanship, but not in times like these. We've stood shoulder to shoulder. We've had important decisions to make, and we've been able to do them, and we've done it on a bipartisan basis.
Leader Gephardt?
I agree, absolutely. This is the worst calamity our country has sustained in my lifetime, and we have to fight it together. We have to be unified. The terrorists who did this want us to break up and fight with one another, and that's the last thing we're going to do. We're going to fight together with the president and the people who have been heroic and courageous and wonderful, and we're going to win this.
Tomorrow the stock exchange is open again. A lot of people are jittery about the economy. I know both of you have been working through the weekend to try to figure out how to get this economy ramped up again. Can you tell us what you'd like to see happen?
Well, we want to address that too in a bipartisan way. The Speaker and I have already talked about ideas. We're going to get our people together and experts. The Speaker is going to call some people together even next week, try to get some good minds, economists, and people that can really help us think about this, and we're going to get our members together. We're in a new world, and we have to think anew. We have to open our minds to new ideas and try to find the right answers.
If you can get economists to agree, you do have a new world. So
we're going to get one-handed economists.
Capital gains tax. Republicans have been pushing that. Is that still important to you? Or is
well, that's why we're trying to bring people together. Say, what are the 3 or 4 elements or 2 or 3 elements that we can do that gives people the confidence in the markets? You know, when you have to look at it, almost every American family has a 401k, they have a pension plan. All those are based on our securities and stocks. We just need to get, number one, some confidence in the American people that the stock market is going to go through this, that our economy can sustain this. And what are the 2 or 3 elements? And I'd be premature to say whether it's capital gains or, whatever it might be, investment tax credits or whatever those little pieces are.
When should we expect to see something?
Well, we would hope to have some discussions this week and try to lay out a plan as quickly as possible. But, you know, we need to talk to some people who are the experts who really understand those markets, too, that we don't want to go off one way or the other too far, and we want to do the right thing.
Leader Gephardt, are you worried about what's going to happen tomorrow on Wall Street?
I'm not. I think America is resilient. I think the people are patriotic. Look, markets always go up and down. You could have some volatility tomorrow, but I'm convinced that the American people will keep their money in the market. They're not giving up on America. They're not giving up on our markets. And I think our economy is still strong. I think we're going to get back to work. I think people are going to get back on airplanes, and they're going to do the things that they do in their everyday life. And I am not pessimistic. I'm optimistic about this economy.
A few minutes ago, our Bill Kristol predicted that maybe next year the defense budget could exceed $400 billion. Is that out of the ballpark?
I don't know the number. We're going to do what it takes to win this fight. The Congress is committed. As you saw the other night, we passed, without a dissenting vote, I think, an appropriation bill to help with the cleanup of this and the recovery effort. We're going to give the president and the military the tools and resources they need to meet this problem. Now, we want to do it efficiently and sensibly. We're not going to go off crazy, but we're going to give them the things they need to fight this battle.
Mr. Speaker, the Defense Secretary made the point that this isn't going to be like another war. It's not one where you have strategic posts and you're trying to move 2 miles or 3 miles in a day. Instead, it's going to be almost skirmish warfare. How on earth can you keep public opinion united and even focused on such a thing when this is a war, if you want to call it that, that's not going to appear in the headlines every day, but may only appear once every 2 or 3 months?
Well, first of all, we have to prepare the American people for this as a long siege. And it's not like a war where you see a battle or there's an army or there's a capital or there's some economic asset that you're going to go after. You have to do it in many facets. It's intelligence. So we have to be able to give our intelligence people the resources, the human intelligence and other things so that we understand what's going on. I think we were lacking that. I think we have to go after the financial sources that Osama bin Laden and others used to finance this thing, and whether it's international drugs or whatever it might be, there's a lot of different things that we need to go after. So we need to turn that spigot off as well. So there's a lot of things that and a lot of different nuances we're going to have to take but we really have to focus on the American people. Say, you know, this is something that we're not going to be able to bomb 2 or 3 factories and say we've won, or you know, it's not going to be 100 days air war someplace. It's going to be a long, tough siege, but we must win this for not just the freedom of the American people, but the freedom of the world.
Are you surprised at the reaction from Europe?
I'm not. I think people all over the world now know that this was a strike not just against America, but against civilization and against humanity. And I think the president is going to be able to put together an international coalition to carry on what the speaker has rightly said will be a long, complicated, difficult war against a very unique and new kind of opponent.
Let's talk a little bit about the basic threat. British Prime Minister Tony Blair has said he believes that the terrorist network now has rogue nuclear weapons, and a lot of people suspect chemical and biological weapons as well. What's your understanding?
We've been worried about this for a long time. We have had many anti-proliferation programs that we have funded and have had good effect. We need to re-energize those. We probably need to expand some of them. We're particularly worried about biological and chemical because it's a little easier than the nuclear. So all of that's on the table. All of it has to be worried about. But we can't just get scared and retract into our daily shells. We got to proceed with confidence that we're going to face these problems together. We got the whole world with us, and we got the American people with us, and that's a pretty good team to have together.
A lot of people have counseled patience. How long can we be patient?
Well, you know, I learned a long time in coaching. It takes a long time to build up to a victory. And in this case, it's going to be years, I think, to build that team and to go after those assets that bin Laden and others have. And I think we just need to resolve ourselves to do that. And I think that's the issue. The American people have to resolve to do away with this one way or another, and no matter how long it takes. But I mean, it's increased assets and intelligence and a lot of other things that we don't usually talk about.
We're 5 days away from the 5 days past the first time that we've had American casualties of war on American soil since 1865. There's a spirit of bipartisanship right now. But sooner or later, you guys are going to disagree on a lot of things. It's the nature of politics. Vice President Cheney today said he believes the tax cut has to stay with no changes. Do you agree? Is that going to happen?
You know, we're going to have to look at that down the pike, but I think it ought to be there. We've done it, and tax policy can't be jerked back and forth. We'll talk about that, but we're talking about things now that we're going to have to do to sustain our markets, to make sure there's confidence, both consumer confidence and confidence in our market system. And we have to work together to do that. And I'm sure we'll have a lot of discussions, but in the end, I think we'll do what's right for this country.
Do you agree?
I think we've got to look at everything anew. I don't presuppose anything. I think we can't rush to judgment and say, oh, I've got the best idea and I want to jam my idea through. We got to really listen to people. We got to be respectful of opinions that we haven't agreed with before. We got to open our minds to new ideas and new thoughts. And we have to see the need for national resolve and national unity to harbor our resources to be ready for things like happened on Tuesday. And so we got to look at everything. I don't assume anything in this. I think if we all come into it in that spirit, we'll do fine. Let me say one thing about partisanship. It may be, I don't know, but it may be that this event, as horrible as it was, will change for quite a while the way we operate in the Congress. This is going to be a long battle. And if we just revert back to the old, haranguing and partisanship, which is part of what we do here. I mean, let's understand there's real disagreement in the country. Always is, always will be. Our job is to resolve the conflict. And so you have to fight for your beliefs because you represent all kinds of people who share those beliefs. But we have to act anew in a new world and try to find ways to really, truly collaborate. Look, I don't know the truth. I do my best. Dennis doesn't know the truth. He does his best. We've got to collaborate to try to find the best set of ideas to deal with any particular problem.
Can you explain, Speaker, to us what the war resolution does and does not do for the president in terms of his freedom to act, and if there are any restraints on him over the long run?
Basically, I think the president has those responsibilities and has the right to do a lot of things even without that resolution. But one of the things we tried to do that was a change to say, the Congress and the administration's in this together. Something that was a debate during the Kosovo action, or rather than a president going out and doing something and saying, here's the bill, you take care of it. It's the Congress is involved, the people in this country are involved with this, and here's some parameters, we're going to work together to fund it. So I think that's basically two things. We passed the appropriation bill to start. I don't know if it's the whole iceberg or it's just the tip of the iceberg, but the issue on the resolution is gives the president the ability to go out and start to try to find a resolution to the problem. And whether it's the use of force or it's the use of intelligence or all these things together, he has the ability to do that in consultation with the Congress. And I think that's what the Constitution says. It's within all the framework of law. And I think it was certainly adequate. And, it got an overwhelming response in both the House and the Senate.
All right, Speaker Hastert, Leader Gephardt, thank you for a rare joint appearance, and I hope we have you back together on soon and often. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now we are going to turn to the United States Senate, and we're joined by two decorated war veterans, Senators John McCain and John Kerry. Gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Senator Kerry, you have both fought in Vietnam, and many people say that what we're looking at is a protracted form and a different form of guerrilla warfare. What do you foresee?
Well, I foresee a very long and very complex process ahead of us. There will be moments where there may be some more traditional confrontation, but there will be many more moments where there's going to be a longer, more clandestine effort that will demand patience by the American people. If we're going to do all the things we've talked about in the last days, and I believe, and I know John McCain does, we need to. This is not something where you can suddenly allow your concept of this to wane. And I noticed already today in the papers that European countries are trying to equivocate to some degree, and people are beginning to qualify the nature of their support. There is no qualification here. There is no equivocation about whether or not you are going to be part of the effort to literally ferret out these terrorist cells. Now, can we end it forever? No, we haven't ended any number of things forever. Prostitution, gambling, loan sharking, murder. I mean, there are things that represent evil, I suppose you might say, that we're always confronted with as human beings. But we can forever reduce the ability of people to believe that they can carry out this kind of attack with impunity, or even mount this kind of attack in the future easily.
Senator McCain, former Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has argued that this moment offers a rare opportunity to go after a terrorist network before it has the ability to deploy nuclear or chemical and biological weapons. Is he right?
Oh, I think he's absolutely right. We've had indications for years that people ranging from Saddam Hussein to the North Koreans have attempted to acquire the capability to develop weapons of mass destruction and the means to deliver them. I want to go back to the question you asked John Kerry 1 second. I just finished rereading David Halberstam's book, The Best and the Brightest, which I think everybody has to read if they want to understand the Vietnam War. In the Vietnam War, we didn't ever really galvanize the American people behind the effort, and it was very difficult to do for obvious reasons, and I don't want to revisit the entire war. But I believe this is a dramatically different situation. I believe we have the leadership that will lead and motivate the country. I think the president is starting out by telling the American people this is a long, hard twilight struggle. I haven't heard light at the end of the tunnel used yet. And so I think it's a very different scenario. I believe Americans are clearly convinced that our national security and our way of life is at stake here. And I don't think that was ever the case in the Vietnam War.
Gentlemen, I'm also joined here on the set by Fox News Sunday panelist Mara Eliason. Mara?
Senator McCain, you talked a little bit about nuclear and biological weapons. Is it your understanding that groups like Al-Qaeda have the capacity to use those kinds of weapons now? We never were told about the possible scenario of a civilian hijacked aircraft crashing into a building. We've been heard about people with a backpack filled with anthrax.
I don't know. I'm not privy to that kind of intelligence information, but I have no doubt that Saddam Hussein continues, and I also have no doubt that there are much greater connection between nations and terrorist organizations than perhaps we appreciate. I noticed that the Iranians pledged their support. Well, I hope that the Iranians will now come clean on what happened at Khobar Towers. So I think that it's very clear that there has been state-assisted a relationship in these efforts, which is very hard to, frankly, differentiate.
Senator Kerry, where does this thing go from here? Who are we going to war with first? Is it Saddam Hussein? Is it what remains of the government of Afghanistan?
I think there's several tiers of that. The first tier almost certainly is Osama bin Laden and the Al-Qaeda and his network all across the world, I mean all across every country. And certainly a very significant number of countries, including our own, where there's strong evidence of the existence of those cells. The second would be those countries that directly harbor them, that directly sponsor them, directly support them, hide them, feed them, provide them with the supplies and the capacity to be able to do what they do. And the third would be the larger network of entities that are complicitous. For instance, money laundering, particularly. If you follow the money, you will once again find the trail here. Now, it's very difficult, we are told, in the case of Osama bin Laden, because it's not in Swiss banks. It's been reduced to a sort of, a different kind of network. But nevertheless, that money, to be effective for him, has to move through some legitimate channels. We've had a very hard time. I've been involved in the money laundering effort for a long time, the effort to stop it, and we are having a very difficult time getting people across the globe to recognize the seriousness of this. You've got all kinds of places, the Channel Islands, various places in Asia, other countries, the Cayman Islands, places where people have been able to facilitate the existence of these kinds of terrorist entities. And that has to stop. So there are a whole series of tiers of this. But I just comment further on what John said and answer that earlier question. You know, in Vietnam, people supported the effort initially. There were very few voices of dissent. The voices of dissent grew because of the way it was prosecuted, because of other differences that grew as time went on. We have to be very, very careful here and very certain that the way we choose to prosecute this continues to build the support not just of the United States but of the rest of the world, and that it does it in a way that adheres to the standards and principles of the United States. We don't want to become them in doing this.
Well,
we want to still adhere to our values, and that doesn't mean we don't attack. Of course we attack. Of course we take the offensive. And of course we have to be prepared to do the things you do in war. But we have to do it with a great deal of thought and not recklessly.
Well, does that include then toppling governments? The administration has talked about ending states that support this. Is that within the realm of possibility?
It is absolutely within the realm of possibility, but obviously there are many things that one can do prior to that that you would hope would be successful without having to come to that. But look, this is not a passing fancy. This is not a moment of inflamed passion that it can be allowed to suddenly disappear. These people are attacking our entire way of life. They are threatening us and will continue to threaten us. And if we do not respond and literally cut it out at the heart, so to speak, then they will come back, and they will come back, and they will come back. And the lessons of history are, going back to Munich and going back to other places, that if you don't recognize what's coming at you and you're not prepared to stand up at the right moment, then indeed it can get worse and you pay a higher price. I think we have no choice here, and I think most people in the United States Congress and even in the country understand that.
Senator McCain, earlier, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld was talking about the fact that we need to go after states that sponsor this, and if they do not give up the terrorists, we can go after them. They have capitals. He said they have identifiable targets. Let's talk about a little bit about the means. Would it be appropriate in some cases even to consider using tactical, that is low-grade nuclear weapons in such a strike?
I think that you can't absolutely rule out any option, but there's so many ramifications of the use of a nuclear weapon that I don't believe that that would be a serious option, because I think there's so many other ways we could achieve the goals we seek. I just think there's something about the United States being the first country to use a nuclear weapon since Hiroshima and Nagasaki that we'd have great difficulties there, and I'm not sure it's necessary. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's not, given the state of weaponry, and the state of technology that we have today.
What do you think is necessary, Senator McCain?
Oh, I think do not foreclose any option. I thought the grave mistake we made in the Kosovo situation was that we said we won't send ground troops. The President is preparing the American people that we will expend American treasure and perhaps American blood. We cannot foreclose any option. And if we do, then we will inhibit our ability to take these people down. The only way that they're going to come around, let's have a little straight talk here, is if they believe their existence is threatened. And that's why I think Secretary Rumsfeld is correct. These people have to understand that we are serious. We're not going to back off. We're in a long, long, hard struggle, and we do not intend to give up.
Senator Kerry, earlier on the broadcast, I want to go back to something you mentioned earlier. Earlier on the broadcast, Attorney General Ashcroft was talking about a series of changes he thinks we need to do to improve our domestic vigilance. You referred to a bit of that when you were discussing money laundering. We have a series of laws that deal with drug dealers in terms of seizing their property, seizing their assets, the kinds of intelligence we can do on them, what we can do with their money, and so on. Do we need to apply that immediately to terrorists? And furthermore, do we need to be able to expand the FBI's ability to do domestic counterintelligence?
There is no question that we will have to change some of the laws in order to deal with terrorism. A lot of us have been trying to do that for some period of time in various sectors, and we've met with resistance because it was deemed to interfere with the normal course of business, or in some people's mind, to sort of weigh too heavily on one side of the balance of how we view our freedoms of the country. But this, I think, has changed that. I'm confident Congress will respond. But let me say one other thing we need to do. And some people will not probably appreciate this, but I think it's an honest statement of what the United States needs to do. Globalization and technology have changed the perception of the United States in the world. And there are many of us who feel that we have not been doing enough or sensitive enough to the way in which we are perceived by many countries. We need to not only be tough here, we need to not only respond and ferret out Osama bin Laden, but we need to also listen. We need to also be thoughtful in some of the policies so that we can build friendships and build relationships around the globe and not be alienating quite as many people as we have, I think. And also, we have to be particularly sensitive to the rest of Islam and the Islamic world. This cannot be done in a way that lumps everybody into the same pool. There are distinctions here. Osama bin Laden is a perversion of Islam. In fact, the Taliban, many of the leaders of the Taliban are not even trained deeply in religiously. They don't have a deep background in religious training. They have taken Islam and they are changing Islam. And what Islam itself needs is almost a reformation, if you will. It needs to stand up and speak to the world about its peacefulness and its ability to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. And we need to be certain that we don't make matters worse in the ways in which we choose to do this. I think that is absolutely essential, and there's much we can do in our foreign policy, in my judgment, to be much more proactive, much more thoughtful, much more sensitive to the needs of the rest of this planet.
Senator McCain, we witnessed something quite extraordinary in Congress this week, which is the Senate unanimously, without debate or without much debate, passed this resolution allowing the president to do whatever was necessary to combat this. How long do you think that bipartisan unity will last?
I think it's going to last a long time, just like it lasted a long time after Pearl Harbor. And I believe that the American people will have every right to expect it to stay together. There may be discussion and debate about tactics. You know, at least all 100 senators are experts, and I'm one of them. But the fact is that we will be together, I think, for a long period of time. I just want to make one additional comment to what John Kerry said. There's, with rare exception, there's one common factor where these people breed and where they harbor, where they're harbored and where they base their activities, and that is a lack of any kind of economy and any kind of democratic institutions. So we, in the long run, you know, if we're really going to eradicate this problem, have to do whatever is necessary as well to try to make sure that these people in these countries have outlets, that they have growing economies, and that they have some installation of some kind of democratic institutions and ideals. That's not going to be easy, but in the long haul, that's going to be a very important factor.
All right, Senators John McCain and John Kerry, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
The Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, leads cleanup and recovery efforts for major disasters. I spoke earlier today with FEMA Director Joe Albaugh and began by asking him about what he saw while touring the Pentagon yesterday.
Well, from the camera's point of view, it looks as if there's nothing taking place, but the fire department, firefighters, those brave men and women who putting their lives on the line are behind the exterior wall, shoring up so they can go in and recover the rest of the bodies. Governor Gilmer and I were on the first floor. We went back as far as C, possibly B ring, really inside.
So that's deep into the interior.
Deep inside, and inside the Pentagon. And amazingly enough, that was an area, I believe, that was just retrofitted. Otherwise, it would have been worse, quite frankly. But just steps away from bodies, you had individuals, victims who had lost their lives in this tragedy that have not yet been reclaimed. And it's heavy.
How long is that going to take?
Here in Northern Virginia at the Pentagon, it'll take weeks. They're moving expeditiously. In New York City, it is a tragedy beyond comprehension. You know, in excess of 600,000 tons of debris. It's a crime scene. And those brave men and women who are putting their lives at risk are paying proper respects, moving slowly because they're trying to recover as much information and as many people as they possibly can in a timely fashion.
So months before that's cleaned up?
It will be months, yes.
So how many?
I have no idea.
Last week, before all this happened, you met with a lot of New York City's finest.
I did.
Tell us about who we lost.
It's going to be tough, Tony. It will be tough. But I was at Rescue one of the station houses that respond to incidents such as that. Fine men and women on 42nd Street, I believe. I was sitting next to Chief Ray Downey on my left and Captain Terry Hatton on my right, and the rest of the men and women that were on the shift that day. And we had a great hour and a half together, and I learned about them. They learned a little bit about me. I was more interested in what they do day in and day out and how we can do a better job of saving lives. Today they're gone. And they represent the finest. This is going to take a long time for us all to get over. Yesterday we just started the first funeral services for those brave men, starting with the chaplain. It will take a long time. We're talking thousands of funerals. But I will say that if anyone can get through this, our country can get through this. It is amazing the resiliency that I've seen in our spirit, just making my way downtown with the mayor, with the governor on several visits to the pile, and people coming out of nowhere, lining the streets, offering words of encouragement, offering water. I saw a fellow yesterday offering boots, offering clothing to any of the volunteers who are at the site, working their hearts out, doing their best. It is absolutely amazing, and it's what makes America so great, quite frankly. And all of a sudden, our petty differences have fallen to the wayside, and we're pulling together as a country.
How can we honor them? What can we do to help?
First and foremost, I think the best thing that we can do is stay together as a country, showing proper respect.
Look out! I hope I live. It's coming down on me. Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car. I just buried him sick. I'm sorry I came down. I just had to help you, but I should have known a second moment ago. Oh God. It is black as night and I'm outside in broad daylight. I just came and got down behind a car. You know, I can see a tiny bit. This is incredible. Okay, I'm gonna have to go find people who need help. I don't think I'm one of them. You okay, sir? Okay. Can I just get a toot off your respirator? Can I get a toot? I'm seeing a couple of clean breaths. That's good. Okay. Back to you. There's all these noises. I don't know what it is. They say someone needs help.
Yeah, Mike! Mike! Mike, over here! Are you okay?
Anybody need a doctor? Don't have oxygen. Hello, Doc. Hey, that guy needs some oxygen. If someone can share it with him. 10-4. Thanks.
Mark Heath spent the next several hours alongside hundreds of other volunteer medics caring for the wounded. Well, while we remember the victims and the families who are grieving, we can't forget the heroes who are working every day to clean up downtown New York. And let's go back to NBC's Ashley Benn.
Resources to the intelligence community. I think you've got to repeal some of the rules that were imposed during the Clinton administration that, for example, blocked you from dealing with people who might have a human rights problem. By definition, if you're trying to penetrate terrorist cells, you're going to have to deal with people that wouldn't fit necessarily the ACLU standard. I also think that we probably need much better coordination, not just between the FBI and the CIA, but we have U.S. Department of Agriculture people at every entry port. We have Immigration Service people checking your passport. We have Customs people. We have Border Patrol. Their computers don't talk to each other. And we have a substantial problem. We recommended in a commission I served on, the Hart-Rudman Commission, creating a Homeland Security Agency and bringing Coast Guard and Border Patrol and Customs and Immigration into one place where they would actually have a central role and a central mission led by FEMA, because we warned that this incident, as terrible as it is smaller than the incidents that we warned about back in March, which we think in the next 10 or 15 years could include chemical and biological and nuclear weapons.
Mr. Woolsey, if you were still at CIA running that agency, what's the first thing you would do?
One of the first things would be to repeal the guidelines that were introduced in late '95 after I left, which Newt just referred to, which make it harder for us to recruit people who have violence in their background as spies. Another would be to go after some more resources. Actually, the CIA counterterrorism effort got a substantial amount of resources in 1999 because people were worried about Y2K. And they did, in fact, stop a number of terrorist incidents. They did a very good job along with the FBI. And then in our good American fashion, in the morning of January 1st, 2000, the budgeteers and the executive branch and the Congress sort of dusted off their hands and said, well, that problem is solved. And so they took them back to the lower level of funding. We need a sustained, substantial devotion of resources.
Do you think right now there is a threat of, let's say, a suitcase bomb in New York, biochemical kind of threat, germ warfare, again, because the CIA is not on guard and not sufficiently well funded?
Well, it's not because that part of the thing that would reduce the probability of that happening would be for the CIA to have more resources and broader authorities overseas. You may also want to look at the FBI's authorities in this country and make sure that without infringing the Constitution, we give them the authority that they need to do the job. We recommended changing both of those authorities on the Terrorism Commission that I served on last year and reported to the Congress, and I think both of those would help, but there's no certainty in this business, and one of the weapons of mass destruction threats I'm most worried about is biological, because it could be as destructive as nuclear, but it's considerably easier to do. Happily, there's some aspects of it that are pretty complicated. That's why Aum Shinrikyo had difficulty with it, and they had to drop back, so to speak, into merely using nerve gas in Tokyo instead of the biological weapons that they were trying to develop.
Speaker Gingrich, you've also been privy to intelligence over the years. There's a lot of very generalized talk about states that sponsor terrorism, and you can look at the terrorist list. Let's be candid. Who are we talking about?
Well, this is public knowledge. This is not secret. We're talking about Afghanistan, Sudan, Iraq, Syria, and Iran as sort of the inner circle. I mean, those 5 countries have an unquestioned, continuing process of supporting state terrorism and supporting terrorists that have training. You can't have a training camp without a host government. Let me also say that the process of defeating terrorism, I think, has to mean as a minimum that these 5 states are required to kick out all the terrorist groups and to drop their support of terrorism. Period. I mean, otherwise this whole campaign has no meaning.
At this point, the United States is talking about possibly inviting Syria and Iran into a coalition. Do you really think they're going to fulfill the condition you've just outlined?
Actually, we have not approached Syria. Syria has approached us. And I think there's a very straightforward line here, and this is a very important line for the United States. If Syria is prepared to kick the 10 terrorist organizations headquartered in Damascus out of Syria. If Syria is prepared to help us and clean up Lebanon and kick out Hezbollah, then I think Syria should be part of the coalition. But to allow Syria or Iran to pretend to be part of the coalition while continuing to sustain terrorism, I think would actually make a mockery of the whole effort.
Now, Mr. Woolsey, as I understand it, Vice President Cheney has said that the president authorized that any commercial aircraft headed towards Washington, likely the one that crashed in Pennsylvania, could have been shot down by American interceptor military planes. What do we do about commercial flights in the United States, given what we saw take place this week?
It's a hugely difficult problem because, well, one thing we probably have to do is continue to leave a national airport in Washington closed. But
For all time?
I think so. I think we ought to put high-speed rail into Baltimore and Dulles and let people use those two fine airports. I think this ends national airports use as far as I'm concerned. But it's very difficult to give people the authority inside the United States on split-second decision-making to shoot down a civilian airliner. The president might be able to make that sort of a decision, but the procedures all really are oriented towards something being offshore and being picked up by American interceptors and shadowed and conversations going on and people having time to make decisions. But to have something veer off path by a few seconds from headed to National Airport and plow into the Pentagon or to the White House, it's very difficult to
now,
make
as
that
we
kind of a
begin
decision.
a war effort, clearly the CIA has a role to play in terms of intelligence on the ground.
Yes.
How quickly can the CIA develop human resources inside, let's say, Afghanistan, Pakistan, inside even Osama bin Laden's network?
Most of the time, this takes a long time. The CIA actually did get geared up quite well, as I mentioned earlier, in 1999. Part of this is working with liaison services, that is, with foreign intelligence services that we trade information with. But it got geared up quite well in 1999 and had some successes. So there are things you can do quickly, but most things, recruiting assets, recruiting agents, takes months to years.
So that would slow down then the war effort, or you say we go without that?
Well, no, I think the most important thing, while we move to get more information about what might happen in the future, the most important thing is to go back and look at some of these past terrorist incidents and see whether or not we believe there may have been state sponsorship and state involvement in the past. The Clinton administration at first took a look at the idea of Iraqi involvement in the World Trade Center bombing of 1993 and then veered away from it. We need to go back and look at that again closely, because if the Iraqi government was involved in the first World Trade Center attack 8 years ago, there's a chance that Saddam has been sitting over there perhaps with bin Laden and saying, hey, I got away with it the first time, maybe I'll try again.
Mr. Speaker, I want to backtrack and then move forward on the issue of the president's leadership. Juan just mentioned that the president had issued approval to shoot down any aircraft not responding to signals headed toward Washington. What does that tell you about his competence as commander-in-chief?
Well, I think that the president reacted very rapidly. I think the shock of Tuesday, by Wednesday he clearly was moving into a war footing, and by Thursday he had a very clear, articulated general strategy. And I think that the president both emotionally and morally reacted, and I agree with Joe Alba. I can't imagine a stronger ability to lead the country. And the country, by the way, has reacted to that. But in addition, having assembled a team before the crisis that includes Dick Cheney and Colin Powell and Condi Rice and Don Rumsfeld, I can't imagine a group sitting to discuss war that would be a more competent senior group that the United States could assemble in this generation.
Secretary Rumsfeld and others have made the point that we are going to strike back and we've got to take the offensive against terrorism. In order to make that credible, in order to shake up terrorists, how swiftly and how decisively do we need to act?
I think it's more important that we be decisive in our goals. The president has repeatedly said, Colin Powell has repeatedly said, we will not tolerate state-sponsored terrorism. We will not tolerate state-sheltered terrorism. If we communicate that and mean it, then countries like Syria and Iraq and Sudan and Afghanistan and Iran face a real future deciding decision. I mean, I think second, we have to mobilize our forces both diplomatically. I think politically, I think we have a very real need to communicate, for example, to the Muslim world that anyone who wants a decent life, anyone who wants prosperity, anyone who wants a chance to have a government that's not ruthless and dictatorial and filled with secret police, we're your allies. We're not we don't oppose Islam. There are more Muslims in the United States than there are Episcopalians. There were American Muslims who died on Tuesday because they were Americans. So I think we want to reach out very strongly. And then I think we have to be prepared to mobilize the American defense capability. As Secretary Powell said, either by ourselves if necessary, or with allies when possible, to communicate clearly that we are going to eradicate these overt systems. You can't get the random nut terrorist who's hiding in a basement somewhere, but you can destroy terrorist camps. You can clean up governments that sponsor terrorism. Yes, it's a big project. I think it's a 3 to 5 year campaign, but I don't think this is like the war on drugs. I don't think this is a 20-year hangout, have bureaucrats doing it occasionally. If we're serious, there will be no state-sponsored terrorism on the planet in 3 to 5 years.
All right, Speaker Gingrich, Director Woolsey, thanks for joining us. More than 100 million Americans will have attended religious services from Friday through Sunday, and many are worshiping even now. For more on the resurgence of public religion, we're joined by Steve Centani in Arlington, Virginia, and Brian Kilmeade in New York City. Brian?
For permission to use Pakistani airspace and a number of other important things. And for details on that, we go to my colleague Bob Woodruff, who is in Islamabad, Pakistan.
John, those relations are about to get a lot better. Sources within the Pakistani government tell ABC News that tomorrow a delegation of top diplomats from Pakistan will go to Kandahar in Afghanistan and deliver a message to the Taliban that they better turn over Osama bin Laden within 3 days or face massive strikes from the U.S. government. It is not clear if this message is originating, that this diplomatic mission is originating from the Pakistanis themselves, or they're simply delivering a message from the United States. The Taliban have said over and over again that they will not give up bin Laden, but today they did call a massive meeting on Tuesday of some of their top clerics, possibly 1,000 people, for Tuesday to discuss the defense of the nation. Clearly the noose is tightening around the Taliban now. It is getting very, very hot. Now let's go back to New York City and my colleague Bill Blakemore at the site of the World Trade Center. Bill.
As you can see over my shoulder, the wreckage is still burning and smoldering on the 6th day. Rescuers tell us that when they tunnel into a new area looking for people alive, that sometimes that lets air in and the flames with that new oxygen sometimes flare up again, making their work harder. But they're still going at it, even though nobody has been found alive since the 2nd day, since Wednesday. Engineers and expert rescuers tell us that they know of honeycombs of passages in the basements of the trade towers and other buildings around that, where people could still be trapped alive. So they're still crawling all over the wreckage, working flat out, even though they know that it's virtually certain that none of the more than 4,900 people still missing here will ever be found alive. Now here's Lisa Stark, who covers transportation full-time. She's just outside Washington at Dulles Airport.
Over 1,400 commercial flights are in the air right now, and all of the major airports remain open in the United States, except Washington's Reagan National, which is closed indefinitely. It's not nearly as busy at the airports today as yesterday. We're not seeing those horrendously long lines. The airlines continue to increase the number of flights they are running. Most of the major carriers are operating at least half of their schedule. Delta is up to 70%. The one exception is United. It is operating less than 1/3 of its flights. This has been an economic disaster for the airlines. They are estimating that this week alone, they have lost more than $1 billion. And now let's go back to Sam Donaldson in the studio. Sam?
Thank you, Lisa. Earlier, we heard the president say the country's at war. And talking with reporters at Camp David yesterday, he elaborated on what that means for our enemies.
This act will not stand. We will find those who did it. We will smoke them out of their holes. We will get them running, and we'll bring them to justice.
Joining us now to discuss this is the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, with whom we spoke within the hour. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. Good to see you.
Thank you very much, Sam.
Well, how are we going to smoke them out, as the president says?
Well, by taking the battle to them. The terrorist activity that we experienced this week and that others have experienced over the years is something that strikes just directly at our way of life, the way of life of a free people. And it is to be realistic, we have to recognize that a terrorist can attack in any time, in any place, using a variety of different techniques. It may be an airplane one day, it may be a ship or a subway or a car. Therefore, the only thing we can do is what the President said. We have to wage a war, and it has to be taken to them, where they are, and it will be a broadly based, sustained effort, not in a matter of days or weeks, but over years. People think of the wars we've seen lately, the kind of antiseptic wars where a cruise missile is fired off, shown on television, landing in some smoke and so forth. That is not what this is about.
Okay, that's not what this is about. As you say, the last time people thought about a war involving the United States to any extent, it was the Gulf War. We saw large armies engage each other. That's not this one, is it?
The people we're dealing with have no armies or navies or air forces or battleships or carriers or capital cities even, or high-value targets. What they have is a lot of people. In the case of Al-Qaeda, the network that has been designated as one of the prime suspects, they may be operating in 50 or 60 countries, including the United States. And that means that we will have to use the full weight of the United States government, political, diplomatic, financial, economic, military, and unconventional. And I would underline that.
Let's talk about that, because in 1998, as everyone knows, President Clinton, his administration, lobbed in some cruise missiles at Osama bin Laden. Didn't get him at some of his bases. I take it we're talking about something more than that.
Indeed. This is serious business. We just lost more people than we did at Pearl Harbor. We lost more people than we did all the way up until the Civil War. It is, and it's not over. They are purposeful people. They plan carefully, and we have to get back to our lives, but we have to do it with a heightened state of awareness.
Mr. Secretary, you're not going to tell me, nor should you, anything about military operations and specifics. I understand that. But I think very clearly you've said that this may require ground forces of some type. If bin Laden hides in that hole that the President talked about, to smoke him out requires men on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, cruise missiles do not get people who are operating in the shadows. We will need to do a host of things. And I should underline, these people, these terrorists, are clever and they're purposeful and they're well-financed, but they cannot function except with the tolerance of other countries, with countries, real states, that do have capitals, that do have armies and navies, and do have high-value targets. And it is the fact that countries around the world have been harboring and permitting the terrorist activities, and in some cases facilitating, in other cases tolerating it, that has to be dealt with as well.
We're told that a delegation from Pakistan is going to Afghanistan on Monday to talk to the leadership of Afghanistan, the Taliban, and say to them very directly that if they don't turn over bin Laden and his associates, they themselves will be at risk.
They themselves, meaning
the
who?
Taliban,
The Pakistanis
the
or the Taliban?
Omar.
Well, my goodness, the Taliban has harbored and fostered and encouraged and assisted the Al-Qaeda network. There's no question about that.
But a cruise missile wouldn't work on them then either. It would also require ground troops.
It will take the full force of our government and our friends around the world, political, economic, financial, military, and unconventional. I'm not going to suggest what kind of operations we might have to contemplate, but we do know that Afghanistan is a country that has been at war for years. It has, I suppose, a GDP per capita of about $800, about the price of a ticket from Washington to L.A. And there are not a lot of high-value cruise missile-type targets there either. And
I bring up the business about ground troops, not just to inflame the situation, but we have already, as other news organizations, perhaps you yourself, received emails from people in this country who worry about the loss of American life, meaning the soldiers and sailors, Marines, and all of the other service personnel. What would you say to people who may have to face more losses on this battlefront against terrorism?
That what this war is about is our way of life, and our way of life is worth losing lives for.
All right.
And the era of antiseptic warfare, planes dropping bombs from 20,000 feet, cruise missiles flying off in the night, no one getting hurt on the United States or the coalition side. That will not work with this enemy, let there be no doubt.
Let me bring up a couple of things. Let me see if I can dismiss one thing immediately, or maybe not. There are some people who are saying a tactical nuclear strike would be used. Can we rule out the use of nuclear weapons?
You know, that subject, we have an amazing accomplishment that's been achieved on the part of human beings. We've had this unbelievably powerful weapon, nuclear weapon, since, 55 years now plus, and it's not been fired in anger since 1945. That's an amazing accomplishment. I think it reflects a sensitivity on the part of successive presidents that they ought to find as many other ways to deal with problems as is possible.
I'll have to think about your answer. I don't think the answer was no.
The answer was that we ought to be very proud of the record of humanity, that we have not used those weapons for 55 years. And we have to find as many ways possible to deal with this serious problem of terrorism. And if Sam, you think of the loss of human life on Tuesday, and then put in your head the reality that a number of countries today have other so-called asymmetrical threat capabilities, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, chemical weapons, biological weapons, cyber warfare. These are the kinds of things that are used in this era, the 21st century. And a germ warfare attack anywhere in the world would bring about losses of lives, not in the thousands, but in the millions.
Let's talk about the special forces, the Delta Force, the Rangers, the SEALs, other special units. About 40,000 have been authorized, but you have yet to appoint a civilian director of the Special Operations Forces. Are you going to do that now?
We are going to be addressing the priorities in the department, and interestingly, the review that we've just completed very much focused on homeland defense. It focused on these so-called asymmetrical threats. I've been talking about these problems since I assumed this post at the request of President Bush in January. We clearly, we have a number of vacant posts that still haven't been confirmed in the department, but I'm sure that they'll be confirmed promptly.
I bring it up because General Shelton, the outgoing chairman of the Joint Chiefs, said on the first day, your military is ready. But is our military really ready to fight this kind of war? We haven't made the full transition from being postured against a Soviet Union, which no longer exists.
Indeed, we haven't. And the general is absolutely correct when he says our armed forces are ready. If you mean, as he did, that these are volunteer people who are willing to put their lives at risk any day, any place on the globe, and God bless them for that. In terms of being
to have the tools,
in terms of being ready and transformed to deal with these asymmetrical threats, the short answer is clearly we are not. Clearly we are still, to some extent, organized and arranged to deal with the kinds of threats that are still there. They're not gone, but not fully arranged to deal with the new set of threats, and that is why we have been focusing on them.
How quickly can you ramp up? Apparently there's not a lot of time to waste here.
No, there isn't, and it is not something that can be done instantaneously, although there is a good deal we can do. But we will be working with the Congress, and I must say the support we've received from the Congress on these kinds of things has been very encouraging, as well as the country, and I've got a lot of confidence in the American people.
Mr. Secretary, a lot of people in Washington in high places have told us recently on background or on the record that they expect more attacks. There could be more attacks. To what extent is the U.S. military today, this very day, specifically I suppose the United States Air Force, prepared to meet an attack like the one that came last Tuesday?
Sam, you have to be expectant, and that's why the President said we should all have a heightened sense of awareness. A terrorist can do any kind of an attack, any place, at any time. It is not physically possible to defend every place at every time. We have a combatant commander for Europe. We have one for the Pacific. We have one for the Persian Gulf. We've never had a combatant commander for the United States. Under our Constitution, under our laws, The United States military's task is to defend against foreign invasion and foreign threats. The threat we saw recently was from a person in our country, in one of our airplanes, filled with our citizens. This is a law enforcement job. It is a job for the FBI. It is a job for the police.
Well, sir.
Just a minute.
Yes.
And we have a whole set of arrangements and rules that have existed since decades. And what we need to do, and what we are doing, is to review those and ask ourselves how we have to shift our arrangements.
Well,
now,
sir, excuse me for interrupting you, but along with other citizens, I've seen the fighter planes now, high-speed jets, circling Washington, D.C. They're up there for a purpose.
They are.
And I suppose one of the purposes is that if, God forbid, another airliner is hijacked as we're talking, they're going to take action. Am I right?
They are up selectively in the United States. They have been since this event. We have not had fighter aircraft protecting the United States for ages. Sure we do. We have it in very selected places across the United States. We had much broader several days ago. We have in 26 bases across the country. We have pilots in fighter aircraft on today on strip alert, available to take off in 10 to 15 minutes.
Because am I correct,
Sam, what
Tuesday?
does that do if it's a subway? What does that do if it's a port? What does that do if it's a ship? What does that do if it's a truck bomb? A terrorist can use any of those techniques.
Your point is well taken, sir. I understand that. That couldn't do anything. But if they try the same MO again and get on an airplane despite the increased security at the airports, do you now have standing orders well thought out that can be implemented quickly to prevent a civilian airliner again, with all the humanity aboard, from striking the White House or the Capitol or the Pentagon once more?
We have, in the certain parts of the country, including Washington, we have aircraft in the air. In other parts of the country, we have them ready to take off. The set of decisions that would have to be made as to whether or not a plane was threatening a high-value target in the United States are complicated. But the short answer is yes, we have people who are prepared to do what might be necessary.
On Tuesday, I'm told the FAA notified someone in the Pentagon that there was a rogue plane apparently headed toward Washington. But you didn't know it, am I correct, until it hit?
Well, I was in the Pentagon and felt the shock of the attack. And
what did you think it was?
A bomb. Had no idea. I looked out the window and raced down the corridors till the smoke was too bad, and then went outside and saw the devastation and talked to an eyewitness who told me that he had seen an aircraft plow into the Pentagon between the first and second floor.
Could you believe it?
No. It's just, it was a sight just amazing.
But today, if the FAA called, you'd know it.
Well, yes, but think about it, Sam. If the call came now, I mean, let's take that plane. That plane took off from Dulles, I'm told, went west, circled all around Washington. No one knew. They knew it was off a flight path. They had no idea where it was going.
Two senators from Pennsylvania say they think the target was the Capitol building. Do you know?
How do you know what's in the minds? There was the plane that crashed, and I would suspect that one of them was heading for the Pentagon, and one may have been heading for the White House or the Capitol. Clearly, they all had an assignment, and this one found it and came in and hit the Pentagon. Knowing it's filled with Americans, American Airlines, right on the side of it, filled with our fellow citizens, and without airplanes on alert. I mean, you don't have airplanes in the air day in and day out. You couldn't afford to do that.
Well, you didn't, but do you? You've just told us selected places in this country. You do today.
We do, and we have some on strip alert. But who knows where the next terrorist attack will occur? But one has to assume that it may be different than that one.
Secretary, thank you very much for being with us. Let's all hope that it won't happen, but I think you've made the point. Everyone needs to be on their guard.
Indeed. Thank you.
Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. Koki?
Well, now for some more analysis, we turn to ABC's John McQuethy at the Pentagon. The Secretary, of course, did not give us details about what the military is planning, but he threw out the possibility of the use of ground troops. What are you hearing?
Koki, I am hearing that they are prepared to pull out all the stops. You heard the Secretary doing a number of important things. He's communicating to the American public, he's communicating to the news media that this is going to be a different kind of fight. The nation must prepare themselves for a different reality. One of those realities is probably going to be casualties among American forces. The American public has had in the past few years little tolerance for casualties. He is saying we're going to have to probably put some kinds of troops on the ground in other countries to go after people who are believed to be responsible for these attacks, and the American people must understand that there are risks in that kind of operation. In the past, the United States has not been willing to risk those casualties, and that is the reason that we have not sent troops in to Afghanistan, for example, when it was believed that Osama bin Laden was responsible for other terrorist attacks. He's talking about 50 to 60 other countries in which the U.S. believes there are terrorist cells, including the United States, I might add. All of those countries are being put on notice by the U.S. That the U.S. needs a different level of cooperation. There is going to be an us versus them kind of situation for the United States. A lot of this is going to be law enforcement and diplomacy, but there is definitely going to be military action. There are going to be bombs dropping, and there are probably going to be troops on the ground, Koki.
Thanks very much, John McWethy at the Pentagon. Sam?
Well, joining us now, as always, George Will. Hello, George.
Sam?
The President and others, of course, are trying to think through what to do now in the aftermath of the attacks. Do you think those who organized those attacks last Tuesday had considered the consequences?
That's the question, Sam. Did they ask themselves the question, but then what? It was Admiral Yamamoto's question. He was the architect, of course, of the most successful surprise attack in military history, the attack on Pearl Harbor. The architect of what he really knew at the time would be a disastrous success. Admiral Yamamoto knew the United States. He'd studied at Harvard. He'd been a naval attaché here in Washington. He knew the strength and vitality and probably a sense of the temper of this country. And so when the leaders of Japan called him in and said, could you organize a surprise attack that would devastate the American Navy at Pearl Harbor, he said, yeah, you develop me some shallow running torpedoes and I can do that. And then I will run wild in the Pacific for 6 months, maybe a year. But then what? What he meant was, but then Japan would have on its hands an enraged, industrial, continental superpower, which is not a good idea. Now, today's enemies are not like Yamamoto. They're unlike him in two senses. First, they're not sophisticated, and they do not understand the United States. But also, they do not present conventional targets, such as the United States had in going after Yamamoto's battleships and aircraft carriers, particularly at Midway. So what's going on, Sam, at Camp David today is the President and his military and diplomatic aides are trying to decide how to bring the might of the United States to bear against a very unconventional set of targets.
Well, let's talk about that now in our roundtable, where we give you our opinions, and you can take them for whatever they're worth. And, of course, George Stephanopoulos joins us from New York. George Stephanopoulos, let's start with you. How do we combat this? You've heard the Secretary of Defense, but not very specific.
Well, he wasn't. I think what was most striking about what the Secretary of Defense said was his answer to your question when you asked him whether or not we would rule out the use of tactical nuclear weapons. And he very pointedly did not do that. I guess my question back to the Secretary on that matter would be, what good would a tactical nuclear weapon do in this situation when we are going against dispersed, scattered cells in 50 to 60 countries? And I think we obviously have to respond to this forcefully and make sure we get the perpetrators who committed these crimes and support the crimes. But we also have to ask the question that George Will just raised, but then what? How do we avoid a situation where the magnitude of our response ends up creating more suicide bombers, more enemies, more terrorists?
Koki, what about that? I mean, whether it's an atomic weapon or just conventional forces, the so-called collateral damage, meaning civilian deaths, are always there, even if you try very hard to avoid them.
Well, I think if they happen right now, that there would be tremendous, maybe it's unfortunate, but tolerance for that. the civilian deaths in this country in the last week were of enormous magnitude. So that I think that, that the idea that if the American people right now, we know from the polling and from all the outpouring of the last week, are very united behind the idea of going in and trying to do something to get the bad guys. The problem is, what is it we do? Where are they? I mean, if, as George said, there's not a fleet to bomb. Are we going to, if we put in ground troops, fine. Are we going to put them in 50 or 60 countries? I think not. So the finding
we don't have
the right,
enough now.
but finding the right response is going to be an extremely difficult thing for the president and his team to do, and making that response commensurate with the horror that happened in this country
George,
this week.
What is a measured response here?
We're not after a measured response. We're after an effective response. Look, the president said, first of all, he said, we must be patient. Now, that tells me that he's saying we're not going to do something simply to be cathartic. We're not going to have something like the Doolittle raid over Tokyo that made people feel good in April 1942. The first thing is to do no harm. Don't make matters worse. We have been making matters worse for years, treating Arafat, the most frequent foreign visitor to the White House in the last 8 years, was a terrorist. A Secretary of State of the United States, Mr. Christopher, in 4 years visited Syria, a terrorist state, sponsor of terrorism, 24 times. That's once every 2 months. Now, we're sending all the wrong signals about being risk-averse. The reason Mr. Rumsfeld was here trying to sensitize Americans to what's coming is we fought a war in Kosovo at 15,000 feet because our primary military objective that trumped all others was to have no casualties.
But that has been the military's decision. I mean, that has been something we have heard for the Powell Doctrine. Go in quickly, get in, get out, and take as few casualties as possible.
But use massive military force. That's also the Powell Doctrine. And George Stephanopoulos, my information is, and it has been all this past week, that when we strike, if necessary, we're going to use massive forces, not just a team of 24 SEALs.
Right, that's right, Sam. But the most effective, to pick up on what George Wills is saying, may not be this massive 500,000 troop invasion.
No, I'm not talking about 500,000. I'm talking about enough to do it, rather than just a few people hoping that by stealth somehow you can get that rabbit hole and get him out.
Right, although I think Secretary Rumsfeld, and he underlined it during the interview, he said the word unconventional. We'll have unconventional responses. He underlined that twice. I think that could mean something like special forces, SEAL teams, supporting opposition groups in Pakistan, who will then go after the Taliban in Afghanistan. Massive and effective are not necessarily the same thing.
One of the important roles that Congress is going to have to play here is to keep the American people patient, because that the desire to do something quickly, to have retaliation now, to not go slowly into each of these places the way we've all been talking about, is going to be enormous. And Congress has already come forward. I'm told by my sources there that the cooperation is real. It's not phony just for the cameras, and given the president the authority to do this. But that all sort of speeds up the idea of expectation of a retaliation immediately, and it's going to be very hard to keep people patient.
Cookie, you're right, but Congress was also worried at the beginning, I believe, that the early resolutions that the White House and the administration were asking for were too open.
Oh, that's true.
Covering too many countries, and they wanted to make sure they limited it.
That's
right. George Will?
I don't think the president will be limited at all, nor should he be, by any language in any resolution from Congress. That's not the way that we've assigned constitutional powers. Look, a senior administration official said to me on Friday, what can you do to Afghanistan that Afghanistan hasn't done to itself in war against the Soviets, in civil war against one another in the last few years?
Well, let me just challenge you.
Another thing we're not going to do, Sam, we're not going to send $1 million cruise missile to blow up a $14 tent, which is what we did 2 years ago.
Well, let me just challenge you on one point, George. You say we're not going to be limited. The president won't. There is the War Powers Act, and the resolution they passed on Friday specifically says that this does not take the place of anything else in the books.
Every president since the passage of that benighted War Powers Act has flagrantly, ostentatiously ignored it.
Oh,
and no, that's wrong. They have reported under it while saying they don't recognize it. They have obeyed it.
He's right. The truth is that they have railed against it and called it unconstitutional, but they have reported under it and followed its instructions. And the fact is, it gives the president cover. It makes it easier for him. He then has the support of the Congress. He goes back to the Congress. What happens is no president has ever been denied what he has requested of the Congress under the War Powers
But
Act.
who believes that if, as they almost did, if Congress refused to authorize the use of force against Iraq, Desert Storm, who believes George Bush would have said, well, shucks, I can't do it? He'd have done it anyway.
George Stephanopoulos, before we end this roundtable, talk about Saddam Hussein in Iraq. There are many people who say not only is he running a terrorist regime, which fits the president's description, but this is an opportunity to go in and finish the job there.
Well, I think a lot of people have thought that for an awful long time, and there's no question, or at least we have a lot of evidence, that he's continued his support and building of weapons of mass destruction. I think that one of the things the administration would have to be at least careful of in this case, again, before they have any kind of a ground invasion, is to make sure that there is some tie with this particular terrorist act. Otherwise, you run the risk of having an operation that destabilizes the entire Middle East. But I think there's one other possibility you see here, given Saddam's past crimes, that is probably also contemplated in the congressional resolutions. I was struck yesterday when I spoke with two senators, Kay Bailey Hutchison and John Edwards, who both said that they believe that the resolution that they sent to the president authorized assassination. And maybe in this case, that might be the most effective response, not only perhaps for Saddam Hussein, but for some of the other terrorist leaders like Osama bin Laden.
Well, in the case of Desert Storm, and perhaps now that we've declared a war against terrorism, you take out a command and control center, meaning the leader of a country.
Look, Baghdad, which is where Mr. Hussein lives, is full of what the Secretary of Defense called high-value targets. The president has said this is the first war of the 21st century. I think that may be wrong. This may be the second act of the last American war of the 20th century, the Gulf War. Saddam Hussein's fingerprints were all over the original bombing in 1993 of the World Trade Center. They said they were going to finish the job. Well, someone sure as heck has, and I do not believe that this was the work of a group unassisted by some government's intelligence services. After the bombing of the World Trade Center in '93, the American government did not want this traced back to Baghdad because that would have had real consequences, would have compelled us to take actions. It may not be possible to avoid that conclusion
Coke, you
now.
have the last word here. Would Congress agree to go along with a full-scale effort against Saddam Hussein at this point, you think?
If there was any evidence at all that Saddam Hussein was involved in this, absolutely.
Because that wouldn't just be a SEAL operation or a Ranger operation.
But if you could do something that clean-cut, this would be a much easier operation.
Okay, folks, stay with us, George Stephanopoulos, and all of you, because later on in the program, we're going to talk about the consequences of these attacks and what the president may do on American life here at home. How much freedom will we give up in the name of security, and how will our economy be affected? Still ahead, the chairman of Continental Airlines and Delta Airlines. But first, when we come back, the latest on the investigation from Attorney General John Ashcroft, and a look at the man believed to be responsible for the attack, Osama bin Laden. Plus, Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton, and the two top members of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Bob Graham and Richard Shelby. Do stay with us.
The pictures of your life, they mean so much. But these pictures can save your life. They were taken by GE's new Discovery LS, a breakthrough in cancer detection. It not only locates a tumor, it tells immediately if it's cancerous or not, without surgery. The good news is, you're the picture of health. So now there can be more pictures like these. GE's Discovery LS. Ask your doctor about it.
This is Lance. Lance is tired, he's thirsty, and he's aware that way out here, no one would ever know if he eased up a bit. But he won't. It seems he's developed a fondness for yellow. Discipline creates performance. AIM funds. The idea is discipline. The purpose is performance. The name is AIM.
Once again, from Washington, Cokie Roberts.
The man who is suspected of masterminding the events of last week is Osama bin Laden, who allegedly directs terrorists around the world from his hideout in Afghanistan. One of the few reporters who's interviewed bin Laden is ABC's John Miller. He joins us now from New York. John?
Morning, Koki. Osama bin Laden is already charged criminally here in the United States, not in this case, but in an earlier one. He is already on the FBI's 10 most wanted list. There is already a $5 million reward for his capture. Bin Laden has long been a man in hiding, moving every 24 to 48 hours.
Oh my God, there it goes!
Each day since the attacks on New York and Washington, the Bush administration comes one step closer to accusing Osama bin Laden of carrying out the largest mass murder in history.
There is no question he is what we would call a prime suspect. And if he thinks he can hide and run from the United States and our allies, he will be sorely mistaken.
Bin Laden has publicly denied being behind other attacks the U.S. has accused him of. But intelligence analysts say bin Laden plays a shrewd game of propaganda, foreshadowing each attack with the release of a videotaped threat. Just 3 weeks ago, bin Laden said his followers had a big surprise coming for Israel and America. Perhaps the first example of that pattern was the 1998 ABC News interview that introduced bin Laden to the American public. That night on a mountaintop in Afghanistan, bin Laden told me,
"We do not differentiate between those dressed in military uniforms and civilians. They are all targets."
6 weeks later, 2 U.S. embassies in East Africa were simultaneously bombed. 225 people, almost all of them civilians, were killed. Bin Laden has been charged by the Justice Department with ordering that attack. The FBI has sent out a watch list to police and the airlines, 100 names, people wanted for questioning, including some men they believe were trained in bin Laden's Afghanistan camps, men they believe are here in the U.S.
We believe that there's somebody in the United States who is associated with this conspiracy, and we had evidence upon which to base a charge. We would have and would level that charge.
But what proof will the U.S. offer to link bin Laden to this latest, largest attack? Investigators are hoping to capture suspects they believe are still here, who may be able to provide some of those links. John Miller, ABC News, New York.
And joining us now is Attorney General John Ashcroft. The Attorney General has been meeting with the President at Camp David, and he's near there now. Thank you for being with us this morning.
It's my pleasure.
Now, you have heard Secretary Rumsfeld say this is not over. These terrorist attacks are not over. What can you tell us to expect here as American citizens?
Well, obviously, we know that the terrorist networks are substantial. There are thousands of individuals around the world. This is a turning point in our history when we've had this kind of massive attack inside our own borders. We've launched a major investigation, the most significant investigation in the history of the United States, to develop an awareness of how we can curtail or prevent, otherwise impede, disrupt, disconcert any terrorist effort in the United States. And we're going to make that the focus of our endeavor. I'll be going to the Hill in the next couple days with a series of legislative proposals that will strengthen our capacity. There are priorities that have been reflected in law enforcement that haven't included terrorism in the past. And we're going to try and get those priorities realigned so that we indicate as the #1 national priority of the United States and our laws that we would prevent and curtail terrorism, that we would disrupt its capacity to impair our way of life.
Well, I want to ask you about those legislative changes in just a minute, General, but first let me ask you some questions about the ongoing investigation. You have 25 people that you have taken in for questioning. Do you think those people are participants in the plot? Will they be arrested?
Well, we're going to pursue leads. We've got some 40,000 tips that have been given to us over the internet, over 5,000 on the telephone. I'm not going to comment on each individual case or on individuals, but our effort is not just to find out who was involved in this plot, but our effort is to detect the scope and extent of the international terrorist networks that are in the United States and disrupt them, and to make very difficult any reoccurrences.
Now, as you know, some critics are saying this is locking the barn door after the horse gets out. Why hasn't the FBI been all over these terrorist cells if we know they're here in the United States already?
Well, there is a terrorism effort in the United States and abroad, and a great deal has been done in recent times to disrupt the efforts of terrorists. Obviously, this particular terrorist attack was not disrupted, but others were. We're going to sort out all the facts about this, but our important effort now is to do what we can to develop measures to prevent further attacks. The President has appropriately said that Americans need to be at work, operating as Americans, but he has also appropriately said that we need to have a heightened awareness of this turning point in our history where the war of terrorism has visited the shores of the United States.
There are some news reports that quote law enforcement officials saying that there were up to 30 other targets of this particular group of terrorists. Can you confirm that?
I'm not in a position to confirm that.
And that Atlanta was one of the targets.
I'm not in a position to confirm that.
There are those who say that this country is falling into Saddam Hussein's trap. You might have heard George Will referencing that earlier, that Osama bin Laden takes credit for some of these things, but he is really working at Hussein's direction. Is this investigation putting too much emphasis on Osama bin Laden and not looking at other terrorists in the world?
This investigation understands that terrorism is a worldwide threat. It's a variety of networks. It obviously understands that Osama bin Laden is a key part of a number of terrorist organizations and operations, but we have not in any way limited our investigation or our understanding of these difficulties to the Al-Qaeda or the Osama bin Laden network or organization. We consider terrorism to be a challenge to our way of life generally, and while he has been named as a prime suspect, we are not limiting our investigation or excluding other options.
And before we get to the legislation, one other thing. We have heard from some in law enforcement that there's the possibility that these terrorists, I mean, you heard the Secretary raising the possibility that terrorists could use biological, chemical warfare. Do you have evidence that any of that has been planned, and what are we doing to protect against it?
Well, obviously our effort is to disrupt and to incarcerate, export, deport people who are involved in terrorist activities. Chemical and biological agents are very dangerous, and we have last week, for example, alerted those responsible for the infrastructure and the components of vital services in the United States to be especially aware and sensitive. We'll take every action to protect our resources. We need to have a heightened sense of awareness.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. General, you will be the legal authority for any kind of military action we take. You serve on the National Security Council. What is your opinion of this question of whether assassination is legal under these circumstances?
Well, the President of the United States has indicated that we are at war, and he's very concerned. I'm not going to talk about any particular policies. I just think it's important for us to know that the nation is being led by a president who understands the gravity of these issues and has indicated that he believes that there was an act of war perpetrated on the United States, and we're going to do those things that are necessary to protect the interests of the United States.
Would you like to see Congress remove the stricture against assassination?
I'm not going to comment on those protocols at this time.
What about, let's turn to congressional action. Would you like to see Congress allow for more surveillance?
We do need to have improved surveillance capacity. We need for the laws relating to terrorism to at least give us the same kind of surveillance and search capacity that we have against organized crime. And in some areas that's disparate now. It's different. It's easier to investigate someone involved in illegal gambling schemes than it is to investigate someone involved in terrorism. For phone taps, for example, our law now provides that we have to get a new order every time we go to a new telephone or to a different jurisdiction with a phone. We need for our phone tap legislation to follow an individual so that no matter where an individual goes, we have the capacity to develop the surveillance, the intelligence information from that kind of phone tap. And those are the kinds of things we're going to be talking with leadership on the Hill about immediately, about helping. Now, the Hill has been very helpful so far. It is to be commended for its response in terms of the resources to fight this scourge of terrorism at this turning point in our history. But we're going to ask them to assist in providing new tools to upgrade and strengthen those tools we have to fight terrorism.
As you know, General, there's been some hesitation in Congress up to this point about that because of concerns about privacy, concerns about American civil liberties. Are you saying that we should put those concerns aside for now?
Well, take a look at a couple of these things. There's no reason why a terrorist should have greater privacy rights than a person in organized crime. It's simply not a concern about privacy that we're talking about in that setting. It's just the fact that we haven't assigned the priority to terrorism previously in legislation that we need to assign now. We do need to take the steps necessary. Technology has outpaced the old wiretap laws. It used to be that a telephone was what someone used in his or her own home. Now telephones travel. There are disposable phones, for example, and it's time for us to have a wiretap law that reflects the fact that what we are really interested in is not what a phone is or whose particular phone it is, but in our ability to tap the communications of a specific suspect individual upon whom we've gotten a court order to surveil their communication.
Now, what about another question along those lines? Some terrorism experts say the best way to protect airlines, for instance, is through passenger profiling. You have been against racial profiling in law enforcement. What about passenger profiling for the airlines, which might have stopped some of these people?
Well, I'm against using race as a profiling component. We will have a tough airline security system, and we will ask everyone to respond to a more secure, more demanding regime that relates to passengers on airlines. I believe profiling people based on their race is unconstitutional. We will do everything within the Constitution to promote the security of our airlines, and I believe having tough security responsibilities and requirements for airlines generally is the answer in terms of airport security.
What about putting sky marshals onto airplanes, as the Israelis do?
Well, we have done that in the past, and that's certainly one of the options which I believe would be appropriate. And I would say that the Justice Department has already offered that some of our law enforcement officials, whether they be Border Patrol agents or U.S. Marshals, could be made available to the transportation system to elevate our security in this specific time of need.
And finally, Mr. General, do you expect any more arrests today? Do you expect any further developments in the investigation today?
Well, when you have 4,000 agents working and you have interviews being conducted, questioning of individuals who may have information at any time, developments can happen in terms of arrests and arrests as they relate perhaps to the criminal and terrorist activity, or arrests for purposes of detaining individuals so that they can be maintained as witnesses. And so it'd be inappropriate for me to signal any in particular, but when we have this kind of effort, the most massive investigation in the history of the United States, I think we'll be expecting developments.
Thank you very much. Attorney General John Ashcroft joining us from near Camp David. Now for some analysis, we go to ABC's Pierre Thomas. Pierre, what you heard there and what you've been hearing about the investigation, tell us about it.
Well, one of the things that struck me about what Ashcroft said today is that there was sort of a tacit admission that the United States does not have a firm handle on the number of terrorist organizations operating within the United States. One official I talked to yesterday said, look, we're not thinking that anything is imminent, but we just don't know. To give you an example of what I'm talking about, 2 men were picked up the day of the attacks near Texas. They were riding an Amtrak train. My sources tell me they had box cutter knives. They also had $25,000 in cash. These two men have been flown to New York, according to my sources, and there's some indications right now, according to my source, that they have ties, potentially have ties to the hijackers. Now, again, it's another example that these groups were widespread, operating for quite some time, Koki, and they are trying to get a handle on that, and it's very worrisome to them.
Okay, thanks very much, ABC's Pierre Thomas. Joining us now is the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Bob Graham. He joins us from Miami. Thanks for being with us, Senator Graham.
Thank you, Koki.
Senator Graham, you have been quoted as saying that that these incidents are not over, that this set of terrorist incidents are not over. Can you tell us what you mean by that?
I had a briefing as recently as this morning by the CIA, and they indicated the following. One, that the evidence that they had gathered thus far increasingly did focus attention on Sunni extremists and specifically the bin Laden group. Second, that there was also evidence that there might be other groups, including other terrorist groups outside of Afghanistan, that might be involved in this tragic situation. And that third, this was not necessarily a single act on Tuesday, but rather part of a larger plan. There might be further aspects of that plan yet to be played out, both within the United States and outside.
Given that, what should this country be doing? Should people be going on airplanes, going back to work, going to ball games?
We have got to begin to resume normal life, but normal life is not going to be the same as it was on Monday. There will be substantially greater security. I flew on a plane yesterday and will do so again today, and was impressed with the additional restrictions that were imposed. But we cannot allow the terrorists to win the ultimate victory of making them like them, making us be a society that gives up its freedom and liberties and begins to act in the cowardly way that terrorists do.
Of course, the fact that they were able to succeed has been attributed to a massive failure of intelligence. Do you see that as a massive failure of intelligence, and do you think that the CIA chief, George Tenet, should resign?
I do not believe that George Tenet should resign. I believe that he has served this nation well and honorably. What you don't know in this battle against terrorism are all the victories that have been won, because those are all won in the darkest shadows of confidentiality. This was clearly a failure. Who precisely, or what institution, or what failure of resources or others was responsible is something that we'll have to know later. The Senate Intelligence Committee is going to be introducing legislation next week which will deal with some of the issues that we think were probably involved, including the fact that we need to have someone in charge of the U.S. federal government's responsibility for terrorism. We have too much
of a terrorism czar?
We need to have if you want to use that term, we need to have someone who has the ability to establish a national program, allocate resources, and be held accountable for our response against terrorism.
Now, there are criticisms that there were Clinton-era regulations forbidding the employment of certain foreigners to penetrate terrorist organizations. Essentially, they didn't want to do business with bad guys. Do you think those should be lifted?
Yes. Essentially, what those regulations restricted was the ability of intelligence agencies, particularly the CIA, to employ people who had had suspect backgrounds. The fact is, Koki, if you're going to get someone who has the capability of getting close to one of these terrorist cells, you're not likely to start looking in a monastery to find them. They're going to be people who have had some prior association and probably have had some prior involvement in the activities of those cells.
So you think that those regulations should be lifted. The other criticism is that the people who actually do have those kinds of human resources in those organizations are the Russians. But to get the Russians to cooperate with us, they have always asked for a quid pro quo on Chechnya. Is there any way of getting to those Russian assets?
Well, I was in Pakistan 2 weeks ago, and prior to that had some briefings with Russian officials as to their attitude towards Afghanistan. And frankly, they are very concerned about the Taliban. It not only is a destabilizing force on their southern border, but it also is a major source of drugs, particularly heroin, coming north into Russia.
So do you think they will now cooperate with us and let us?
I believe that Russia will assist us in our efforts to eliminate the terrorists in Afghanistan.
Finally, Senator, do you think that the stricture against assassination should be lifted?
Yes. In fact, it has largely been lifted. And let me say, this is not a legislated restriction. This is an executive order that goes back to President Ford and has been renewed by every president since that time. But if you're going to deal with a terrorist, there is no way to do it preemptorily other than to be able to use the strongest force to prevent them and eliminate their capability to attack American citizens. And if that means that we have to have the authority to assassinate people before they can assassinate us, yes, we should free that stricture, and the President of the United States can do it at his will.
Thank you so much, Senator Bob Graham, Chairman of the Intelligence Committee.
Thank you.
Sam?
Well, Koki, all during this program, we've been talking in one way or another about Osama bin Laden, the shadowy figure thought to be in Afghanistan, who is the prime suspect, obviously, behind the attacks this last Tuesday. Americans do not have to agree with what he did, but it might serve us well to see if we could understand, if we can, why he did what he did. And joining us to discuss that is John Miller in New York, ABC's Pierre Thomas at the FBI, and, of course, John McWethy, our man at the Pentagon. John Miller, what motivates Osama bin Laden? I mean, he's been described as someone who simply hates America, but is there more to it than that?
Osama bin Laden fought valiantly against the Russian invasion of Afghanistan. He led troops. He brought money, resources from his family's billion-dollar empire. And after the Afghan war, returned to Saudi Arabia, where he was regarded as a young hero. I think the turning point for bin Laden was during the Gulf War, when American forces came to base in Saudi Arabia to launch the Iraqi war. Bin Laden fought very hard against the Saudi royal family to say, don't let these Americans come here. They will occupy our holiest lands with their military. They will stay here and use that military to support Israel from our holy lands. And he essentially said, if we could run the Russians out of Afghanistan, we can certainly fight Saddam Hussein or whoever we have to from invading our country. We don't need the Americans to protect us.
Well, John Miller, you talk about the American support for Israel. Is bin Laden trying to get the United States to stop supporting the state of Israel? Does he think he can do that?
That's a key goal. Bin Laden has essentially three things on the table. One, first and foremost, the U.S. military out of Saudi Arabia and off the Arabian Peninsula. Number two, end support for Israel. He considers us, our support of Israel, to give Israel the license and a larger cudgel over the Palestinians. And, of course, his fate is very high on, their fate is very high on his list. And to end the bombing of Iraq. Now, interestingly, Osama bin Laden has never been a big fan of Saddam Hussein's, but he claims it's another instance of the U.S. attacking Islamic people and affecting the lives of innocent women and children, the embargo, and so on. That is his basic agenda, and I think the acts of terrorism, which are getting closer and closer to the heart of America, I think they're right there now this week, are designed to make Americans sit up and say, who is this guy, and what does he want, and what do we need to do to make him stop?
Pierre Thomas, who is this guy and the people who work with him? This man is far different from somebody the FBI normally deals with, a bank robber, a crime of kidnapping, something for money. I mean, if he and his associates are motivated by enough will to simply immolate themselves along with other innocent people, how does the FBI get at them?
Well, that's one of the difficult things they're studying right now. Sam, one of the things I might point out is the United States has so many people coming into the country through airlines and various other means. One source told me this week is, how do you deal with that? Part of the way that you stop terrorists is simply having information about them, but these are people that change their IDs repeatedly. These are people that are constantly on the move, and one source told me they do not have a good handle. The FBI is very good after a crime has taken place to track them down. They're less good at finding people before an operation takes place.
Well, Pierre, in this case, we now know some of these people were integrated in American society. Lying low, it's reminiscent of the Cold War, where the sides planted spies who were told, don't do anything for 10 or 15 years and then emerge. It's almost impossible to get a line on them ahead of time, isn't it?
Well, that's very, very difficult. What they need a better job of doing is trying to get a sense of who's coming into the country. And I had a Customs Service official tell me we have to start to look at the number of people coming into the United States. If you look back to the Millennium Scare last year, one source said we were very, very lucky to find that man crossing out west with bomb-making material in his truck. If the man had gotten through, we would have had a very devastating attack last year.
John McCarthy, you talked earlier about special operations in trying to smoke these people out of their holes abroad that the U.S. military may go after. How does a special ops team work, different from what, of course, we're used to seeing on the normal battlefield?
One of their specialties is surveillance, Sam. You can put some of these teams in other countries. They can sit for weeks at a time on mountaintops at some risk to their lives, and they can surveil movements and activities. They can plant listening devices in various places that allow the U.S. to have a much better handle. But one of the things that the nation must understand here, Sam, when we're listening to government officials talk about changes in the law here, it is not just going to be the military that's going to go after them. They are looking at, as various of the guests have just said, changing the laws on not only assassination and phone tapping, but they're also going to be talking and are talking privately about trying to change regimes. What are the rules going to be for dealing with American-directed cyber attacks on other governments' installations? One of the things they're going after is Osama bin Laden's bank accounts, and have been for a very long time. But if they are unleashed with the American ability to attack some other financial institutions via cyberspace, that is another whole dimension of the way the U.S. is going to be going after this network.
Thank you, John. John Miller, have the last word here.
Not been down before, not on this scale, but the use of military forces to effectively, as they say in the police business, make a collar is something that we tried in Panama with a massive conventional force to make a narcotics arrest of President Noriega. Yet, even with a high-profile character, even with Noriega being who he was, it took us days to find him, and there was a siege. The more dramatic example, of course, was Mr. Aidid in Somalia, where U.S. Special Forces went in, seeking to arrest him, to capture him. Not only did they not affect that, but we had U.S. helicopters shot down, the bodies of servicemen dragged through the streets, so much so that the president had to pull those forces out just because of American opinion of what were we doing there and why were we suffering these losses. So to go after Osama bin Laden, who's much better at hiding than either of these other two targets, in a much wider area, in a place where people are going to be committed to fight, they certainly demonstrated that against the Russians, is a really tall order to use the Army to make an arrest.
Thank you, John Miller and Pierre Thomas and John McCarthy. Well, while we've been talking and concentrating on Osama bin Laden and how the United States will attempt to hunt him down and his associates, of course, here in Washington and, of course, in New York, the grim work of recovery and going over those debris continues. And George Stephanopoulos, you've been following that.
That is still the #1 job here, Sam, and they are still calling it, importantly, search and rescue. They don't want to make that shift yet to recovery because they still want to hold out some hope, and they still do hold out some hope that some of the people may still be found. Late last night, I got an up-close and exclusive visit of the tour site with New York Police Commissioner Bernard Kerik.
3 nights ago, this place, I mean, all over here was covered, saturated with the debris. And they've cut a lot of it down. They've taken a lot of stuff out. They've had lines of cops and firemen, mostly firemen, just lines of people, thousands of guys have been up in there. digging through the debris looking for survivors. And this is what's left. We have a couple thousand guys working down here. The firemen, you know, these guys they're going into certain spots where we think, where they believe there may be voids or holes or vacuums. And they've got to be careful. There's 6 or 7 floors underneath this that they're climbing down into.
What do you think when you look at those ruins, is all you can call it?
It disgusts you. I mean, it's, you know, it puts a knot in your stomach. It's a knot in your stomach.
How much longer can you go at this pace, cleaning up this?
We're going to go until it's over.
Any idea how long that's going to be?
I have no idea, don't know, don't care. We're going to go until it's over.
As long as it takes. And that's exactly the message delivered by Carrick's boss, New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani. I spoke with him earlier today. Mr. Mayor, I know you've been getting by on very little sleep, so thanks very much for taking the time to be with us this morning.
Thank you, George.
Let me start. I was down on the site last night with Commissioner Carrick, and they seem to be making great progress last night in cleaning up that area. What's the latest from your view?
They are making great progress. I flew over it yesterday, coming back from the firefighter funerals, and I had flown over it the day before, and just in one day, the progress is enormous. If you need numbers to sort of visualize it, we've removed about 21,000 tons of debris. We've had about 1,200 truckloads that were taken out over the last several days, and they've also cleared all of the roadways so that you can now do a lot of the recovery activity a lot easier. So it should go even faster now, and let's hope and pray that we can recover some people. That's our real hope.
It's everyone's hope, Mr. Mayor, but no one has been rescued, I think, since Wednesday. And I know this is a delicate issue for the families, but when do you make the decision to switch this from a search and rescue operation to a pure recovery effort?
When I'm told by the experts, police, fire, the FEMA, federal experts and state experts, when I'm told by them that that's no longer a realistic possibility. And they all tell me now that although obviously it's very difficult and the possibilities are small, there is still hope. So as long as there's hope, then we have to proceed in that direction. I don't know the timing of it, George.
Do you have any idea of how long that will be?
For as long as it takes. It really isn't for me to assess that. There are people who have done these rescue operations, you know, in the past, and they believe that now and over the next several days, there's still hope, particularly given the fact that there are large tunnels under the World Trade Center. We don't know what damage has been done to them until we can remove the rest of this debris. Probably at that point, we'll have a better idea.
Okay, and I know you're committed also to opening up on Wall Street tomorrow, but there's an awful lot of debris downtown. There's still some very spotty electricity and phone service. Are you worried at all that Wall Street will just be overwhelmed by this influx of 75 to 100,000 workers?
We've done everything that we can to test that. We had dry runs on Saturday. We're going to have them today. We opened the subway lines and sent a lot of people down yesterday to make sure that things will work on Monday. So we're hopeful that it'll work. I mean, it's time to try to get back as much as possible to normal. Not only will the stock exchange be open, but the mercantile exchange will be open, which is actually just to the west of the hot zone. So we're trying to get commercial activity back to normal. It's important for New York. It's important for the American economy that we do that.
What do you say about security? What do you say to people who are worried that some crazy might take this as an opportunity to launch another strike? What measures have you taken?
Don't let them frighten you, and don't let them stop you. You know, the last couple of days when I've had a little time, I've been reading about the Battle of Britain and what the people in England had to go through when they were being bombed every day. And here's what they did. They took security measures that were necessary. They had bomb shelters, and they protected each other, and they helped each other. And their hospitals operated at full bore. But they went about their normal lives as best as they could, because they weren't going to show fear and they weren't going to be fearful. We do not want these cowardly terrorists to have us in any way alter our American way of life. And I'd like New York to demonstrate that to people. This may go on for some time. We have to end terrorism. I believe the United States government is committed to that. And it's going to require us here in America to go about our way of life and not have them imperil it. And New York should be an example of that, since we seem to be, along with the Pentagon and Washington, the first place in which they've attacked us. And we don't want them to stop us.
You've been so praised for your leadership in this crisis. There's even been some talk of maybe having some sort of write-in campaign or other measure to keep you in office. Is there any way that could happen?
No. The reality is that there'll be a new mayor on January 1st, and I will do everything that I can to make certain that whomever that new mayor is, that they're as prepared and as ready and able to go forward with this as I am right now. And there's nothing fortunate that happened in this situation, but at least it happened at a time in my administration where we've been through a lot of crises, a lot of emergencies. I have a tremendous police department, fire department, emergency services. The commissioners, Commissioner Carrick and Commissioner Von Essen, are enormously skilled and experienced. So I think we'll be able to get through this initial part of it, and we'll be able to do a transition that prepares the next administration for what it has to deal with.
Well, thanks for all your work, Mr. Mayor. Thanks very much.
Thank you, George, and thank you very much.
When President Bush visited the disaster site in New York City Friday, among the officials who accompanied him was the junior senator from New York, Hillary Rodham Clinton. All traces of partisanship wiped away. Senator Clinton joins us now from our New York studios. Welcome, Senator. Good to see you.
Thank you very much, Sam.
Well, it's true, isn't it? I mean, the Bushes and the Clintons have engaged in healthy, normal political debate in this country like so many others, and now, at the moment, that's all behind us, isn't it?
Well, you know, Sam, that's what's so great about our country. Now in this moment of crisis, we're united, we're behind our president, and we're moving forward together. I can't say enough about the extraordinary support that New York has received from the president, from my colleagues in Congress on both sides of the aisle. And I know that we're going to have whatever support New York needs in order to rebuild lives and rebuild our city.
I read a couple of op-ed pieces in a couple of New York newspapers suggesting that President Bush should have come earlier. I mean, do you think he should have come earlier?
Oh, Sam, I don't see any reason to engage in that kind of second guessing. I was delighted that the president got here as soon as security and other considerations could be taken care of. We went with him to the site. I'd been there earlier on Wednesday, and when I saw him in the Oval Office on Thursday, both Senator Schumer and I were delighted that he was going and that he was going to see firsthand what we saw, because I think, as anyone will tell you who's been down there, as good a job as you and all of our colleagues in journalism and especially on television have done describing what happened, you really cannot imagine what it looks like and feels like until you either fly over it or you see it as I have.
And your daughter Chelsea was, what, 12 blocks away when it happened?
Yeah, she was in the area, staying with friends, and both Chuck Schumer and I were spending the early moments of this disaster trying to make sure that our daughters were okay. We were lucky, they were. But a lot of people haven't been as fortunate. And, you know, when I was at the Armory yesterday visiting with families who are still hoping that their loved one will be rescued, they have their pictures in hand and the stories that they want to tell, I just couldn't help but feel both grateful for the fact that my daughter was all right, but having a redoubled commitment to doing everything I could to help those families that are going to have to face the reality of having lost a child or a husband or a father or mother.
It's terrible. Let's talk about American life now, though. What happens in the future from the standpoint of the question of security versus relaxation or giving up some of the freedoms that we've enjoyed in this country? How far do we go, for instance, on airline security?
Well, I think everyone recognizes we have to tighten security. We have to do whatever it takes to keep our people safe.
Including profiling, Senator?
Well, I think we have to do whatever it takes, Sam, and I believe that, you know, Tuesday changed everything. Tuesday was a day that America has never, ever had to experience, and I hope to heaven that we never have to again. But we are in a war situation, and we're going to have to do things that people do in times of war. I just heard your interview with the mayor, and I think he's right to look at examples in history, like the Battle of Britain, Many of us have been studying what others did to carry on, and we know that we have to make trade-offs in convenience, in our freedom of movement, without undercutting or losing our way of life and our values, which are really what make America special and great, and we can't ever let anyone undermine that.
Do we get on airplanes now, and if there are people of Middle East origin, American citizens, for all we know, on that airplane, do we have a problem?
You know, Sam, yesterday at the Armory, when I was talking with the relief workers and the families of missing people, I saw every kind of American. You know, one family came up, you know, holding the pictures of having lost both a son and a daughter-in-law. They were Muslim Americans. Other families were telling me the story of, you know, their daughter who had just gotten married and would never, they thought, be with them again. Every shade of skin color, every kind of background. This was a blow at New York and at America and all we are. And
that's why I ask you, Senator, about profiling, because you say do everything it takes.
That's right.
Does it take profiling?
Well, you know, I think that's going to be up to the law enforcement experts. And I think we have to be cautious, we have to be careful, but let's not go overboard and start, you know, pointing fingers at Arab Americans, at Muslim Americans who are just as devoted Americans as you or I are. We have to find the terrorists, no matter where they are, here at home or abroad, and we have to strike at their sources of funding and support. But we have to do so with the full knowledge that we cannot let anyone, anywhere, change the character of America. So yes, we're going to take every precaution, every security measure that is required, but we're not going to let anyone undermine our way of life, and we're certainly not going to let law-abiding, decent, patriotic Americans, no matter what their religion or their background, be in some way pointed out or harassed.
Before I let you go, speak to this issue of more deaths in this country, perhaps for service personnel. One of the reasons given, and I would like you to respond to this, that your husband, when he was in office, used cruise missiles against Osama bin Laden and did not try to mount a ground operation, was a belief that the American public just wouldn't stand for casualties in our armed forces. Was that one of the reasons? And what about the future when it comes to casualties in the armed forces?
You know, Sam, as I say, I think everything changed on Tuesday. I think the American people have a much greater awareness of the enemy that we face and the sacrifices that will be necessary. I'm absolutely confident that the President and his advisors will put together a plan that will take into account the great difficulty we face. You know, I have some knowledge of what the terrain in that part of the world is like. I have a little sense of history, the successive attempts to try to conquer or invade or control Afghanistan, the most recent being by the former Soviet Union. This is an extraordinarily difficult undertaking, but we have to use any and all means that we believe will create conditions that will lead to the kind of positive outcome that we want. Yes, there will be sacrifices and there will be losses, but we have to proceed in a prudent and effective manner.
So in a word, if we have to take casualties in this war against terrorism, we're just going to have to accept that.
Sam, we just took casualties in New York City. We took maybe 5,000 casualties. We took them at the Pentagon. We have already had men and women, innocent civilians, killed in this war, and we've lost some of the bravest people you could ever meet. Our firefighters, our police officers, our emergency personnel who went in there. They were the frontline soldiers in this war against terrorism. We've already taken casualties. Now we are facing an implacable foe who stands against our way of life and our values. And this is a war that we have to pursue, but we have to do it in an effective and prudent manner. And it's going to take the patience of all of us. And that's why I think everyone has to support our president and all those who are attempting to find the source of this terrorism and stamp it out.
Thank you very much, Senator Clinton, for being with us today.
Thank you.
By the way, the official casualty figure has just gone over 5,000, 5,097. Missing figure is the one we're getting now. Still ahead, the airlines respond to questions about their security and their survival. Continental CEO Gordon Bethune and Delta CEO Leo Mullen will join us. Plus, a look at how the U.S. financial markets might react when they reopen tomorrow with Goldman Sachs International's Bob Hormats. Right after this.
To 60 tests, and there was one detection, but I was able to talk my way out of it and get away without being caught.
It's like looking for a needle in a haystack.
My head tells me I'm not going to find the needle, but my heart's telling me to keep digging in the hay. Is that frustrating? Yeah, that's the definition of frustration.
And nobody of the thousands looking for a husband or a son or a daughter feels the frustration more than Todd Ranke's wife, Debbie, and their 3 children.
At this point, you still have hope. You haven't given up.
Oh, no. The reason I'm doing this interview is because I think he's out there and he can't tell me where he is.
The stock markets are going to open tomorrow, 9:30 tomorrow morning. Warren Buffett, everybody in the country wants to know what Warren's going to do in terms of investments generally.
I won't be selling anything. If prices would fall significantly, there's some things I might buy.
What are you going to do tomorrow, Jack?
My view is that this is the best place in the world to invest. Where else would you go with your money?
I think the right message is to keep your eyes on the long-term strengths of our economy and our society and react calmly and sensibly and thoughtfully, just as you always would, and get life back to normal.
Of all the lapses in intelligence we learned about from these former intelligence officers, nothing surprised us more than that they and many of the men they worked with overseas couldn't even speak the local language. How's your Arabic?
I can deal with it socially.
How about you, Bill?
I don't have Arabic.
Don't have Arabic.
My Vietnamese is good, Mike.
No Arabic?
No Arabic.
And I met you first in Beirut.
Yes.
I'm Mike Wallace.
I'm Morley Safer. I'm Ed Bradley.
I'm Steve Croft.
I'm Leslie Stahl. Those stories and Andy Rooney tonight on 60 Minutes.
Pure milk chocolate. So good, you'll want to dive right in.
Not smart. Get smart. Get Body Smarts. Introducing Body Smarts Chocolate Peanut Crunch Bar. New Body Smarts. 17 essential vitamins and minerals surrounded in chocolate, caramel, and peanuts.
New Body Smarts. Sweet just got smart.
They tried our refreshing blue flavor. They tried our minty green flavor. Then we told them both were Listerine. Cool Mint and Fresh Burst Listerine. All of Listerine's germ-killing power with great taste.
Nothing shines more precious than a pearl. Electrosol 2-in-1 tabs with jet dry rinsing action, condensed into a power ball. Electrosol cleans, jet dry shines. Electrosol 2-in-1 tabs with jet dry power ball for a pearl-like shine.
When families fall apart,
you promised you'd take care of me.
these are the lawyers who bring them together. It'll all be okay. The Family Law season premiere, CBS Monday, September 24th.
If the President and the Congress are going to make good on their pledge to end terrorism, they'll have to examine all the things that might have gone wrong this past week. The place they should start is the nation's airports. The fact that security there was lax has been an open secret for many years. Just how lax is a scandal. Government study after government study, test after test, report after report demonstrated conclusively that security at America's airports was hopelessly ineffective. We still don't know how 19 terrorists managed to hijack 4 airliners and turn them into weapons of mass destruction. But we do know this. In spite of all those X-ray machines, metal detectors, and requests for picture IDs, the system is riddled with holes and manned by undertrained, underpaid workers. Even the most sensitive, restricted areas leading directly to the airplanes have proven easy to breach with weapons and explosives. And no one was more aware of the problem than Steve Elson. Until 1999, he worked as a special agent for the FAA's Office of Civil Aviation Security. A former Navy SEAL trained in counterterrorism, Elson spent 3 years as part of an elite, secret FAA unit called the Red Team.
You're a member of the Red Team.
Yes, sir.
What was the Red Team?
The Red Team was a small organization formed after Pan Am 103. Its purpose was to go out to see what was really going on.
His 5-man team traveled all over the country, conducting covert assessments, secretly probing security at major U.S. airports. They didn't tell people they were coming, and they didn't tell people they'd been there. Their secret findings went directly to their bosses at the FAA.
What did you find during your experience on the Red Team?
We found generally that the results were almost the converse of the standard FAA results over the years. For instance, if the FAA standard testing methods indicated a 90–95% success rate, in many of the type of tests we did, it was more of a 90–95% failure rate.
According to Elson, the reason for the wide discrepancy in test results is simple. The official tests, he says, were a joke.
The FAA runs out and does a lot of testing. These are basically designed for the airports and the airlines to pass, so the results look good.
What do you mean they're designed to pass?
Frequently, I found the FAA will let a particular airport or air carrier know that they're going to be tested.
Not only did airport and airline security people know when the tests would occur, according to Elson, they even knew what to look for: FAA-approved test objects.
What is an FAA-approved test object?
Well, these are devices that have been developed by the FAA to test different stations in a screening checkpoint to check the metal detectors.
Everybody knows what they look like?
Exactly. A screener's trained on that. That's the only thing that you can be held accountable for on the test is if the FAA uses one of those FAA-approved test objects.
Can you give me an example of some of them?
As I said, there's we have like an old dynamite bomb. It's just a couple sticks, a huge clock, wire, and generally in an empty bag, and anybody can see it. And I wrote FAA headquarters and said, do we have a memorandum of agreement with the terrorists that they promised to use a big bomb, very obvious, in an empty bag?
At one point, Elson says he used something called a modular bomb unit, a replica of a sophisticated, difficult-to-detect explosive device that he says was much more representative of something a real terrorist might use.
When you took this modular bomb out, how many people detected it?
I went out originally and did 50 to 60 tests, and there was one detection, but I was able to talk my way out of it and get away without being caught, so I was 100% successful as the bad guy.
But it wasn't just the FAA's secret Red Team that was getting those results. In 1998, the FAA's Deputy Administrator for Security, Cathal Flynn, hired an outside firm to conduct a vulnerability assessment at a major U.S. airport, which we agreed not to name because the results were so abysmal. It's all spelled out in this FAA memo.
Well, according to the document, this is not a restricted or classified document. It should be, but there were 450 tests conducted. The team was caught 4 times. That meant that the bad guys got through 99.11% of the time.
According to the document, they got into baggage areas and passenger lounges, planting fake explosives in suitcases, carry-on luggage, and catering carts. They got into ramp areas and aircraft holds, and they breezed through metal detectors with no problem.
And if you look further at the document, it talks about these people going through a screening checkpoint with pistols behind metal belt buckles 7 times and MAC submachine guns on their backs under their jacket.
And they still got through the screening test?
Apparently so. They were only caught 4 out of 450 times, and it doesn't sound like they were caught with the machine guns or the pistols at all.
What do we call this kind of security?
Non-security.
Non-security.
What else can you call it? It's a facade. It looks like something. There's a lot of people and a lot of buzzers and noise, but in effect, there is no security.
And at congressional hearings last year, the Inspector General for the Department of Transportation seemed to agree. Assistant IG Alexis Stefani said her office had conducted its own secret tests to see how easy it would be to get unauthorized personnel into restricted areas.
68% of our tests at 8 major airports, we access secured areas without being challenged.
The Inspector General's report went on to say that after penetrating secure areas, we boarded a substantial number of aircraft operated by U.S. and foreign carriers, and we were seated and ready for departure at the time we concluded our tests. Just 6 days later, the FAA responded, stating that the agency had already worked with airports, tenants, and air carriers, and that tests showed airports had fixed the problems.
The FAA said in November 1999 these problems had been fixed. Had they been fixed?
Obviously not.
And 6 months later, that was borne out by the General Accounting Office, the investigative and auditing arm of the U.S. Congress. The GAO conducted yet another set of secret tests at 2 major airports, and using phony identification, they were waved around security checkpoints 100% of the time.
Which brings us to perhaps the most serious deficiency in the entire system, and one that seemed obvious to anyone who regularly passes through a major airport. The passenger screening checkpoints with the X-ray machines and metal detectors are the responsibility of the airlines, which in turn contract the work out to the lowest bidder.
A handful of private companies like Globe, Huntley, and Argonbright Security man the front lines in the war against terrorism, with low-skilled, poorly trained employees who earn slightly more than the minimum wage.
How much were they paid?
My operation, $7 an hour to start.
Dan Bolshe is an Annapolis grad and a former Navy pilot. Until February, he ran Argonbright Security's passenger screening operation at Dulles Airport in Washington.
Who'd you compete with for labor?
I competed with fast food businesses. Those were my competitors for employees.
Rudimentary entry-level jobs?
Yes, low-skill jobs in a position that really requires some skill.
Not to mention responsibilities.
Extreme responsibility.
Bolshe says 90% of his employees at Dulles Airport weren't even born in the United States. Some were foreign nationals with work visas who had been here less than a year from places like Russia, Africa, and the Middle East. He estimates that roughly 15% were from Pakistan, a hotbed of Islamic fundamentalism.
So you didn't have to be an American citizen?
No, absolutely not.
It's got to be difficult to conduct a background check on somebody who has just come to the United States.
It is very difficult.
Besides low wages, no benefits, and abuse from passengers, the hours are long and the work is tedious. At many airports, the annual turnover rate exceeded 100%. And at Boston's Logan Airport, where 2 of the hijacked flights originated, the turnover rate was 200%.
Last year, federal prosecutors indicted and convicted Argonbright Security for supplying applicants at Philadelphia International Airport with phony high school diplomas, falsifying test results, and lying about background checks that had never been conducted. 14 of the security screeners in Philadelphia had prior convictions for serious felonies, including aggravated assault, robbery, resisting arrest, and forgery.
At Oakland International, procedures are so lax, even employees are embarrassed. Danilo Worculo and Kevin McCree work for Huntley Security and may lose their jobs for talking to us about their training or lack of it. All they had to do to get their jobs was to watch some videos for 2 days and take a test. True or false?
Videotape for 3 to 4 hours, and then just answer all the questions on the papers. What you have see on the screen, on the videotape, just answer this, and that's it. That's all.
Every 6 months, they were given what the company called a refresher course.
They just go through the same video that we've been taught with, which has been like 25 years old. So you're going through the same tests over and over and over. It's like going through the reruns of your best soap opera or something.
One of the few lawmakers who showed an interest in airport security before last Tuesday's attacks on New York and Washington was Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison of Texas. Last year, she pushed legislation through Congress that was supposed to close some of the holes in the system, but most of the provisions hadn't taken effect last Tuesday.
You've been very involved in this subject.
Yes, sir. Personally and professionally for years.
What was your reaction when you found out about the World Trade Center, about the planes being hijacked and crashing into the World Trade Center?
I've had a lot of depressed days and nights thinking about it by myself and with friends, and now that the reality is hit, and we all knew this was going to happen, and the Congress knew, and I said the whole government structure knew. So right now I'd rather be angry than sad, and I am really angry.
We wanted to talk to the FAA and to the private security companies that man the airport checkpoints. They did not want to talk to us, at least not now. But later this week, they may have to talk at a Senate hearing. Among the recommendations to be discussed, the formation of a federal police force responsible for airport security.
Yesterday, allergies took you out of it. Today, Allegra can help bring you back. Only Allegra has fexofenadine for once daily relief for people 12 and older. Side effects include headache, upper respiratory tract infection, and back pain. Call your doctor now for more information. Allegra, enjoy your world.
Nice table, Ving.
Nice phone. Want to play for it?
And if I win?
How about this?
Now, the best thing about this phone, Ving, the minutes are free. Just like this.
Get Verizon Wireless free up at Radio Shack and get a Nokia digital phone for $99.99, including a $50 setup card.
I'm selling this table.
The teams are off on the next leg of their top secret adventure.
Don't say anything!
Critics say this show is Survivor on the road.
Yeah.
All new amazing race. Then prepare yourself.
It's not you. I think you know.
For a whole new breed of drama.
White people call them skinwalkers.
Wolf Lake premieres CBS Wednesday. Viewer discretion advised.
The devastation extends beyond the rubble of the World Trade Center. It goes to the heart of hundreds of communities in the suburbs of New York, where families are mourning the loss of loved ones who are still missing, places like Summit, New Jersey. In this town of 21,000 people, about 3,000 of them, 20% of the adult population, worked as bond traders, investment bankers, stockbrokers, and clerks in the Twin Towers and surrounding buildings. Town leaders say as many as 50 of them may be unaccounted for. There are few towns in America as comfortable and seemingly sheltered as Summit, New Jersey, a community where everyone knows his or her neighbors. One reason people live here is because the ride to work is so easy. 35 minutes by train to the World Trade Center. Just outside the Summit train station, officials are keeping close watch of the parking lots where some commuters who left on Tuesday morning have yet to pick up their cars, a grim sign that they may never return. The other night, across from the train station, about 3,000 residents filled the village green at a candlelight prayer service, trying to comprehend the incomprehensible.
I'd like to read as we begin from Psalm 13. How long will this pain go on, Lord? This grief I can hardly bear.
Richard Rosen came with his wife and 2 children.
In this community, they've snuffed out the lives of people who coached their kids soccer, who walked their kids to school, went out to have a beer with their friends, and it just really gets right to the heart of this community, and that's, it's just such a loss.
Of the many parents who work in the financial district, one of them is Michael Mulhern.
And it could have been me. I used to work in the World Trade Center. It could have been me. It could very well be my children crying, and my children being brought food, and my children being worried about and being prayed over.
Ann Grajewski's 7-year-old son gave no clue that he was aware of the attack until he drew this picture that night of a plane crashing into the World Trade Center.
It makes me sad to think that he's having to deal, when I don't think he's dealing with it, he is having to deal with it in his own little way. I'm not sure just how to help him with that.
Hear our tearful prayers for the lost and injured.
During the service, as the minister called out the names of dozens of people who are still missing.
For David Brady, Edward Calderon, for Jim Connors,
The magnitude of this disaster on this small town hit home.
For Tom Glazer, for Bob Lawrence, for Todd Ranke.
Todd Ranke, a father of 3 young children, worked as a bond salesman at Sandler O'Neill in the World Trade Center Tower No. 2 on the 104th floor.
He calls every morning when he's at work.
He was on the phone with his wife Debbie when the first plane hit.
It was a little before 9, and he called and said, "Good morning, how are the kids? How are you?" And he said, "Oh my God, we've been hit. Something is the matter. Something happened. Boy, that was loud." And I said, "Todd, get out of there. I see fire, and it looks like it's very close to your building. Get out."
So you were watching this on television?
It had just come on TV. I had the news on. I always listen to the news, always. And it just popped up. And I said, "Listen to me, you've got to get out of there." And then I can't remember what happened next.
Soon after that phone call, the second plane smashed into Tower No. 2. 2 of Todd Ranke's co-workers at Sandler O'Neill were killed. 20 managed to escape. 66 are still missing.
At this point, you still have hope. You haven't given up.
Oh, no. The reason I'm doing this interview is because I think he's out there and he can't tell me where he is.
Debbie came to us because one of her neighbors and friends in Summit is Michael Radutsky, a producer here at 60 Minutes. She asked his help in finding her husband. So on Wednesday morning, we set out with Debbie and the family, 12 people in all. Over the next 2 days, they searched all across the city.
Now we just want to know when they will start identifying unidentified people.
Todd's 3 sisters are the leaders of the search party.
We have to be there for Todd, and as Debbie said the first night, she said, "I know Todd would be looking for me." So we got to walk. You can't sit at home. You got to go keep searching and walking the streets and learning what they're doing in the city.
I think we should just, while we're here, cover that so we know we did it.
The men in the family say they know the women won't give up.
They definitely have a mindset, tunnel vision on finding Todd Ranke. Nothing's going to take them off that course.
Until they're exhausted and they're going to collapse, they're going to basically say they gave it their best shot.
With thousands of people missing, how do they find one man? The morning after the disaster, there was no one list of all the dead, injured, and missing. So they started going to hospitals. NYU, Beth Israel, Cabrini. No Todd Ranke.
Must be hard to look at those lists.
It is.
But they had to keep looking.
And then we're looking for other people who Todd worked with. If it was somebody else he worked with, well, maybe if they're in a hospital, maybe Todd's there and just unidentified. That's what you were looking. We were looking for other lists. We just wanted to find somebody in his group to think that if he got out, then maybe Todd got out.
The injured were taken to 130 hospitals in the New York area. By the time they got to St. Vincent's Hospital late that afternoon, they finally found the master list with names of all the injured.
So far, we don't have a name on the list. Every hour we update the list.
Right.
All right?
Have you gotten any names in the last 4 hours?
They have, but as I said, we don't happen to have that particular name.
How about?
That meant that so far, Todd Ranke had not been found alive. It was too much for Debbie to bear.
I think by the end of the day, Debbie was tired. We hadn't eaten or had anything. You just keep walking, and then when you keep going and seeing the list and his name did not appear, I think she fell apart, and we went home to regroup.
Well, what's been the toughest thing for you in all of this?
Looking at my brother's children. Seeing his 7-year-old son. And he's a 9 and 11-year-old daughters.
Well, we walk in every night. They greet us, and
they say,
we come home with my parents, and the first thing they want to know is, "Did you find him?" And we said no. But I think what our children are seeing, we said, we're going back tomorrow. We are going back to find him.
While the women took Debbie home, the men continued the search. Their first stop, Chelsea Piers, a sports complex. They'd been told the ice rink was being used as a temporary morgue. They didn't find Todd's body.
We're looking for the needle in the haystack. My head tells me I'm not going to find the needle, but my heart's telling me to keep digging in the hay. Is that frustrating? Yeah, that's the definition of frustration.
Early Thursday morning, the Ranke family drove back into New York City. By now, the death toll stood at 94, and hope was fading for the more than 4,000 people still listed as missing. Along with thousands of others, the Rankes went to the armory where, for the first time, there was a list that included the dead as well as identifiable body parts.
That is the most disgusting thing I've ever done in my life, is to look for my brother on a list, which list right hand, you know, nail biter, people by their license plate number, I mean their driver's license. I said, it's like a war. It's like looking at the list of the dead from the war. It is a disgusting thing to do. And I don't think I'll ever be able to look at a list of names again without thinking of how many lists I've looked for the name Ranke on and not seen it.
Todd Ranke was not on the list of the dead or the list of injured at any hospital.
What do you do next?
I ask myself that every day. What can we do next? And we regroup and we keep calling hospitals. We talk to people who can put his picture out and continue to look for him, watch the news to see if anybody else has been found. And we come into New York every day looking for answers.
That'll be fine.
We're a strong group and we're going to get through this.
I can see that.
Help us out in any other way.
Everything I can.
Just whatever you can do. Just help me find him. He's my whole life.
On Friday night back in Summit, New Jersey, family members and neighbors put up a flagpole on the Rankes' front lawn.
You pull it, Todd.
Pull it, Todd.
Todd Jr. raised the American flag, and then the children lowered it to half-staff.
You almost done?
Yes, sir, Mr. Kearse. Got your DirecTV system all hooked up. Also signed you up for all your local channels.
Cool.
And set you up with the NFL Sunday ticket so your family can watch you every Sunday.
All right, hey, good effort.
I'll let myself out.
NFL Sunday Ticket. Up to 13 regular season games every Sunday, and it's not on cable. Now get our best programming package free for 4 months, plus free installation.
Hey, your pen!
Keep it!
Can you see a difference? Even people who seem alike can have different nutritional needs. That's why there are 5 different kinds of Ensure to help meet those individual needs. Ensure, high calcium for bone health. Ensure, high protein for muscle. Ensure Plus, for energy. All complete balanced nutrition when you can't eat nutritious foods like these. Give your body the Ensure that's best for you. Drink to your health.
60 Minutes, a CBS News magazine, will continue.
I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you.
Honey?
Go away.
What? Did I forget your birthday?
No.
Our anniversary. Did you find that thing I buried?
Did I insult your mother?
No.
Well, what did I do wrong?
You live next door, Mr. Oliver.
Haven't been home much? Slow down with Boston Market. And now try our delicious quarter dark chicken meal with not just 2, but 3 sides and cornbread for just $4.99. Boston Market. Slow down.
The day has ended. Amber blends to twilight blue.
the world softens a bit around the edges. You release all the cares of the day, and nothing else in the world matters.
Una bella sera.
Bella Sera Pinot Grigio. It's going to be a beautiful evening. Or as they say in Italian, it's going to be a bella sera.
The attack on America interferes with a fall tradition in Connecticut.
With the stock markets opening tomorrow morning for the first time since last Tuesday, the whole world will be watching Wall Street. To assess just where we are and where we're going, we brought together three of the wisest men we know. Warren Buffett, CEO of Berkshire Hathaway, reputed to be the second richest man in the country. Robert Rubin, who was Treasury Secretary during our recent unprecedented prosperity and is now a top executive at Citigroup in New York. And Jack Welch, recently retired CEO of General Electric, the corporate executive other corporate executives listen to. We asked for their reflections on what happened last Tuesday.
This undoubtedly has been the most devastating week of my life. One minute I'm crying over the sorrow of the people. The next minute you're welling up with pride over the stories of all the heroic things people are doing.
Warren?
Well, Leslie, we've seen 5,000 people pay the ultimate price simply because they were Americans. So it's a tragedy for the country, and I and the rest of the country have watched with sorrow and horror, really.
I live and work in New York. I know people who were killed. I know an even larger number of people who lost friends and relatives, and there's a tremendous sense of loss that pervades the city.
The stock markets are going to open tomorrow, 9:30 tomorrow morning. Warren Buffett, everybody in the country wants to know what Warren's going to do in terms of investments generally. What are you going to do tomorrow? Going to sell anything?
No, I won't be selling anything. If prices would fall significantly, there's some things I might buy, but it's not a different country economically than it was a week ago. I mean, if you owned a farm and you thought it was a good investment a week ago, you certainly wouldn't be selling it at 9:30 tomorrow morning. If you owned an apartment house that you felt good about a week ago, you wouldn't be selling it at 9:30 tomorrow morning. And certainly if you owned a piece of an American business that you felt good about a week ago, it would be crazy, in my view, to be selling it at 9:30 tomorrow morning. The country will go on.
What are you going to do tomorrow, Jack? Are you going to hold? Are you going to buy? What is your plan?
I'll probably just hold. My view is that this is the best place in the world to invest. We have the strongest economy. Where else would you go with your money?
In the end, in terms of the larger economy and the direction of the overall economy, it's really probably not going to be investors, but consumers who pave the way for whatever we're really going to be like in the future. Jack, consumer spending has been what's been propping up our economy up to now. How do you think this is going to affect people's willingness to spend money and buy?
Leslie, I think it's important that everyone recognize that this economy was slowing before this event. And whether the GDP is plus 0.5 or minus 0.5 or minus 1 in the third quarter isn't because of this particular issue. This issue will hurt consumer spending a little bit for a while. People will, in my opinion, retrench a touch.
Yeah, Leslie, Jack's exactly right. There was a slowdown going on last week, and there'll be a slowdown going on next week. This will have some impact. It'll have some impact on third quarter earnings, but the income stream of the American people, 280 million of them, is huge. And in the short term, they can make a determination to save a little more or pay down a little debt or consume heavily. They make those individual choices daily, but over time, they spend, and it'll come back. I have no idea whether it'll be 1 month or 6 months or a year.
Wouldn't a businessman want to just pause? Wouldn't he hesitate? Wouldn't he want to see how it plays out before he starts making investments?
Leslie, I'll give you an example. We have an offer out on a business that is going to get accepted. We could back away from that now if we wanted to. I don't have the faintest intention of doing that.
Does the idea enter your mind that you'd go forward forward with it specifically to send a message? Specifically?
No.
That's, you're just going to be cold-hearted about it. It's a good business.
I guess so. I mean, it made sense before. It makes sense now. It'll make sense next week.
Leslie, this isn't cold-hearted, though. That's the wrong way to look at this thing. This is people getting back to normal. It is an emotional time, but the important thing is to go forward now.
I think the right message is one that you've heard now a fair bit in this conversation, which is to keep your eyes on the long-term strengths of our economy and our society and react calmly and sensibly and thoughtfully just as you always would and get life back to normal.
I think that your overall message, all three of you, is that things are going to be fine. You know, we're just going to get back to work, elbow grease, and we're going to get back in there. Look, this was a huge hit, and we can't really minimize it. It hit us right into the very heart of the financial district. Airlines are suffering. People are traumatized. We have suffered a blow.
We're saying that over time we'll deal with this. But the tug and the tearing that's gone on this week is real. Everyone feels it. It's in the stomach of every person.
Sure.
So no one's trying to imply that it's back to work. We're really trying to imply that we've all got the stuff to make it happen over time.
What would you be telling the president if you still worked in Washington and you were his major economic advisor?
I think, Leslie, I would say to the president that probably the single most important thing that the administration can do right now, other than obviously dealing with the terrorist threat in front of it, that's a whole geopolitical and national security issue, but in terms of the economy, is to be very visible. Because I think that visibility, discussing the issues in public in a serious and thoughtful way, provides reassurance and it provides comfort.
What about a tax cut? Does that make sense now? Capital gains tax cut? Is that?
I don't think that would contribute anything at the present time.
Any kind of tax cut?
I agree with Bob 100% on that.
If companies start laying people off, Continental Airlines, the airlines are in desperate shape. Continental Airlines has already announced they're going to lay off 12,000 people. What is the proper role of leadership, and I'm talking about governmental leadership, when we're at this point, when these kinds of layoff decisions are being made? Is it proper for the president to do anything about this? Is it proper for him to jawbone?
I don't think this is the time for jawboning. I think the government is going to face a very difficult decision as to what it wants to do in this with respect to the airline industry.
Do you?
I think they're going to have to help out, Bob. I mean, there's just no question that industry has been impacted uniquely, and that some sort of unique situation has to be treated here.
Meaning government comes in and props them up, a bailout kind of thing.
In some way.
There have been a lot of airlines that have gone bankrupt without having the sort of events you've had in the last week, so you have to be very careful about any mass subsidization.
Well, I think it's going to have to be looked at harder. It is a special situation. The attack specifically impacted this industry more than any other industry. And I don't think we can afford to see some of the major airlines go under.
GE makes airplane engines, but also didn't you finance 100 new planes for Continental, the airline that's talking about bankruptcy right now?
Yeah, but we've been through that before. And by the way, Leslie, I'm a retiree, so I don't comment on GE's particular issues.
Now, what about the insurance industry? That is another sector of the economy that's being hit extremely hard. And as I understand it, both Berkshire Hathaway and GE were in the reinsurance business, so you both have personal knowledge about how hard hit those industries are.
We will pay out at Berkshire a great deal of money, more money than we've ever paid out in respect to any catastrophe before this, but we're well equipped to do it, and it will hurt certain companies badly, and it may even result in the failure of certain entities. But the industry can take it, but it's been a big blow.
You know, it's interesting because all of us are sitting here talking as if we had the event is over, and we now clean up and move on. There are people who feel that maybe there's more to come.
Terrorism will be a threat throughout our lifetimes, and it's been a threat. we've just seen a very dramatic demonstration of just how significant that threat can be, and of course we have to worry about chemical, biological, and even nuclear threats.
I think, Leslie, that coping with the threat of terrorism is now become an integral part of how our society and our economy works. And I think the question you're raising is, can that be done in a way that's consistent with having strong economic conditions over the long term? And I think the answer is yes.
Let's talk about New York City. Let me ask Bob if he thinks that companies are going to start fleeing New York. Are they going to say it's just not worth it?
I don't think so, Leslie, because I think this is going to remain the financial center of the world, and I think we're going to restore the robustness of life in the city.
You don't think, I know that Mayor Giuliani has been on the phone begging companies not to flee. I think there's an instinct.
Yeah, there may be at the moment on the part of some people, but I think that there are tremendous reasons, tremendous natural advantages, particularly in certain industries like finance, but also in other industries, to being in one place and to being together.
Let me ask.
New York is the heart of the financial world, and this attack did not hit the heart.
You know, tomorrow, thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people who work in the financial district are going to go back to work. They're going to walk through the rubble. They're probably grieving, and they're going to walk down into that part of our city and go to work. That's quite extraordinary.
It is extraordinary, but that's exactly what they're going to do, and they'll do it day after day until everything has been rebuilt and is functioning 100%.
If anything came out of this, it showed that companies aren't just names and bricks and mortar, that companies are flesh and blood and people. And they sweat and they hurt and they cry like everyone else. And that now is the time to rally them and go forward and look to the future and try desperately to take care of what's happened, but to look to tomorrow.
The Home Depot is driving down the cost of home improvement. Great appliance savings are on at the Home Depot. Have no payments and no interest if paid by March 2002 with your Home Depot consumer credit card. Use it on brand name appliances like the 17.6 cubic foot GE refrigerator for only $398.
Four of them believe that the Osama bin Laden network was responsible for the Tuesday attack.
Frank Anderson directed CIA operations all over the Middle East. Bill Pinckney headed the CIA efforts in Afghanistan and Cairo. Bill Cowan is a highly decorated Marine veteran who served in military intelligence. And Skip Brandon in Washington led the FBI's fight against terrorists.
I think for anybody who works in this area, it's just like a knife in the stomach when something like this happens. There's no question about that.
I don't know how you can say that it's not an intelligence failure, but in this kind of a world, people tend to view intelligence as a shield when in fact it's at best an iron grate. And some stuff gets through and some stuff gets stopped. The failure was to get somebody inside that relatively small group of people, inside the bin Laden network, and find out what they were planning. Getting inside that network is extraordinarily difficult.
I'm sure that's true.
But in this case, they failed to get in there. But there was
and part of that failure came from the CIA decision in the mid-90s to use fewer people around the world, to rely less on spies, more on satellites.
One criticism has been that we have depended too much upon satellites, too much upon signal intelligence rather than human intelligence on the ground in these various places, because the Osama bin Laden people are simply very savvy and not talking on the telephone, not communicating in a way that the satellites can eavesdrop.
That's because the bad guys, whether they be terrorists or drug barons, know that we are listening to their communications, and they work around it.
After the attack, the FBI very quickly identified the hijackers, learned a lot about them. And so Americans say, well, if they did such a great job immediately after, we're able to find out where they trained and all of that.
Why not before?
Yeah.
Why not before? They simply didn't do anything to draw attention to themselves at all. Nothing.
This former FBI chief of counterterrorism told us the CIA needs to rebuild its human intelligence network, needs to recruit more spies.
Abroad, that we do not have the human intelligence collection capability that we have to have. The old saw, overhead intelligence can tell you that there are tanks there. It's only a human can say when they're going to start and where they're going to go.
And these CIA veterans agree, but they told us that senior CIA case officers, spy recruiters overseas, had been urged to retire back in the 90s. So now CIA operations on the ground suffer from a lack of manpower, money, and morale.
Yes, you're absolutely right. There's less money than probably there ought to be. There are few people than probably there ought to be. There are more restrictions than probably there ought to be.
One restriction was triggered when it was revealed that some of the CIA's foreign agents had murderous backgrounds.
John Deutsch, who ran the CIA during some of the Clinton years, forbid recruiting spies, foreign agents, who might have unsavory backgrounds, quote, who might be suspected of human rights violations.
Yes.
You're not going to find foreign agents who are going to go to work for you who belong to the local Rotary Club.
Absolutely, absolutely
That's right, Mike. You have to be bad to be good.
George Bush ran the CIA, the president's father.
Yeah.
He said this past week, we have to free up the intelligence system from some of its constraints. You have to deal with unsavory people.
Absolutely.
That's right. And the only way to do that is with the people on the ground.
That's right.
Yeah, but the word is that the agency itself became too risk-averse.
Yes.
Case officers were not encouraged to recruit as many foreign agents as they used to, spies who could have helped nip terrorism in its bud.
I think the important thing is that my understanding is that there's a very serious effort underway now to correct that. And
under George Tenet?
Under George Tenet, yes.
How long is it going to take to rebuild human intelligence, on-the-ground intelligence, in some of these foreign places?
7 to 10 years, I'd guess.
It's going to take years and years, Mike. And
another big problem, too many CIA officers abroad can't even speak the local language.
How's your Arabic?
Right now, I can deal with it socially.
How about you, Bill?
I don't have Arabic.
Don't have Arabic.
My Vietnamese is good, Mike.
No Arabic?
No Arabic.
And I met you first in Beirut.
Yes.
I have heard from one former CIA man that the guy in charge, I guess he was the station chief in Beirut, didn't know a word of Arabic.
The shortage of languages in the agency is true. This is a very important shortfall.
Yeah.
Over the years, there has been a steady and irrepressible degradation in the capability of those people to speak foreign languages.
And if this is going to be a long and dirty war, are we too constrained by old ground rules, including one that followed revelations that some American presidents had approved plots to kill foreign leaders?
It was Gerald Ford, when he was president, back in 1976, who put out an executive order saying, quote, no person employed by or acting on behalf of the United States should engage in assassination. Is that a sensible policy in an all-out war against terrorism?
The horror, the brilliantly horrific evil that these people carried out raises the bar for everything. So there will probably be some considerable thought given to the issue of whether it's right to assassinate or not.
Mike, I believe we have a recent experience with perhaps trying to eliminate somebody, and I think that is during the Gulf War. In Baghdad, we dropped a bomb that had been specially constructed at Los Alamos, a deep penetration bomb to go into a command bunker that Saddam Hussein was thought to be in. It turned out that Saddam Hussein was not in that bunker. It turned out that a lot of civilians were killed, and it hit the front page of papers around the world.
And that surely was an intelligence failure as far as where Saddam wasn't and so forth.
That was.
Are we willing to take casualties in this war on terrorism?
Very important question.
Great question.
By the nature of that question, our nation has become extremely averse in that context.
Right.
And that is a change that has to take place. Whatever this war is to be, whatever we have to do and wherever we have to go, we can't do it with million-dollar missiles. There has to be people involved. And that means casualties. We have to be prepared to take casualties.
Mike, if we eliminate bin Laden, it's important to remember that there'll be 10 more bin Ladens that step in to take his place, and 10 more after that.
What this new war has to take into consideration is how we plan for and try to protect against any number of ways terrorists can hurt this country. There's an almost infinite number of targets and a fairly rich menu of terrorist attack type methods that one can use to do that.
With so many potential targets and so many potential terrorists, what hope do we have of really beating them?
You have to have the hope. On the one hand, we have to be realists and understand that this is going to happen again.
It's going to happen.
I think it's going to happen again, and I think it is extraordinarily difficult to guarantee that it won't.
And finally, are we Americans willing to give up some of our personal freedoms to fight this war on terrorism? According to a CBS New York Times poll, 3 out of 4 Americans say yes. But this former CIA officer disagrees.
What civil liberties should Americans be asked to contemplate giving up in order to fight terrorism?
That's easy. Absolutely none. If we can't figure out how to begin and conduct and win the war against terrorism without supporting and defending the Constitution of the United States, frankly, I want to go somewhere else, and you can't have my son for it.
Are we Americans going to have to give up certain of our civil liberties?
It's a chilling statement you make. I think all of us are thinking that now. It may be that to some degree we'll have to.
Wiretapping? Listening in on phone conversations?
There may have to be some changes in this area. But, you know, we can't give up everything they've won.
While the debate on civil liberties intensifies, a consensus is already building on Capitol Hill to eliminate the ban on assassinations and to encourage the CIA to begin recruiting foreign agents of all stripes. Our CBS News poll showed 65% of Americans would welcome those changes.
Tonight, Andy Rooney is thinking about and talking about what everyone else is thinking about and talking about.
The television cameras were focused on what had been the World Trade Center. The phone rang, and it was my friend John Sharnick calling to say he didn't have anything to say. And that's the way I felt. I wanted to write, but I didn't know what to write. Nothing that came to mind was important enough. Who am I to explain the inexplicable? All 4 kids called, Ellen from London in tears. Were we okay? They knew we were, but it was time for love. I stared at the blank screen on my computer, turned it off, and went down to the 6th floor and kissed Judy. I just felt like it. In the elevator, 2 young men said they were going to give blood. A 3rd man, staring at the floor, looked up and said, "Radio just announced people have already given so much, they don't need any more." Maybe you thought New Yorkers don't give a damn. I saw the worst of World War II. I watched while the Luftwaffe destroyed most of London. I walked into Buchenwald while they were taking those pictures you've seen so often. I've seen a lot, but no single day in the history of the world exceeds in evil the terrorist attack on the World Trade Center. We try to get over feeling bad about something by thinking of the good things about it. At least he didn't suffer, we say of a friend who dies of a heart attack. Not easy to find anything good about this. Yasser Arafat condemned it. If he means it, maybe he'll help us find who did it. That would be good. It could have been worse. You could say that. They might have released anthrax spores that killed millions instead of thousands. Our FBI and CIA have been too concerned with their own problems to serve the nation well. Donald Rumsfeld was asked if they had advance information about the attack. He said he couldn't answer questions about our intelligence. No was probably the honest answer. The CIA and FBI hide behind this convenient veil of secrecy, and if this forces them to improve, that will be good. Television news has been magnificent.
This is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Dan Rather reporting from CBS News headquarters in New York.
NBC Nightly News with Tom Brokaw. The airlines have not treated us well over the years. We can't take any pleasure from their pain now, but we can do what we should have done all along: take the train. Freight should be moved steel wheels on steel rails to free our highways of suffocating traffic. That would be good. I have often thought of how strange it is that it took something so terrible as World War II to bring out the best in Americans. We worked harder and did more good things from 1942 to 1945 than ever before or ever since. If this attack produces that same feeling of togetherness in this generation, and there is evidence it is doing that, it will not have been all bad. Tom Brokaw's greatest generation will have to make room for another.
I'm Steve Croft. We'll be back next week with another edition of 60 Minutes. Monday, on a special edition of 60 Minutes 2, the story of a businessman caught on the 70th floor of the South Tower of the World Trade Center when the plane hit, and how he managed to save himself and 3 other people. Now here's what else is coming up this week from CBS News.
The Healing, the Investigation, the latest on the aftermath and of America Rising, this week on The Early Show with Bryant Gumbel and Jane Clayson.
On the CBS Evening News, the nation stands together as America prepares for war. We'll give you a look at the conflict that lies ahead tomorrow.
Sinus suffering. It starts with a first sign, but your symptoms can worsen as the day goes on. So stop the escalation of sinus symptoms. Take Sudafed 12-Hour at the first sign. Non-drowsy Sudafed 12-Hour releases sinus pressure and keeps it from coming back for a full 12 hours.
Now the first sign of pressure is my last. All day.
Take Sudafed 12-Hour at the first sign.
Our guarantee is our promise.
If you're not happy with your glasses, you can bring them back. No questions.
That's what LensCrafters' 30-day money-back guarantee is all about.
Nothing shines more precious than a pearl. Electrosol 2-in-1 tabs with jet dry rinsing action, condensed into a power ball. Electrosol cleans, jet dry shines. Electrosol 2-in-1 tabs with jet dry power ball for a pearl-like shine.
For news 24 hours a day, CBS.com on the internet and on our interactive partner, America Online at keyword CBS News.
Experience CBS News.
The Healing, the Investigation, the latest on the aftermath and of America Rising, this week on The Early Show with Bryant Gumbel and Jane Clayson. Monday on a special edition of 60 Minutes 2, he was on the 70th floor of the World Trade Center when it was hit and saved himself and 3 others. How he did it Monday at 10, 9 Central.
You're watching CBS. It's all here.
Want more from a sport utility? Test drive the all-wheel drive Subaru Outback. More ground clearance than a Ford Explorer Sport. More cargo space than a Jeep Cherokee. More miles per gallon than any leading midsize SUV. Add a smooth car-like ride and you have a sport utility with a whole lot more. Outback, the world's first sport utility wagon.
Now you can get an APR as low as 2.9% on all 2002 Outback models.
These are the days of miracles. The age of modern medicine, where powerful scanning technology can detect the most elusive cancers. Where skilled specialists diagnose breast lesions not in days, but in hours. These are the days of earlier detection and incredible outcomes. St. Francis Hospital and Medical Center. These are the days of miracles.
Progressive Auto Insurance, not what you'd expect from an insurance company.
Of God's love.
At this difficult time in America, when hope seems far away, we return to your homes to share that God is near to us, ready to comfort us, to receive the souls of those we have lost, and to remind us that God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and love, to carry on in His promise that we are not alone.
It is with this faith that we bring you tonight's episode. Look, there's another one. That's the 3rd falling star we've seen in one night.
You do know, don't you, baby? That's not a star.
No, I know. It's a chunk of space rock that burns up as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. Look, that's not a star either. That smudgy one, that's the Andromeda Galaxy.
Oh, I see.
Tess, did you know that the Andromeda Galaxy consists of perhaps 500 billion stars? But because it's so far away from us, it looks like just one.
Where did you learn all of that?
Andrew taught me.
The Andromeda Galaxy consists of perhaps 500 billion stars, but because it's so far away from us, it looks like just one.
Look at all that wonderful light. just crying out, look what God has done. Some people do see. Some people don't see. And some people try to see. But the darkness just gets in the way.
That doesn't look like math homework.
Oh, hi. Sorry. I was just taking a break to look at the stars, but it's too bright outside.
I used to love to watch the stars. When I was your age, I used to sit with my grandma on summer nights and we'd make up our own constellations. Lurky the turkey, Joanna Banana. Wonder if Joanna's out tonight.
No, none of them are out tonight. Just the moon. Mom, did you know that the moon was exactly what we needed?
What do you mean?
Well, Dad was saying how it's unusual for a planet to just have one big moon. But that's exactly what we got. I mean, if it were much smaller or closer to the Earth, or if we didn't even have one, we probably wouldn't even be here. It just makes you wonder how it all got started, you know?
I told you about that already. It's just luck. In a universe of 5 billion trillion stars, the odds are one planet's gonna get everything right, right?
Dad, it's bad enough having to listen to you teach at school.
One nation, and we will get through this tragedy.
And certainly faith holding so many people together, and the families that are coming here to the Family Relief Center tell us that they know rationally, they know in their heads they probably should go home, but they feel like if they come back here just one more time with a flyer of their loved one, maybe somebody somewhere has seen them and they're in a hospital. But federal officials tell us that all the people who are alive in the area hospitals have already been identified. On the east side, Nina Pineda, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
And yet so many people, thousands, flocking to the Armory at Lexington 26 to find out if their loved ones are on any kind of list. David Ushery is at the Army for us with the latest. David?
Yeah, Bill, I'm listening to Nina explain that kind of hope with some of the people there. I'm seeing the same thing here at the Armory. Let's try and give you a shot if we can. They've tried to bring some order to the scene now, and I guess they have for the last couple of days, so they're trying to keep the media in a certain section and allow the people to come here to get to the Armory, get access. I'm still seeing people post up pictures of their loved ones, and actually I was approached by the sister of a man who worked at Cantor Fitzgerald, and they're still trying to get the word out, still trying to understand. She explained to me a little bit about this DNA process and questioning. They brought in a hairbrush, they brought in other items. She said, you know, they ask you all kinds of questions. Were his fingernails usually dirty or clean? Were they curved? Any body markings? All kinds of things that perhaps you don't quite notice all the time, and now every detail has become very important. It's also pretty agonizing. The woman also explained to me how she feels victimized twice because they're afraid of scam artists now. She became alarmed when she heard that the passport of one of the hijackers was found, because she's like, what if my brother's wallet is found somewhere? What if his personal belongings are found? Is someone going to attack our bank account? Everyone feels vulnerable now on many different levels, and we're starting to hear that here as we arrive here at the Armory. Bill?
Okay, David, thank you very, very much. We're going to talk to Lee Goldberg right now. And how's everything outside in terms of winds and stuff like that?
It's just so quiet out there, the total opposite of the whole tone of the city right now. I met a wonderful couple outside our studios, and they said that they were just over the firehouse on 66th in Amsterdam. 11 firefighters perished in this disaster in that firehouse. And they just said it was quiet over there, not a lot of people over there, so all the support they can. If you're on the Upper West Side, we'll stroll over right
say
after.
hi.
That's what we're going to do.
Us. That's our guys right down the
Stop by and say hi.
Take a walk after we get off here.
Will
Okay.
do.
All right, let's give you the wind profile. Obviously, the weather is quiet and cooperating for the foreseeable future. Today, light winds right now, east-northeast winds light. This will continue northeast to southeast over the next couple of days. It looks like the smoke area is going to drift at times toward Bayonne, New Jersey, even toward Jersey City as well, but it will be fairly light and won't carry very far. Our temperatures are fairly pleasant.
Emirates, for instance, and they show up on a plane with that passport, should they be questioned more strongly than somebody else?
I think once you enter an airport, you should be. There's a lot of
That's
people's life.
profiling.
That's not profiling, safety.
Obviously, we don't have much security in our airports for what happened. I mean, for people to walk into the United States of America and hijack our airlines and our airports, that is really a scary thought.
The point I'm making, who wants to answer? The point I am making here, is that there is a pull. If you want to be completely 100% absolutely safe, you're going to give up some things that this country has been built on. That's a fact.
Well, what about the crooked cops? What about the people?
Well, let's not go to crooked cops. That's not what we're talking about tonight. Rabbi, make some sense out of this, please. I'm not doing so well.
I'm not going to make sense out of this, that I can tell you. Look, our president, who we're all united behind, has declared war. War is dirty. It's not clean. Forget it. There's no perfect war. There's never been a perfect war. There are going to be compromises, some we don't like. I speak, though I'm Jewish, I speak as a human being, as an American, and I feel like exactly as all of you, all men are created equal is the statement of our Constitution, of our Bill of Rights. We apply that not just to Americans, but to the entire world. We have an enemy here that has killed, we've seen what they've done. Let's get back to the point. Our heart goes out to these people, and I think it's outrageous even to begin discussing all these little political things. Lives have been lost. Do we all agree that all men are created equal or not? We all agree with that. Our enemy is anyone who does not respect that. If they're ready to kill, yes, there are prices we will pay. When we send our soldiers to war, there's a risk. They may die. Is that good? Their rights are being taken away. They can't sit freely and go to any nightclub and enjoy life like us plain citizens. They're on the line. When our firefighters are going into this building, they're at risk. That's not perfect. It's stripping them also of their rights. But that's what you do when you fight for something you believe in. And that's the war that we're in.
Tate Whiston, are you a military man right now?
Yes, I'm in the United States Army Reserve, National Guard. I may be getting called to duty just like everybody else.
Okay, hang on, let him talk.
I'm also a police officer. Now, with this racial profiling, I really don't think it's actually profiling right now. Because if we're going to do it to everybody, especially maybe the Muslims or whoever's responsible for this, this guy's still sitting in Afghanistan. He possibly still firing things up on possibly blowing up more of our planes, blowing up more of our nation. And I don't think it's profiling right now. We have enough cause.
I only want to bring it up, and we're going to have to move on because we want to talk about our kids. They're the most important thing in our lives. But I'm only saying that we're going to be hearing a lot more about this. There is a war. It is at home. It is not only going to be somewhere else. And this war means if you want to be secure, we're going to have to ask these questions. And if we're the kind of nation we believe ourselves to be, it seems to me we should ask them as wisely and as carefully and as thoughtfully as possible. We won't answer it tonight, but at least we can ask some questions. So forgive me if I put a full stop right there. And how many of you have kids? How many of you are worried about your kids? Who wants to talk about that? I'm going to come to you. Go ahead.
Well, I'm worried about my children for a couple of reasons. I was on the 43rd floor, 7 World Trade, when the first plane went over my building and hit the first building. And I helped get people out, and then I was still by my desk when the second plane hit the second building. My son was in class, and they turned on TV, and he didn't say anything to the teachers. All he said was, "My daddy's in that building," but he didn't say anything. And my daughter still had a problem the other night where she was trapped in a room at a friend's house. And she was getting scared. One of the kids just closed the room accidentally. And she says, "We're trapped. Oh my God, we're going to have to jump out the window." These are the fear that I have for my kids because I can't make sense of what happened. I know my life was spared for some reason because that plane went over that building and went into the first. And I feel sorry for everybody that lost their lives. And I just got to try to make sense. My other son down in Florida was right next to McGill on a Air Force, on a class trip when he got word. And he was 1,300 miles away, not knowing what was going to happen to his father, whether he was alive.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't have children, but I'm a public school teacher, and I'm also the director of an after-school program in the city. And two concerns I had asking our children to go back to school on Thursday. I think, it was Thursday. I felt like if the trains weren't running properly, the trains were stopping at 42nd Street, we were putting our children in possibly a dangerous position, asking them to walk back down to 22nd Street to our school. What was wrong with letting our children stay home and be with their parents, an aunt, a cousin? Why couldn't they stay home and everybody stay home and breathe? So I didn't appreciate that. My concern as a director of an after-school program now, and my friends were kind of laughing at me, but I'm like, I need to prepare my kids for real so that as after school comes, I'm the point person. I have 300 and some kids in my after-school program. How do I train them without scaring them? But they need to be practiced in evacuating the building, or how do we take care very seriously? This is a huge concern that it's, they're practiced. How do we do that without scaring them to death?
It is an awfully, awfully powerful and important question. When I grew up, there was the fear about the atomic bomb. And they would have us, you can see how ridiculous this is, they would have us hide underneath our little school desks and put our heads over our hands, and we thought we were safe from the atomic bomb. I hope we do a better job than that. Josh Sparrow is with us. Josh, what do you do?
The first thing we have to tell our children is that we are doing everything we possibly can to be sure that nothing like this ever happens again. And then we have to listen. We have to ask them what they're afraid of. We have to listen to what they think has happened.
I want some parents here. Are you a parent?
I'm a parent.
Talk to me.
I had to run down the day of the tragedy, run down to my son's school, get him out of school, come back up. My son has a cell phone that I give him. He's an 11-year-old boy. He takes the train. And it was wrong Thursday to send those kids to school. It was crazy for me. He couldn't get back uptown. I was in the middle of work. I had to leave work to go get him. It was wrong that. As well, I mean, I talked to my son about this. It's certain children, when they're younger, they want to know that they're safe, that they have their daily, day-to-day routines are the same. Children that are a little older, like my son's 11, he starts to ask questions of how this could happen, and is his life going to be safe going forward? And what I worry about is raising my son in a world that's this hostile, that we have this type of terrorism going on.
Now, one of our heroes here who's going to, you got to let him talk. Not at all. Come on. To us,
I
you
have
are.
two.
How many kids?
Two beautiful girls.
Are they scared?
And yes, they're very scared and concerned. My 7-year-old daughter, Danielle, comes up to me and says, Daddy, why has this guy bin Laden so bad? And I just said, honey, I don't know why, but we're trying to take all steps that we can to protect you. Don't worry. Daddy will protect you. You will be fine. But I can guarantee you that it's not going to happen again.
Let's try it.
But they're scared. Well, I got to try and reinforce into her that she can go outside and play and not be worried about this happening again. Every day they come home with questions. My two girls, they're scared. They want to know what's going on. Why? Why?
Tell me again your name, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Carol Patterson Brooks.
You got kids, don't you?
Yes, I do. I have a 9-year-old son, and then we have all the children in our church. And children of different ages, as this gentleman said, the younger children just want to hear that everything is going to be okay. My nephew is so concerned when they say that there may be more bombing. His school is like the World Trade Center to him, and he swears it will be the next target. He's like 6 years old. And he's like, they have to stop before they bomb my school. But the older children...
that's not funny.
It's not funny.
That's scary.
It's not funny at all. It's sad. And my concern is that, in talking about liberties and the kind of world that they will grow up in, if we're going to look more stringently at anybody, we should do it across the board and look stringently at everybody, because we don't know what's going on in anybody's mind based on how they look on the outside. And I fear for children, especially children of color, as a woman of color, that they'll grow up in a world where everything they do will be doubly scrutinized. And I'm not trying to be political. This is a real concern that I have, that we should look at everybody, regardless of their race, their creed, their color. We should scrutinize everybody equally.
Boy, it feels like an armed camp, doesn't it, folks? Does that make anybody
Can I ask the gentleman a question?
just scared? Yeah, go ahead.
What do you do to reinforce in your children? What do you say to them that they can go outside and play and not worry about this stuff?
Josh, that's to you.
I don't think that we can tell them things that we're not sure of. I think we have to be honest. And we can't guarantee them anything to be 100% because none of us can say that. I think, as you heard General Schwarzkopf say, all we can say is that we are doing everything in our power to make sure that nothing like this will ever happen again. And I think that's the most that we can do. I think to say more than that is to run the risk of having them not trusting us, and they need to be able to trust us now more than ever.
Let's put that question to Paul Heath, who was also on the front lines. Remember Paul Heath from the beginning of our program? He was the counselor who worked with the Oklahoma City folks. You worked with a lot of kids, didn't you?
Yes. Let me suggest something to your folks. The Oklahoma City National Memorial has the Big Book and other educational materials to help children deal with terrorism. They're in the process of getting those materials out, and they'd be happy to share those with the people in New York. But let me say this about children. We've learned two things. The first group of children that we know about that were the most affected are those children who lost a member of their family in the bombing. Focus on that group, because those are the people that are the most vulnerable to severe problems, because now their parents or their parenting person doesn't have total time to take with them because they are still grieving themselves. Set up appointments, refer those people to people that can help them. But ordinary children, get those counselors, every counselor and every school teacher in that school system together, make some plans to deal with children and do it immediately. We did that in Oklahoma City and in the whole state of Oklahoma. Our event happened right at the end of school, so we did have the summer to prepare the whole school system in Oklahoma for that, and it was a wonderful blessing when people went back to school, but we still had a lot of problems, and we have a lot of work to do. And let me say one other thing. We keep asking, what can we do? Folks, one of the other gifts you can give yourself is a single random act of kindness toward others. To the extent that you can do something positive for yourself and others, moves you toward what we call a positive new normal. You can stay the same with anxiety and depression and anger and blaming God and blaming everybody else, or you can do something positive for yourself and others. And there's one other thing. Allow others to do something positive to you and for you, including the new events that are going to be coming along in your life.
Thank you, Paul. Folks, I'm going to ask you to move kind of quickly because we've got so little time. I told you this time was going to go fast, so real quick.
My name is Seth Gold. I'm a student at Brooklyn College and also the president of Sigma Alpha Mu fraternity. And as a member of Generation X, you know, it hit me hard. This happened when I was on campus, and when the president of my school made an announcement to urge everybody to please go to the hospitals and donate their blood, that's when it really hit me. And every single time I see a squad car pass or a member of the police department pass, my heart just sinks. And every single time I see those pictures on TV, my heart just sinks a little bit more. And when I look over at Chris, you know, I see the pain in his face, and I can't wait when the show is over to go over and just shake his hand and tell him thank you. Because he's a true hero, his father's a true hero, the NYPD is the true heroes, the police department's the true heroes. You know, the one positive that came out of this thing is that you have people uniting. People who you really wouldn't normally talk to come up to you and say, you know, are you okay? Is your family okay? You know, we should focus on those kinds of things and not play this race game and just take care of business. I proudly display this flag. This flag is on my house, it's on my car, it's on my wrist. I keep listening at all times.
If you're just joining us, he's talking about Chris Gansey here, whose father was a chief of department in the fire department, Paul Gansey, and died in the fire. Got kids?
Yes. My name is Henry Acosta. I'm a master's level psychologist and social worker, and I agree with
both Mr. Heath and Mr. Sparrow in terms of speaking to your children and being very honest with them, because trust is a big issue. I'm also certified as a grief counselor, and I know it's very difficult. My daughter's birthday is actually today, so she just turned 9, and it's been a difficult week trying to explain things to her.
Does she have a lot of questions?
She's had a lot of questions, and I think one of the biggest things I've been able to do for her is just be able to answer them, to the best of the ability without lying or without giving her, a lot of details. I think one of the biggest things I've been helpful with her, I think, is sitting down and watching some of this stuff together with her. I'm also a volunteer firefighter and been down at Ground Zero for the past 2 nights, and I'm probably going to be going there after this. And she was very concerned about me going out there, and after I explained to her that this is, what I went to the academy for, to help out, she was like, "Dad, go give blood." At first, she didn't want to leave me, let me get out of the house. She was like, that my mother was screaming at me, "Don't go give blood, don't go there, you don't have to go there." And when I explained to her, that we really have to come together as people and give back and help, that people really need the help.
So she learned something about
She
community.
learned something, and, sitting down with her, I'm very proud of her that, it's scary. It's really scary, but I think as parents, we have to be honest with our children, be there with them, and don't let them watch this alone on the TV, or too much of it alone. It's be there for them.
Great. Folks, help me out. I know you want to talk, and everybody wants to say something, and I want you to, so be brief. Mark Siegel.
I have a son that's 4 and a daughter that's 3. When my son was asked what he wants to see happen now, he says he just wants...
Can you pass your mic to him? Your mic's not working, Mark.
My son was asked what he wants to see happen next, and he said he just wants somebody to say they're sorry.
How old is your son?
4 years old. He wants somebody to say they're sorry.
That's all. Bishop, did you want to say something? Right behind you, Bishop. Right behind you. There you go.
I am so glad to be a part of America that is now coming together. When I see the Democrats and Republicans coming together, I am extremely proud. And also something I heard Senator Hillary Clinton say, we must let them understand that we're down, but we're not out.
How many of you walked through the streets of New York here recently at night with some of the candlelight vigils? Now, I'm a New Yorker, so you know the rules, right? You never look anybody in the eye. If they're going to bump into you, kind of give them a little bit of a shoulder. All gone. All gone. People are being so incredibly generous with each other. It is one of the most wonderful places to be, just walking the streets of New York and trying to help each other. Tariq.
I'm sitting here listening to the parents talk about how they're fearing for raising their children in this type of environment. I'm still technically a child. I'm 16 years old. I have a mom who's fearing raising me in this type of environment. And quite honestly, I'm fearing growing up in this type of environment. I'm off at college. I'm independent now, but it still seems like I'm in my dorm room at night, and I just want to be able to go into the next room and say, "Mom, please tell me that everything's going to be okay," or call my dad on the phone and be like, "Daddy, please tell me that, America's still safe for me to grow up in." I mean, I'm still fearing growing up in this type of environment where people feel comfortable orchestrating this type of terrorist attack against.
Are you afraid right now, Tariq?
Of course. I am full of trepidation. I'm completely fearful, confused, scared, nervous, what have you. And it's very difficult for people in my generation.
Have you got somebody to talk to?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would be remiss. We've talked about some of the heroes and all this. This gentleman right here is wearing an American Red Cross jacket, and we should not forget what the American Red Cross has done. And is still doing right now.
Well, I didn't expect that, that's for sure. And it's all, we've been saying at the Red Cross, it's all these people. This has been a difficult night for me, and I think the thing that I want to tell you guys is, of all the people who I think is qualified to tell you the good that's come out of this, is the Red Cross. It's been a long week for me, and...
It's okay, Jeff.
You can do it, Jeff. You can do it.
I hope my mom's okay, because I know she's watching. Yeah, it's been tough, but the outpouring we've seen the blood donations. 1.8 million phone calls in 12 hours to our 1-800-GIVE-LIFE number. 1.4 people who asked to volunteer. The donations that have been pouring in. The people who knocked on my window as I drove up from the hot zone in a truck and said, I gotta help, I gotta do something. My cousin David, who's a firefighter, who refused to go home and wants to volunteer for the Red Cross. These are the kind of people that all of you are. And it's our hope at the Red Cross that we can support that. And if the American Red Cross can be what you all focus on to keep together as a nation, that's what's going to keep us going. I mean, I'm scared, and all my colleagues are scared, but we know that the good that we can do is the good that you can do. And together, this is what we're gonna accomplish. I mean, we're gonna go through some rough times, but we want to be there for you all. You need to be there for us.
This is Jeff Broder, by the way. We didn't get to mention his name. He's Jeff Broder with the American Red Cross, and he's been doing a wonderful job along with the other folks. We got so little time left. We are now moving forward. What we've been hearing in these last few moments is wonderful, because that is the best of what America is that is coming out. Somebody help me. Talk about moving forward. Imam, how do we make the best of what is the worst?
I want to say something we have in common with the rabbi, and especially the bishop and everyone else here, and I try to teach my children, and that is faith in God. No matter what happens, that really this is one humanity. And one of the things that I think is good from here, because I intend to do the same thing, I want to talk to everybody here, including you, when it's over. And I think that that process even begins here tonight in this room. Thank you.
I'm going to take a mic. Give me a microphone. Where's the microphone? You know, I just want to make sure that a lot of people that haven't had a chance to talk do get a chance to talk. We've been talking about Chris, haven't we? You haven't noticed this gentleman sitting behind him, patting him on the shoulder? There's a guy named Dan Gansey. This is Pete's brother. How you doing, Dan?
It's been a tough week. A lot of people have been hurt. A lot of people have been doing a lot of nice things all the way around to make it better. It's going to take a long time to heal. But if we do pull together, it's going to be great in no time. That's all I want to say.
I'd just like to say, me and my fraternity brother, Seth right here, the one thing that gets us through the day is we know that we're going to get through this. And when we organize this organization and we work with the American Red Cross, when you donate, it makes you feel so much better. That's why when you see kids on corners donating, helping, the looks on their faces, the happiness, that's the only thing that makes us happy, is that we know that we're helping other people, and we know that we're going to win this war soon.
Pass the microphone right there.
I just want to say something about all the negative things that are been going on with our community. There's a lot of good things that are going too that I have to mention. I'm in a company of 10,000 people nationwide, and the amount of email and letters and phone calls that I'm getting in support that are telling me, don't worry, we're not accusing you, you are one of us, you're American as we are. It's just overwhelming, and I really appreciate that, and I think this is what America is all about, and we're proud of that.
Anybody that hasn't talked want to talk? You got about 30 seconds.
I'd just like to say thank you to everybody that helped me survive, and say that America, please, when you are tempted to say them, stop and think about what you're saying. Think about what you mean.
Be very careful about what you say. You haven't spoken, and I'm glad to see you.
I just, we've had a Center for Grieving Children and Families for several years, and I think with the children see so much bad, and yet they see all the good too. It's important that they have a complete perspective of everything that's going on, and that we hold on to them so very tight and give them those coping skills that they're going to need to get through this. They will, just like us. They are resilient, maybe more than we know. But the important thing is let them experience everything as a family, as close as they can.
Folks, you have been absolutely terrific tonight. We didn't solve anything, but at least we got talking, and that's the way that it works. We hope we're going to do this again. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And so ends our first town meeting. As I say, thanks to all these wonderful people who are with us tonight. They've shared their stories, they have shared their pain, they have shared their frustrations, they have shared their hopes. And I hope we've learned something from it. Our thanks to the folks who are on our remotes, and our thanks to you, those who participated through the emails, those who listened, those who were on our chat at msnbc.com. Now, believe that there is a long road ahead. The President has said it will be a long struggle, and we will certainly try in more town meetings like this to help you be a part of really what's got to be a great national conversation that begins this week and arises out of one of the worst weeks in the history of our country. I hope to see you then. Come back when we have our next town meeting. I'm Forrest Sawyer. A very good night.
We are at war on American soil, and that makes every single American a soldier.
It is time for us to win the first war of the 21st century decisively, so that our children and our grandchildren can live peacefully.
I will never, ever look at another terrorist act in the same way. I'll never feel isolated from it, no matter where it occurs in any part of the world. I just need to be here and to show what these people have done, not to just me and my family, to millions. It's just devastating.
I can't remember. I'm just like numb to it. I can't remember his goodbye. I can't remember it. I want to remember it, but why can't I?
We know that there's hope there, that miracles do happen. And we will keep that. We will keep that until there's no hope left.
NBC News coverage of the terrorist attack on the United States continues. It is the tallest building in the city of New York. We haven't been able to say that for several decades. Sadly, for all the wrong reasons, it is true once again tonight. And the Empire State Building in red, white, and blue this evening over New York. But look just to the right of the Empire State Building, south all the way downtown. And there is the recovery site, illuminated as the work goes on all night long. As we take a close-up view from across the Hudson River in New Jersey, that is Lower Manhattan. We learned a lot more today about the extent of the devastation. Heavy machinery remains in place, taking away the organized, larger pieces first. The recovery effort looking for bodies continues at this hour, as it will until such a time when it is appropriately deemed that all hope is lost. That time has not yet arrived in the city of New York, so badly shaken as was Washington, D.C. by the terrorist attack of Tuesday morning. Good evening once again. I'm Brian Williams, and this is continuing NBC News coverage. Here is the news at this hour, just after 11 here in the East. The list of missing has now been revised. The number has been revised downward to 4,957 after topping 5,000 for a time today, not because they have found survivors, sadly, but the 190 are now confirmed dead, up from 180 earlier today. 115 of those 190 have been identified. We're tracking the markets tonight in great anticipation of the opening of New York markets in the morning. And so far in Tokyo, the Nikkei is down 5%. And we'll talk to an analyst in just a moment. I think most analysts will applaud this and call it good news. Also, we know tonight that most Americans believe the United States will at some point capture or kill Osama bin Laden, who was so roundly and publicly identified today as the prime suspect in this by both the vice president and the president. The numbers, 73% to 15, believe the U.S. will, in this case, get their man. But all the warnings to a person from high government officials this weekend have been, that won't end the scourge of terrorism. It won't be over even then. We have a look at the events of this Sunday across America now from Dateline NBC and correspondent Stone Phillips.
Sunday morning, from the nation's houses of worship, words of healing.
We're going to be all right, beloved, because there's a God somewhere, and that God is watching over us.
On the nation's airwaves, words of warning.
If you provide sanctuary to terrorists, you face the full wrath of the United States of America.
At 9 a.m., Vice President Cheney, leading a phalanx of officials, builds the case for retaliation and prepares the nation for a long struggle.
Important for people to understand that this is a long-term proposition. It's not like, well, even Desert Storm, where we had to build up for a few months, 4 days of combat, and it was over with. This is going to be the kind of work that will probably take years.
They have no battleships. They have no aircraft carriers. These are people who operate in the shadows, and we have to deal with them in the shadows.
Don't always think of it in terms of just military terms, but there are a lot of other things we can do with respect to the pressure that we can put on countries that harbor or provide a haven for terrorists.
Oh, another one just hit. Something else just hit. A very large plane just flew directly over my building. And
The Vice President also describes those first awful moments as the attack unfolded and the immediate decisions that had to be made about life and death.
I suppose the toughest decision was this question of whether or not we would intercept incoming commercial aircraft.
And we decided to do it. So if the United States government became aware that a hijacked commercial airline was destined for the White House or the Capitol, we would take the plane down.
Yes, the president made the decision on my recommendation.
Also, more confirmation that Osama bin Laden and his organization lead the list of suspects. And this intriguing exchange.
Is there any international law or United States law which would prohibit us from killing him if we found him?
Not in my estimation, Tim, but I'd have to check with the lawyers on that, obviously.
The morning also brings more assurances from Pakistan, a potential staging area for military strikes, that it will stand with the U.S. in the fight against terrorism. NBC's Andrea Mitchell.
President Musharraf, talking to President Bush personally for 10 minutes, has promised full cooperation.
From Islamabad, Pakistan's capital, there is action to back up those assurances. NBC's Tom Aspel reports that within the next day, the Pakistanis plan to send a delegation to neighboring Afghanistan.
Now, we understand from foreign ministry officials here that the delegation will point out the realities of the situation to the Taliban and will ask them to hand over Osama bin Laden.
In the streets just outside Islamabad, a sign of the political peril that may lie ahead for the government there. Islamic fundamentalists rally in support of the Taliban and against the United States. According to the Afghan Islamic press this morning, bin Laden himself, in a statement faxed from an undisclosed location, denies any involvement in the attacks on America. Quote, "The U.S. is pointing the finger at me, but I categorically state that I have not done this."
We've had the most horrible attack in the history of the city.
But the stark facts of the disaster are hard to overcome as the numbers rise.
The numbers now are 180 confirmed dead, 115 of whom have been identified, and 65 unidentified. And the number of missing is 5,097 that we have now registered. The recovery effort continues, and the hope is still there. The losses here are staggering.
For inspiration, Mayor Giuliani invokes the words and memory of another leader who had to pull his people through terrible adversity.
Winston Churchill, the leader of war-torn England, who saw his country through the Battle of Britain with bombings every day, once said, "Courage is rightly esteemed the first of human qualities."
It's now 11 o'clock. I have just seen Ground Zero from up close. I was not allowed to bring a camera crew with me, but I can tell you the enormity of what they're facing down there is just overwhelming, challenging not only the rescuers, but investigators as well. Remember, you're looking not only at a rescue operation, but a gigantic crime scene. A high-ranking FBI official on the scene tells me this morning the focus is a systematic grid search. Agents starting from several blocks out in every direction, working from the outside in, searching for evidence. The FBI tells NBC News it was some distance from Ground Zero that a civilian found a passport lying on the street belonging to one of the suspected hijackers. It's an indication of just how widely dispersed the evidence could be. So far, the number of persons detained by investigators, more than 25, including the arrest of another material witness, announced this morning. This afternoon, Transportation Secretary Norm Mineta announces the formation of task forces to improve security on planes and at the nation's airports.
This past week requires us to develop a new system that will move people and commerce safely and efficiently. And that is the mission before us.
At 3:20, President Bush returns to the White House from Camp David. He dismisses bin Laden's denial of involvement in the attacks.
No question, he is the prime suspect. No question about that.
The president calls on Americans to be vigilant.
We need to be alert to the fact that that these evildoers still exist.
And he expresses optimism about how the nation and its economy will respond to this crisis.
I have great faith in the resiliency of the economy, and no question about it, this incident affected our economy, but the market's open tomorrow, people go back to work, and we'll show the world.
Preparations for reopening the financial markets continue today. More tests at the New York Stock Exchange to make sure all systems are in order when the bell rings Monday morning. The big question, what will happen when the big board lights up again?
I think the odds are that what we're going to see is a period where prices are not particularly trustworthy. They'll be down, they'll be up, and you'll get a kind of back and forth and back and forth and back and forth until they come to something like an equilibrium. Whether that equilibrium is going to be up or down, we really don't know.
At the Pentagon today, the economics of rebuilding. Damage estimates jumping from $100 million to several $100 million. But there is one number that drops here. The estimated death toll by one, after it is discovered that one victim has been counted twice. As the day draws to a close in New York, no rescues to report. But one grateful survivor returns, a police officer trapped for 5 hours before he was pulled out on Tuesday.
And I want to let the rescuers know that if I can survive, that other people can survive also, and to remember that as they're digging down there.
Stone Phillips, that report from Dateline NBC. A look at this day, which of course goes on. The effort does in Lower Manhattan. Our own Jeannie Ohm is there. Jeannie?
Brian, not only do we have a dramatic visual reminder of the absolute devastation out here, but occasionally the winds will shift and you can smell the smoke and fire in the air. And there's something else the pictures don't convey, and that's the intense heat at the search site. I just spoke with some DEA agents who came out of there, and they say you can't imagine how hot it is, and yet they are working under all those adverse conditions out there. Now, again, those revised numbers you mentioned, 4,957 people are missing. Of those, 190 confirmed dead. Again, at this point, though, they are calling this a rescue mission. Of those DEA agents who came out here and spoke briefly with us, they tell us they've been out here since Tuesday. And every time they come out here, they say, you know, while we're working through this, it's so hard to imagine someone could still be down below the rubble. But they say when they go home, get some rest, come back, they're re-energized again to keep going. But I want to tell you about something unfortunate happening out here as well, Brian. See these passes? We waited 5 hours in line yesterday because there are thousands of journalists now in town covering this story. But there are also reports of people trespassing. If you can see back over there, they have several checkpoints for people to get in, and the police commissioner was saying that they've already made numerous arrests of people posing as official rescue workers, and they've also arrested some people trying to solicit money for bogus charities. So that is definitely an unfortunate situation out here. This has become somewhat of a tourist attraction, but that is not deterring them from the work at hand out here. So far, they've removed remove more than 20,000 tons of debris. They've got about a million more to go, and they are slowly making progress. But the one thing they're still out here for is the search for survivors. Brian?
Jeannie, people have asked about that plume over the city that seems perpetual. It is the result of a still actively burning fire, correct? Which building is still on fire?
It's Building 7, which is the one that's directly behind me, and firefighters tell us there's several levels underground. They don't know how deep that fire is, so they anticipate the fire could still go on, could smolder for days, weeks, possibly months, but most likely weeks, that we might still see that white plume in the air. And there's one other thing I want to mention. There was a lot of concern about asbestos in the air. Well, city officials say they're continuing to monitor the air quality, and the area around the samples taken from outside of Ground Zero, they say they are at safe levels.
Jeannie Ullman, Lower Manhattan, thank you very much. As we mentioned, we'll be covering the markets over the next several hours in anticipation of the 9:30 opening bell at the NYSE. As you saw earlier, all electronic systems seem go. It is a nation in some quadrants anxious to get back on its feet, with the president's admonition today that America should return to work on Monday. NBC News correspondent Chip Reed has more.
14,000 businesses in Lower Manhattan were affected by the World Trade Center disaster. Many destroyed. Others will take weeks, even months, to reopen. But here on streets that just a few days ago were deserted and covered with ash, there are already signs of recovery. Many damaged stores already open. Hundreds of others plan to open Monday. Thousands of tons of debris and trash ready to be carted off. Reminders of the horror of Tuesday, September 11th are everywhere. Still, the fighting spirit here lives on.
I mean, this is New York City. I mean, you can't just dump this section because there was a terrorist action over there. It's going to be probably slow the first couple of weeks, but then, sure, eventually we're going to just come back as normal. I mean, we got to normalize their life. I mean, otherwise they won't.
But many here admit they're going about daily activities that are normal only in appearance.
I don't think normal is possible right now, especially here. I think that we've been doing somewhat normal things because we have to do them, but it's been anything but normal.
Just feel a sense of helplessness and hopelessness, but I know we will get stronger from this, and I love my country.
From coast to coast today, there were demonstrations of patriotic fervor from Little Haiti in Miami all the way to Southern California. But some of the most powerful expressions of national strength and national unity today were made in churches, where pastors and priests across the country say attendance exceeded anything they have ever seen. An overflow crowd of thousands at St. Patrick's Cathedral in Midtown Manhattan. In Harlem at Abyssinian Baptist Church, an outpouring of grief and a celebration of life. And at the Crystal Cathedral in Southern California, a day of prayer and patriotism. And a determination that this nation will overcome. Chip Reed, NBC News, New York.
But first, as we mentioned, a lot of people will be watching the markets very carefully tomorrow morning. This is the longest closure for the New York Stock Exchange since World War I. We are joined tonight from San Francisco by Jerry Willis, a senior financial correspondent at Smart Money magazine, a personal finance magazine. Jerry, I know this might call for a conclusion on your part, but any interest in venturing a guess, a prediction as to how tomorrow morning just might go?
Well, of course, it's difficult to say exactly what will happen, Brian, but you know, it's likely that the markets will trade lower. If you look back through history at the various kinds of disruptions the markets have faced, whether it's war, assassination, any crises, you see a fall in that first week, on average about 7%. But the good news for investors and institutional investors everywhere is that you tend to recoup that loss and recoup it quickly. The markets typically rebound 7%, coming back all the way within 6 months.
We had an interview with a gentleman earlier who said there will be new curbs, new monitors in place tomorrow a lot of circuit breakers, and of course the Fed will be watching very carefully, which will make a huge difference. And if people can hang on and remember this is not for the faint of heart and a business for the long haul, why things might be all right. Jerry, I'm curious, if people are a bit squeamish and want something low risk, what is the traditional guidance along those lines?
Well, you'll see a lot of people tomorrow moving into what the professionals call safe havens. Those are treasury bonds, bonds of all sorts. You'll see a lot of movement to fixed income. But other things that people will be thinking about longer term are energy stocks, utility stocks, consumer product stocks. And the reason here are several. They have consistent earnings gains. They're typically less volatile than the broader market, and they often pay dividends. So those will all be interesting things to look at the future. Of course, you know, we're not making stock recommendations this week, but we just want to give people a sense of what might be happening in the market next.
And we should take I was just going to say we should take the other side of that argument and
Right.
Talk about things specific to this attack. What areas does this now make vulnerable in terms of stocks?
Well, I think there are several. I think you have to believe that insurance stocks are going to be under pressure here with the several hundreds of millions that have been lost here. The travel industry, you saw the CEO of Continental asking for government help. Banks will also be facing difficulties, and some of those high growth stocks that we saw from the last decade, like tech companies, will be worrying that corporate America and consumers will be pulling in the reins and not spending.
And there are some dire predictions for the airline industry. I imagine a lot of analysts will just be telling investors, stay away for a good long time. Continental announcing some huge furloughs yesterday. 4 major carriers announcing reductions of up to 20%, permanent reductions in their flights.
That's right. Well, the industry has been under pressure, particularly the majors, for some time for fundamental reasons. And this is just another blow, a real body blow for some of the companies that were having trouble already. So you'll see those stocks certainly under pressure in the coming weeks.
Jerry Willis, senior financial correspondent, Smart Money Magazine, thank you very much for being with us. We've been talking about aviation here for many days. It was part of the genesis of this attack on the United States, of course. 4 commercial airliners, 4 hijacked airliners, all 4 of them ending up in a crash with a huge loss of life. That led to another first, the first grounding of the fleet nationwide. Now, suddenly, the fleet is back, but will business come back in earlier numbers? Our report tonight from NBC's Robert Hager.
Most airlines now formally recommend arriving at the airport at least 2 hours before a domestic flight, if not longer. Why? Because counter lines move so slowly. Often even passengers with e-tickets must first wait in those lines, and once at the counter, many check-in bags are now pulled aside to be checked thoroughly by hand, or even sent away to go through big X-ray scanners. And passengers can't leave the counter or even get a boarding pass until all checked luggage is okayed. And now there's much tougher personal screening, too. The machines set more sensitively than ever, sound alarms even for metal buttons. More passengers than ever must be screened again with wands. Even coffee cups have to be opened and shown, and all sharp objects are seized, even nail clippers. Here at Dulles Airport, we followed George and Yvonne Dodsworth through this maze today.
Well, I guess it's going to be another 2 hours or an hour and a half before we get up there.
It took them 2.5 hours, but they'd allowed plenty of extra time.
That's not bad. Our plane doesn't leave until 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Changes on planes may come too. Today, the government asked a new task force to look into strengthening cockpit doors, making them tougher for a hijacker to open. But Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta warned there are problems for pilots.
If you close the door and, like a bank vault, sit there and seal the cockpit, it makes it tough.
Airlines warn the costs of the new security and lost business will mount into the billions and threaten some with bankruptcy. And they're forced to pay back passengers for canceled tickets, too.
If you have a flight that you're going to go on between now and September 25th, for example, every airline is basically saying, we'll refund your money in full without any penalties or restrictions or fees.
Today, Delta became the latest to cut back its schedule permanently by 20%. joining United, American, and Northwest.
Meantime, there's word that the government will eventually reopen Washington's other airport, Reagan National Airport. Secretary of Transportation Norman Mineta said today they don't intend to leave it closed permanently, but when they do reopen it, they're going to put some major restrictions on it, particularly worrying about that approach route down there by all those sensitive national monuments, and there is no timetable at the moment for when that airport will reopen. Robert Hager, NBC News, at Dulles Airport outside Washington.
And that is the level of fear that Ronald Reagan National Airport is still closed, given its proximity to all the monuments in Washington, say nothing of the White House, just a few hundred yards, really, from one of the turns aircraft make on their way into that airport. All of this an outgrowth, of course, of the tremendous tragedy, the tremendous scare put in the minds of all Americans with this, the largest attack ever in the history of the United States, probably the second worst loss of blood in one-day terms in U.S. history, going back to the Civil War. All of it, if you listen to senior American officials, the fault probably, likely, of one man, at least one leader of a cell or terrorist cells operating inside and outside the United States. The Vice President and President today both named Osama bin Laden, the suspect in chief here. And tonight we have a look at who he is, just how elusive he is, how hard to get for the U.S. military. Here now, Dateline NBC correspondent John Hockenberry.
With a steely candor, Vice President Cheney introduced America today to its new worst enemy, and it's bigger than Osama bin Laden.
It looks as though the responsible organization was a group called Al-Qaeda.
The name Al-Qaeda in Arabic means the base, and there are references to it throughout the thousands of pages of the trial of Osama bin Laden for the U.S. embassy bombings. If Al-Qaeda was responsible for last week's attacks, it is undoubtedly capable of many more.
What we have to do is take down those networks of terrorist organizations. And as I say, I think this is going to be a struggle that the United States is going to be involved in for the foreseeable future.
To its latest victim, the Pentagon, it is elusive. Its name appears on no map. It is answerable to no political authority. Al-Qaeda thrives in the shadows, yet for years it has been well known to every young Islamic militant anxious to join in its anti-Western cause. Since the 1980s, author and terrorism investigator Steve Emerson says Osama bin Laden and his organization have been looking for more than just a few good men.
Well, Osama was basically an employment and recruitment agency for the tens of thousands of young Muslim youth who had nothing to do, and they were suddenly mobilized by this incredible charismatic call to carry out jihad, a resurrection of an old militant Islamic doctrine. And for them, this was the best mission, the greatest mission in life, of serving Allah.
They may be paid by Osama's millions, but it is Allah they believe they are serving, and it is this that makes Al-Qaeda so unlike anything the Pentagon has ever had to deal with before. Vice President Cheney was talking about a strategic reality today when he said,
"He's the target of the moment, but I don't want to convey the impression that somehow, if we had his head on a platter today, that would solve the problem. It won't."
That's because unlike other networks U.S. counterterrorism forces have dealt with, there's no clear chain of command here. You can't make an organizational chart like you might with the Mafia, the KGB, or the military arms of the PLO. A chart which might tell you whom to assassinate or where to infiltrate. Al-Qaeda isn't organized this way. It's everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
So if the leaders of the movement said, we're moving to Chechnya, we're moving to Bosnia, we're moving to the Philippines, we're opening up jihad fronts in Palestine, they would follow blindly. And they did. And that's why we see fronts on more than 18 different countries today.
And that's a conservative estimate. Osama bin Laden can apparently field terror operations from perhaps 24 countries in 2 hemispheres on at least 5 continents. What is now Al-Qaeda came out of the Afghan war against the Soviets in the 1980s. When that war ended, Osama bin Laden took the reins of a ragtag group of unemployed fanatics and gave them all paychecks and missions.
The Al-Qaeda network was really Osama's first effort to control an organization by himself. He did so, and he expanded by then co-opting and collaborating with other militant Islamic groups, such as the Egyptian Islamic Jihad, such as Bangladeshi jihad groups, Pakistani jihad groups, and thereby extended his influence by simply adding and merging and acquiring other movements into his large organization.
In terms of the sophistication of it, it's interesting to look at, because clearly what happened is you got some people committed to die in the course of the operation. You got them visas, got them entry to the United States.
But what is most troubling about al-Qaeda is that while it is financed from the top down, it is not directed from the top. Terrorism experts believe bin Laden gives money to teams of people who apply for grants, much like scientists apply for research money. Then they are on their own. Their progress may be monitored as well as their credibility. Expenses are covered, like tuition to flight school, but al-Qaeda fighters may be more like murderous anonymous freelancers than foot soldiers, who in this case operated well below the Pentagon's radar.
Certainly we were surprised in the sense that there had been information coming in that a big operation was planned, but that's sort of a trend that you see all the time in these kinds of reports. But we did
no specific threat.
No specific threat involving really a domestic operation or involving what happened, obviously. So clearly we were surprised by what happened here.
Through European media, Osama bin Laden issued a denial today that he directed last week's attack. "I categorically state that I have not done this," he said through a spokesman. But true or not, it's the second line of the denial that is most chilling and suggests what al-Qaeda is capable of. Those who have done it, they have done it in their own personal interest, he said. Small groups of freelancers working around the world in the shadows with money from Osama bin Laden and a mission from God.
He feels that if he can weaken our resolve, we will not stand in his way any longer, and he'll be able to expand the jihad battlefronts around the world, because his one goal is to establish an Islamic empire. That's clearly not the goal of the vast majority of Muslims. It's only his goal and other Islamic militants of his variety. But that's what he really believes in.
As Bush administration officials begin the delicate negotiating task of getting countries in South Asia and the Middle East to support a prolonged U.S. military operation with bases and logistics, it is worth noting that, as we've all seen, al-Qaeda's troops have already landed on our soil.
John Hockenberry from Dateline NBC. We are joined by a man you just saw in the setup piece, Steve Emerson, the noted terrorism expert. And Steve, let's ask the question this way. Since this group appears to have changed the game of terrorism, at least the way we know it here in this country, how does the U.S., excuse me, how does the U.S. turn around and change the game of investigating terrorism?
Well, that's clearly at the fore of the debate right now, held in the highest corridors of the U.S. government. I mean, honestly, I've spoken to senior law enforcement and intelligence agency officials, and they're simply at a loss to basically plot out the nature of the game, of the war game that has to be played now. Clearly, there are two components here. One is collecting better intelligence in America, in the United States, because obviously Osama and his followers realized that they could carry out an operation of this magnitude literally by hiding out in the United States, evading detection by exploiting the very freedoms we have here. So the first thing that is going to have to be done is expand the base of intelligence in the U.S., which means automatically an intrusion into our civil liberties. And that's clearly a debate we're going to see. The second thing that's going to occur is that besides military action overseas, there's going to be an increased use of covert military operations, operations that we have not seen the United States engage in for over 10, 15 years.
The president was trying to make the point today that this battle, this coming extended campaign, won't look like anything Americans are used to. There won't be any Battle of Midway, Guadalcanal, Battle of the Bulge. While there may be a classic battle at some point, this will all take place in ways that we haven't been introduced to at all. Elaborate on that.
Well, you know, it's difficult because, frankly, I don't even think the Vice President knows exactly how this battle will unfold. After all, we've never faced this type of enemy basically being transnational. The globalization of militant Islam no longer is the epicenter in Southeast Asia and Afghanistan, in Iran, or in the Bekaa Valley. Those are clearly places where these terrorists hang out and train. The bases are also in the United States. So I think what the Vice President is really alluding to is the fact that there are going to be sacrifices Americans pay in the United States in terms of our freedom, in terms of our movement, in terms of even higher prices, in terms of the way we live our lifestyle. You could see it even driving downtown Washington, near around the White House. And then there's going to be the price Americans pay overseas. And either these are sacrifices, and it also means the type of military covert campaign that's going to be waged. I don't think this is going to be a sustained military conflict of the variety we saw during the Gulf War at all.
Do you think it'll involve anything that looks familiar? Perhaps a military buildup, certainly the diverting carrier battle groups and things like that overseas?
I have no doubt that those components of the traditional military buildup will look familiar. The reserve call-up over the last few days of the 50,000 troops, the fact that a U.S. carrier was called up to New York, there's no doubt, and there will almost certainly be military strikes against Osama bin Laden. I mean, there's almost no doubt about it, but that's only one very minor part of this war. This war is going to take a lot more than that. That would probably be 2 or 3% of the resources we allocate to this war. The war is going to be fought in a dimension we have yet to see or even imagine.
Have you any doubt it's bin Laden behind this?
I have no doubt whatsoever that it is bin Laden or some of his lieutenants who instigated this and created the infrastructure. And there are increasing pieces of evidence that have come into investigators in the last 24 to 36 hours pointing to Osama's lieutenants and some of the other organizations in his movement as the perpetrators behind this terrible massacre.
Steve Emerson, as always, thank you for coming on tonight. It brings us to what is making news here coming up on 5 minutes after the bottom of the hour. Osama bin Laden issued a statement today, again denying it was him, saying it appears to have been carried out by individuals with their own motivation. Secretary of State Colin Powell, interestingly, says he's trying to build this coalition, including Arab states. Almost all of them have come forward, he says, with offers of support. He does not expect Iraq to be among them, but says Iran may surprise the world and certainly the U.S. by being a part of a coalition in some way. And in the latest NBC News Wall Street Journal poll, 33% of Americans described themselves as either worried that a friend or loved one was killed or injured in the attack, or that had an acquaintance that was actually personally affected by the attack. That is to say that 1/3 of all Americans felt a personal tie to what happened at the World Trade Center and at the Pentagon. Interestingly, Washington, as Steve Emerson mentioned, is a different place tonight. New security restrictions around the White House mean that our following report from there can't be from the White House tonight. They have moved correspondent John Palmer to our NBC News Bureau across town in Washington tonight. John?
Good evening, Brian. There were military jets in the skies over Washington at mid-afternoon when the President and the First Lady arrived back on the White House lawn from Camp David. The President had had meetings up on the mountaintop in the Maryland mountains at Camp David for the past 2 days, going over not only military strategy and the national security threat, but other issues like transportation, communication, and the finances of the United States. All of this fallout from the tragedy of last Tuesday. As soon as his helicopter Marine One landed on the south lawn of the White House, the President walked up to the microphones and he had encouraging words for the American people and some tough words for those who carried out these terrorist attacks. Here is part of what he had to say.
My administration has a job to do, and we're going to do it. We will rid the world of the evildoers. We will call together freedom-loving people to fight terrorism.
The President went on to say that he was embarking on what he called a crusade to rid the world of these evildoers. And the President went on to say that he really had more faith.
Trade Center, they fear the worst. No more survivors. It is so hard to say it. Osama bin Laden, the President says, dead or alive. The President says we are not at war with Islam. The country goes back to work from Main Street to Wall Street.
Ladies and gentlemen, our heroes will now open the marketplace. The green button.
And on the firehouse roster, missing, missing, missing. an outpouring of gratitude. From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Good evening, everyone. It has been almost a week, and there is no single way to describe the country today. Certainly, this is still on everyone's mind. As millions of people try to get on with their lives as they must, some are still finding and burying the dead. Others are trying to find and punish the guilty. Millions are trying to build a more harmonious nation. There's been an overflowing of generosity for those who have suffered. The New York Stock Exchange opened again with a moment of silence. It was a difficult day, and the market was down too. At the Trade Center, there are now 5,422 people missing. The Attorney General John Ashcroft says he will call on Congress for tougher surveillance laws. Pakistani officials went to Afghanistan today to warn the Taliban rulers turn over Osama bin Laden or risk an American attack. We're going to begin in Washington tonight with Terry Moran at the White House. Terry, as we said in the headlines tonight, the president's message was really twofold. One to bin Laden and one to his fellow citizens.
Absolutely, and among those fellow citizens, the men and women in the military. Today, the president spoke in very stark terms of the great sacrifices that will be asked of the men and women who wear the uniform. And in tough Texas talk, he took dead aim at the enemy. At the Pentagon, the president met with the Secretary of Defense and top officials to discuss the call-up of the reserves, 35,000 so far.
The troops who will be called up understand better than most that freedom has a cost, and that we're willing to bear that cost.
And he reminded the country that he and his commanders are preparing to fight a very different kind of enemy.
There's no rules. It's barbaric behavior. They slit throats of women on airplanes in order to achieve an objective that is beyond comprehension.
While at the Pentagon receiving the cheers of troops there, the president was also briefed on the many capabilities of special forces units expected to play a central role in any operation. And he minced no words when it came to how to deal with the prime suspect, Osama bin Laden.
Do you want bin Laden dead? I want him held. I want justice. And there's an old poster out west, as I recall, that said, "Wanted, dead or alive."
That tough talk raised a question. Is the U.S. abandoning its policy prohibiting assassinations overseas, as many are calling for?
That directive is in effect. And I also want to add that it does not limit the United States' ability to act in its self-defense.
This afternoon, Mr. Bush went to the mosque at the Islamic Center of Washington and in his stocking feet delivered a strong message of tolerance, a message aimed in part at Muslims around the world.
These acts of violence against innocents violate the fundamental tenets of the Islamic faith. And it's important for my fellow Americans to understand that.
White House officials say that visit to the mosque came about in part because Arab and Muslim leaders overseas are urging the president to make clear this will not be any kind of a war against Islam. And Peter, as for that dead or alive comment, there are some questions about whether it might have been too blunt coming from the president. As one top aide put it, we don't think you can be too tough at a time like this.
Many thanks, Terry. Terry Moran at the White House. As we said, the New York Stock Exchange reopened today with a moment of silence. By the time the day was over, Dow Jones Industrial Average were down, the single largest number of points ever in a single day, down 684 points to close at 8,920. On the NASDAQ, stocks were down 115 points. We're joined, as always, by our business and economics editor, Betsy Stark. An opening unlike any we've ever seen.
The most emotional one I've witnessed by far, Peter, and preceded by a half-point rate cut by the Fed, clearly designed to put a cushion under the market on what was bound to be a difficult day. Today, in fact, was investors' first chance to react to the possibility that America might be heading into war and recession.
The New York Stock Exchange came back to life today, dressed in a giant American flag that welcomed thousands of workers back to Wall Street. Amid soldiers and police,
have your work photo ID ready for inspection, please.
An air still filled with dust and smoke.
The last thing I remember about the city is how it smelled with all the smoke, and you smell it again right now, and all the feelings are coming right back to you again.
Exchange Chairman Dick Grasso called for 2 minutes of silence to honor the dead. The crowd then sang God Bless America, before firefighters, police, and rescue workers rang the opening bell.
Our heroes will now open the marketplace.
When trading began, the phone and power lines, which so many worked feverishly to repair, passed the test. Orders flooded in, mostly to sell. Investors dumped media stocks, brokerages, insurance companies, hotels and cruise lines, retailers, and most of all, airlines. Shares of American plunged 39%, United 43%, Continental 49%. U.S. Airways fell 52% and laid off 11,000 workers. Bailout talks are heating up.
I think that our Congress has no chance to do anything except support the airlines financially. So I think that will come.
By day's end, weary traders and Wall Street veterans agreed it could have been worse.
I didn't think in my entire career analyzing the markets that I would ever say the market is down 700 points today and we did all right. But that's what we have to say, I think, about the first day of trading after a disastrous terrorist attack on the U.S.
There were some winners today. Shares of defense and security companies went up. A commentary on the mood of the nation, Peter.
Thanks, Betty. Betsy Stark, our economics and business editor, and now searching for those who did this. President Bush said today that Afghanistan's Taliban rulers, who, by the way, are despised by many Afghanistanis, must take his warnings of a U.S. assault very seriously. ABC's John McCarthy is at the Pentagon, and John, whatever happens when, there's a lot of planning.
Peter, government sources are telling ABC News that the Pentagon has begun detailed planning for large-scale airstrikes against Afghanistan, and later, other strikes would likely include Iraq. No final decisions on either just yet. First action, sources say, probably not at least for several weeks.
Afghanistan is considered the primary target. It may be necessary to take the potentially dangerous step of putting Special Operations Commandos on the ground to help direct airstrikes. Sources say it may even be necessary to establish one or more small bases inside Afghanistan, though two neighboring countries, India and Uzbekistan, today offered use of their territory for American forces. Ideally, all this would provide the kind of intelligence the U.S. has lacked in previous attempts to attack Osama bin Laden and his supporters. This time, the Taliban government is also expected to be on the target list. Sources say Iraq is likely to be included in later strikes, not because of any direct tie to last week's attacks, but because of Saddam Hussein's long-standing support of terrorism. A decade ago, Iraq attempted to assassinate former President George Bush. There is also the question of Iraq's continuing efforts to develop biological and chemical weapons.
What we have to do is not only deal with this present instance, but the whole concept of terrorism, deal with it as a scourge upon civilization and go after it.
Before any military action, the Bush administration is trying to build